Just a quick soul burn to get through. That buff block is really the most dangerous element though right now. A farewell gift from the AOL, because if we had gotten that heal that she had just gone on the previous turn, it might have been enough here to turn the tide. Another follow-up. Is this going to land us in the damage proc we need?
Oh, it kills!
Just barely! The 3F goes off!
Welcome, guys. We are running a tournament. This is the postseason tournament for Season 13. It's open to everyone. There are no global bans, and we're playing with the OG format, except with third pick ban protection. Right now, we have a total prize pool of $211 and 5,000 Sky Stones. Will be split amongst the top 4 finishers. We're doing all matches leading up to the top 8 cut. Whenever poodz and jeyfour are ready, let's send them into the match.
I'm gonna make a bold prediction here. If Zio on 3 is ever present, I don't think that character has a counter on 3. I've thought about it like real hard, like sat down and think about it. Not that we're gonna see it in this game, I'm sure, but like if that gets shown up, I cannot even imagine how you would beat Zio on 3. I don't think anyone's ever gonna let you get to 3 though. I think people
Zio trap it on 3.
I think people Zio pre-ban it if you're looking at the match currently right now.
I mean, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think there's plenty of reasons to ban that. You either, unless you are extremely proficient drafting around them. I mean, look at that, right? We banned the Zio, first pick the Ran. We do not want any aggressive action to come through. Locked in with the Navy Captain Landy. That is something he looked extremely comfortable with. Locking in real quick. poodz not missing a beat though, countering with the May Chloe. And then now this is the first iteration of that pivotal third pick coming through. Bellion comes out. We are locking away all the books. So if we have to play against the Ran, there will be no soul burns available for jeyfour.
Yeah, and the response, it seems to be in turn to that Bellion, also seems to come in kind with the Angel of Light, Angelica, as well. Going to be taking advantage of the CR push-up, of course, very valuable, but also the skill nullifiers coming out, maybe a couple extra, double dosing the Ran up there. Very naughty, doesn't need all those skill nullifiers to himself, but he'll enjoy plenty of the protection as we get underway and underset into the match. It's going to be a long set sail, voyage, and journey for the Navy Captain Landy. She usually comes out with that devastating S3, but it might take a little bit longer if that Politis actually makes it on board.
Hang on, Divine. Last Rider Crow also locked in. We know we're stuck fighting this Bellion in this match here, so we're going to draft 2 forms of punishment. One in the skill nullifier with the Angel of Light, like you said, but also now we have Last Rider Crow coming in, so with every incoming AoE from this Bellion, jeyfour team will just be getting stronger and stronger, and he is scaling his team into the end game fast, especially with this Ran. But poodz not, I mean, following punch for a punch. We lock in that Gala Lilius. We got the May Chloe, so you know his team probably has some type of effect resist that's just splayed out for the entire team. Is it going to be enough though to fight this Angel? Wow, and is that your favorite unit?
That's my favorite unit indeed. I heard you were talking about punishment, and nobody dishes out punishment in return for his allies like Troublemaker Crozet. Going to be able to get a lot more protection, especially with the presence of that Bellion on board. This is going to be a Hail Mary of counterattacks and a lot of units that benefit from their large HP pools, and that's why we see at the end the finale, the creme de la creme of this draft finishes off with the Rat. The Gal Lilius is too dangerous to stay, and another sort of circumstance, the LRK going to be taking massive amounts of damage and putting it out, constantly being referred to by the counters, by the blind AoE, too dangerous to keep around. And speaking of dangerous, we've got the Ran S2, the S3 follow-up, attack buff up, immunity for the whole team. Let's see the kind of damage it does. Politis protected a little bit by the stealth, but won't be for too long as the cutting edge comes in with the Bastion of Hope above her head. We've got an Izar squad decked up and ready to go, ladies and gentlemen.
And that's exactly what poodz's strategy is. ER out the wazoo on all units. You can drop these aggressive units, but do you actually land your debuffs? That is another question for another day. I mean, that is a whole lot of damage. May Chloe's already down to 2/3 of her HP, but now Troublemaker Crozet gets the push-up. We are going to most likely push up this Bellion, and now with no immunity in tow, we are going to be making a big S3 play comes out. Oh boy, this is going to really screw up jeyfour CR. Ooh, everything pushed back. Angel steals the turn, gets provoked, but cleanses that instead. This needs to be a huge, impactful turn for the Angel of Light. She's going to press that S3. Oh boy, jeyfour better hope he lands these debuffs because... Oh, lands it!
Oh, no, landed!
Holy moly! We thought that, you know, like the Ren, everything was going to get resisted, but this may get silenced for a turn, so he has a turn to be able to fight back here.
But the Enrage is still on. It wasn't stripped as a buff, and that means another dual attack here. Of course it comes from the blind, stripping away almost all the skill nullifiers, earning a counterattack in response, and let it rip, Landy. Another follow-up with the AoE splash, healing her up like she never took that damage in the first place.
And that's the power of the Navy Captain Landy. No matter how behind you are, any AoE attacks is going to be able to come through. Elbrus Ritual Sword is just so proficient at punishing all of those AoEs, and once again, silence coming in on the main Chloe.
Another full cycle of no cleanse 2 is so big for like Bellion unable to get any of the buffs, like no healing, no nothing, no effectiveness, no crit chance. Well, let's hope there's
and
crit
another
chance here.
Elbrus that is going to land a lot of damage, but this Bellion with the counter set with the 3F, and it hits again, taking out 2 units. Salvo comes
Slash
back
with
with
anyone in
Captain
return?
Landy. Is it
No,
going to
just
be enough?
barely.
Who's hanging on by a thread across all units?
Oh my lord, the Landy is standing strong, but her entire team suffering for her offensive purity, and the maid Chloe hanging on just a little bit. As Carter was talking, she was gate checked by the AOL, but the AOL's dead and gone, so it's only a couple more seconds until she has to join the rest of her team. Politis with no follow-up, can she just hope for a lucky 3%?
This could be the end!
Down to it. No salvo, so
no salvo.
Poodz is hanging on by a thread here now. Who do you go for? You can try to fish for the May Chloe, or do you just want to go for maybe the Bellion or the Troublemaker to close out the match? jeyfour has a decision to make 15 seconds on the board for him, and is going to fish around on May Chloe. Salvo comes out. I think this is taking her out right here. Troublemaker Crozet goes out as well, so this turns into a 1v1.
Just a quick soul burn to get through. That buff block is really the most dangerous element though right now. A farewell gift from the AOL, because if we had gotten that heal that she had just gone on the previous turn, it might have been enough here to turn the tide. Another follow-up. Is this going to land us in the damage proc we need?
Oh, it
It
does!
just barely! The 3F goes off, and that is the first victory for Poodz!
What a freaking villain right there. That's what we're talking about. You know, we've seen people say in chat, in what universe does Navy Captain Landy lose this? And in this current iteration of Earth C17, we are witnessing a 3F Bellion making a comeback on the counter build, taking out the Navy Captain Landy and a bunch of these squishy units in this draft.
That was insane. I am so okay. That was the most ridiculous draft from start to dude. The most ridiculous match. Early ran into full tank pivot, into 3F Bellion, into the ER player getting tagged by the stray AOL with Spirit's Breath, into tag again on S1, into super leaning towards Poodz when everyone on the Navy Captain Landy's team died, and then the Navy Captain looking like she was gonna take it back, like she just needed one more salvo, one more ultimate, or one more hit to clean it out, and then the Bellion procs off of no soul burn into 3F rocket to kill, despite not critting one time. Oh my, what a roller coaster! That was a crazy match. Like, what just happened?
And continuing off of that, if you're wondering why we are not using round mode, it's because in the community, at the very least, round mode's just a little bit played out. So we're going with the OG format. Also, quick note for the admin, next match, if this makes it to game 3, we are swapping it to 3 pre-bans after the first game. So we'll be, you know, we're just playing on this, but after this, we're going to be just moving it up to 3 pre-bans. But going to this, wow, we're looking at these guys coming up with a completely different set of pre-bans and first picks. I mean, jeyfour this time taking away the Sea Phantom Politis. We saw the amount of space she is able to create by pushing back your opponent and speeding up your own team. Now, Poodz, once again, he has to fight from turn 2 position. We are going to lock in the Blood Moon Haze first pick, and now Albedo comes through as well.
No, you mean the Succubus Green Knight, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, the green Succubus, kind of like Karina, but also not really Karina. We're talking about green Karina, boys. HP scaling Karina right here locked in. jeyfour, though, we are going to lock in that Urban Shadow Shoe a little bit earlier this time, and we're going to put it in Last Rider Crow. Okay, going very heavy into the HP scaling, especially now that Death Dealer Ray is banned.
Very interesting that they don't want to play Janua. I apologize, actually, Divine. Did you want to? What were you gonna mention?
Oh, it's
about
okay.
this?
You're more handsome. Go right ahead.
Oh, thank you so much. I was gonna say we've had a shocking lack of Janua, despite the Sea Phantom Politis being shown. I don't recall if he was banned last game. I think Knockwall was also banned last game. It might have been Janua alongside the DDR, but I'm surprised that jeyfour hasn't taken the Janua on 3 as like the unbannable one. I mean, he's already got Sea Phantom. There's already, you know, the Albedo, the Blood Moon Haste. It feels like he would work well, and maybe the 4-5 here. Maybe he was saving it for this, and he just wanted to guarantee his mitigation, or maybe his own 3F LRK. Who knows? But he actually opts for the LCB instead.
I think the really interesting part of this strategy, from Poo's perspective, is he's actually protecting his Arrowell, which I guess it's mainly for the Urban Shadow Shu matchup. But I would think that from his perspective, from that spot that he plays in, you would rather protect the Midnight Gala Lilius and just play all supports around like that one single DPS, right? It's something that a lot of these turn 2 players can absolutely employ now, especially because from a turn 2 perspective, you have a looser requirement on the structures you need in your draft. So I'm a little bit surprised Poos didn't go for that. And once again, 4th pick traded on both sides. So no LCB for jeyfour. And we got the Gala Lilius taken out from Poos. So, you know, there's definitely a little bit of respect there put on Poos' name. Everybody's seen that Gala Lilius and what gear she's on. So we know for sure that at the very least, you know, her turns matter.
Now, you were talking about the prevalence and the popularity of 3F earlier there, Valk, but we're seeing one of the other night artifacts that have really taken a shine as of late. Bastion and Prelucia up on both sides, on the Crow and on the Arrowell as well, providing some protection, at least until the Politis decides to strip it. Speaking of which, we've got to strip some of those buffs on the left side. Succubus Knight putting out the Knight. Ooh, not taking away too much and actually receiving a responding volley of the Gardener's Secret, and defense breaks land all around. Exactly what you don't want to see in this kind of position.
I mean, the match starts out, and it's already looking really rough for Poos. He's down most of the damage on his team. I mean, he has like a source and a half of damage, right? Albedo, technically a bruiser, and so is Blood Moon Haste. But into this, especially without that Maid Chloe supporting them, it is going to be a rough matchup. Haste does counterattack, though, heals a little bit off of this Biblos. However, that is going to trigger another one of these counterattacks, lands the defense break, which puts Poos further into the hole, and now he needs to be able to stun the Shu. Otherwise, when she generates enough tempo, she will be an unstoppable rock of momentum, just rolling down at all of these HP units that Pood is trying to support.
You know,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good.
I was gonna.
I
apologize. I was gonna say, you know, the Biblos pick here felt so weird to me, because if you just take a look at left side, all it kind of looks like here is maybe the Albedo S2 as the counter, but this entire team looks like it's starting to counter, which is why I see why jeyfour now has the Biblos. But I mean, even the Moon Bunny here, I'm a little bit concerned for what she's doing here. It doesn't really look like there is an extra turn to be had or some real value out of this. Maybe he would have done a little bit better with like another cleanser healer. He looks like he's solo DPS Albedo, which could be the case. If this S3 ends up being a big nuke,
it needs to land here. I mean, more importantly, you just want to strip. Misses the defense break, unfortunately, but the unbuffable will be able to hold back the Urban Shadow Shu. I mean, we could already lost our chance to block the Enrage buff, but at the very least, for 2 turns, we don't have to worry about the Bzzzt, which is going to be landing a lot of fixed damage and adding injury to all of our tanky HP scaling units. So, Poos sure is breathing a sigh of relief at that, and look at her there. Soul Burst that S1 into a defense broken target, and absolutely not a lot of damage coming through. So Poos needs to be able to ride this momentum with the speed buff he has on that Albedo, on the solo DPS, and work down these units one at a time. But that's not what you want to see.
The
defense break on your main DPS. Defense break being the highest damage multiplier in the game outside of true damage, and oh boy, 4 defense broken targets now for poodz. Can he weather the storm? The Urban Shadow Shoe is coming. Unbuffable, yes, but she is at full focus bar, and that passive is going to reset her ultimate, giving her so much power versus these HP scalers.
Water's Origin gives our Blood Moon Haste a chance to push up here and put out some damage before the throne comes down. Heavy is the crown that wears the king, that is worn on the king's head, I should say. And I'm going to also say heavy is how I'm feeling about this match right now, because it doesn't seem to be that evenly split. I'm going to have to declare it. Poodz, our Lord and Savior, looks like he's in a bad spot. Especially with the resist on that sleep.
With you, Heavy is the succubus's knight's back when she has to carry a whole team of HP units versus an Urban Shadow
counter?
Shoe. I'll tell you what.
Into strip. Oh, that really does not heal that much, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it heals something like 8% of your haste HP, which, you know, it's not bad, especially considering how much HP you can put on him. But against the incoming waves of just sprinkler from this Biblis, it is a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, even worse, she is going to heal a little bit from the S3. Urban Shadow Shoe and her Rat Squad, Rat Pack Up, say it in chat, is ready to put down the Hammer of Dawn. A quick counterattack, 2 actually, as you can see from the Blood Moon Haste. Maybe a final bit of resistance from this squad because the pop hasn't happened yet. And there it goes, leaving him at a measly 1 HP. He may be looking dapper in the suit, but he also might just be buried in it in a couple seconds here as Biblis does the gentleman his honors.
Oh, the chandelier drops, blinds comes through, and the haste drops. You hate to see it here, you know, it looked like poodz had an HP advantage over jeyfour if you just look at the top HP bar prior to that turn, but especially with the shoe, how much damage she does, and being able to just chip back poodz unit scaling with that injury, it might be too much to handle for poodz, especially even with the Arrowwell. I don't think poodz got what it takes here. It's looking rougher and rougher for him.
On that note of too much to handle, I believe our Arrowwell, her battery of HP protecting the team is almost over with, and so it seems that the match is over, and we see victory going over the jeyfour. Finally, the second match is underway. The third has come to pave today, and I will soon see a crowned king among these two. Among us? Anyway, the match has to go on, and it's 1-1 for each of them. Little bit of a mispicked maid, says poodz. A little bit of a Kryga also going out. You can feel it, but it's a tournament nonetheless. You've got to bring your best, even when you're not technically bring your best.
I mean,
so
no
it's gonna
matter
go over
what,
it's
a tournament. Every game matters. If you make a mistake, that is on you, and you got to play through it, right? And that's just how much of a trooper poodz is. I've seen it enough times. Poodz makes a mistake, and he has to play through it. And being a Darkest Dungeon 2 main, poodz actually is fairly proficient at playing through debuffs, and that's one of the specialties he's always held.
You know what they say, Valk? You know what they always say? Overconfidence is a crude and insidious killer. And let's see if a little bit of a beatdown from jeyfour has set things back in motion and put our king in his rightful place. Do we actually know anything about jeyfour?
No, I've never seen him around, but hey, he took a game off poodz, and I think that's pretty impressive. Volcanix says, jeyfour, my ex-guildie. That guy sucks. Well, damn, that's big words for a guy that took a set off or took a game off poodz. You know, I don't think he's anything to be scoffed at if you can just take a game off poodz like that.
Hey. You're talking about Volcanix there, and remember, he is a premier star. They got absolutely robbed in certain other tournaments we won't name us.
Guys, the pre-ban Gala-Lilius! Oh my god, dude!
He's not about it anymore. I mean,
She's
that's why
invited.
we play in a tournament. You adjust to your opponent's strategy, and you play around them. And, I mean, Bellion's out, Gala-Lilius is out. You do not deserve to move Ron in the tournament if you got one strategy that, at least in the first 2 games, gets sniffed out by your opponent, and they can put you away in game 3, right? Because, guess what? If your strategy is that easy to sniff out, I mean, moving to tomorrow, we're going to have game 4, we're going to have game 5, and you're going to need an even deeper bag to reach into to bail you out of situations like this, right?
Now, I need both of you to take a second, really pull up your arm, adjust your watch on your wrist and look down, because I believe we just went 15 minutes back in time, seeing a very similar draft unfolding before us right now, reminiscent of the first match, but with some learnings, some leanings, and a protected citizen, Troublemaker Crozet, unbannable, wholly offensible, and absolutely key in putting out what this team needs. And in addition, the Bibless, the sanctimonious Gardener, who is instrumental in the previous match, will also be protected for this match going forward.
And look at what time it is. It's Dame time, because that Succubus Knight, that fairly lovely Dame, will be protected by the Troublemaker Crozet in the back. However, that is challenged by that Bibless. I mean, we saw her make such a huge impact last match, and coming into this game as well. There's going to be so many counterattacks between the Albedo, between the Troublemaker Crozet. Those are hard counterattacks you can actually force your opponents to make. And last pick, we are locking in that Savior Auden for poodz. We are going into the Lone Crescent Bellona, and we want to one-shot her ASAP.
Yes, there's so much AoE going about and around this team right now, and so many problems, as you said before. You know, the defense break, obviously a horrible status effect to be hit, but if your whole team is hit with it, and you're getting hit with a Landy Volley at the same time, it might be good night for you very soon. On that note of good night, a fair maiden with her parasol will not be appearing towards the end of the match here, banned out with the Maid Chloe as well. Thank God we don't have to say
Paladin
any
completely
names.
banned out. That unit can not only one-shot guaranteed hit on our Savior Auden, but also before she attacks, she will strip all buffs, so remove things like that, make Chloe revive. Definitely a very scary pick 5 from jeyfour. poodz has to be able to respect that. Presence of Mind bans it out. We're going in. Rand takes the first turn. S2, we're not seeing an RNL proc. However, 3 buffs on this Rand. He is going to be hitting, and once again, can poodz resist?
Oh God, he hit Auden.
Especially the defense. He hit Auden.
He hit Auden. I was about to say, I was like, I could... Resisted just barely, but will it resist this follow-up as well?
It resists the defense break, which is the huge part, but this time, 2 defense break from the Bibless lands on 2 character on poodz side. That is a little bit spooky.
Plenty of damage, plenty of debilitating debuffs could go around right now.
3 hits on Aiden in a row? Surely not 4.
This is fake. This unit's not even Auden, bro.
Oh my God.
Somebody find that chocolate slime. I heard they've recently learned the ability to morph, and our Auden is being sacked because, oh my goodness, that does not look like an Auden. The Auden I know can evade, and then hit back a giga hard. And look at this poor thing. She's blind. She's got ligma. She's got COVID. It does not feel good to be her right now. That's gotta be a chocolate slime.
She's got a protector, and that man's name is Troublemaker Crozet. A little bit of wipe, cleansing of those buffs, saying goodbye to them. A little bit of defense buff on top for our poor princess. And she one-shots right there.
That might be big. I'll just give you a, that might be big. One-shotting the Lone Crescent Bellona. One of the anchors to jeyfour's comm. 1 anchor down. We only got another to go. Albedo is still blind. Do we go for that S1 or no? We're just going to soul burn into the S3, lower cooldown. We don't care about the blind. And we're just going to start working on that Navy Captain Landy ASAP. Damage comes through. Defense break lands. 3F doesn't proc.
Oh no.
But that is
I'm seeing it right now. The follow-up attack, and she's wiped off the field.
Oh my God.
Anti-crit, more like get hit, a little bit of respect, a little bit of revenge for the Savior Auden, finally dealing out some damage after how much she's taken, escorting poodz safely across the finish line. Your winner here, ladies and gentlemen. The king sits haughty upon his throne. Now say your respects and go home.
And poodz right there just knocks him out. You know, we were looking at it, we're like, oh boy, this Bibble is looking real scary. Oh, that's a defense break, that's a debuff. But you know what? At the end of the day, none of those things take your HP to 0. You actually still have to put the damage in afterwards, and poodz just took that opportunity, took the turn between the first and the second turn, right? That's what it means to be a turn 2 player. You let your opponent play the game, and while your opponent is still charging up for their second wave of offense, you just run them over completely. And that's a masterclass turn 2 play from poodz. And boy, speaking of another masterclass, I think we're going to be seeing another case of an extremely fast player versus an extremely slow player, isn't it?
Well, it's
if you're referring to the slow or the fast player being XLR, not to leak any strategies or anything like that, but after last season, I heard a very loud and pronounced "I am never playing Cleave ever again" from one of the people on screen right now. I won't tell you who it is, but we might see a little bit of Laya, we might see a little bit of Blood Moon Haste plus Pivot down. Huh?
You talking about Light E7?
No, XLR.
Bro, you just leaked it, man. I was trying to help you not leak it, man. You're like, yeah, I'm trying not to leak it. It's somebody on screen, somebody who signed up to the turn. Like, I'm like, oh, you mean Light E7, right? After E7 WC, he started playing standard. Like, man, I was trying to help you segue. Anyway, you know, like how Light after E7 WC last year, he's like, hey, maybe playing fast isn't it, right? Maybe I want to slow it the fuck down, and I want to really just play that turn 2 playstyle. I want to be able to adapt to everybody. I was going for one of those.
I was like, oh, dude, wait, did I see someone? Like, am I missing up usernames or something? I got so confused by what you were saying.
Either way, the boys are locked in. We got, known Cleaver XLR9. With Volcanix, I don't know. This is one of your boys, Divine. How would you say Volcanix playstyle comes down to?
I say it's exactly like his real life is mirrored as well. Volcanix, also known as the Great Threat of Tucson, Arizona. He's actually a bounty hunter in the area, well known for devising strategies to take down his targets, to spending hours, sometimes even days on the hunt for various ne'er-do-wells and criminals. He devises a unique strategy, a unique plan for every encounter, and I remember something he said to me once. He looked me in the eyes, and this is what he said while I was doing my trip across the country. There are many traps you can design for a man, but for your opponents, let them deign their own disasters.
And
right?
speaking of traps a man can design, I mean, I've not seen a bigger trap in a first pick. You got Laya in the first pick, which I think in this current format, with that third pick ban protection, is one of the strongest units. I mean, we already know the I want to end legend draft, and when you can guarantee one of your units, no matter what, will make it through the draft, I think it just makes it so hard for the other player to play. XLR, though, will pick up that first pick Blood Moon Haste, followed by Conqueror Lilius, so a lot of utility and combat stats going always for his team. Not only do we have the revive, we got the immunity, we got the barrier, and on top of all of that, we got that vigor buff coming in from Conqueror Lilius, one of the fan favorites for a long time.
That vigor buff is going to be impactful, providing the additional attack and the additional defense, which is always going to keep you safe, even through the worst of disasters. We're actually getting a little bit, as I can see, a little bit of information from chat over here. Okay, all right, display unit coming in with the hot tip. Volcanix also responsible for dealing with some of the Boeing whistleblowers. Not quite sure what that means, but I'm sure having that additional attack, having that additional defense is what prepped him ready to take down his target in supreme fashion, and I'm going to need to be defended because I'm 2 steps away from tucking in the sleep. Moon Bunny Domino appears, and I can feel the hour of sleep crossing the bridge very much soon.
And this is the exact type of play I like to see with third pick ban protection. My opponent picks an early Conqueror Lilius, I'm just going to lock in the Moon Bunny. And on top of that, Nadalon Monk Knockwool locked in for Volcanix. I mean, 2 of the best counters to that monk is the Moon Bunny as well as the Laya, which he has stolen away for himself. So he has this package of just really annoying units that now XLR has to contend with, has to figure out what he wants to do and how he wants to counter this third pick. That must be difficult for him in this position. And, you know, Volcanix already set himself up well. This is actually a very proficient trap. I want to see how he closes this draft.
Oh my god, the Mediator Cowrick and Fire Ravi on 3-4. I'm not gonna lie, guys, I was really expecting something like a Rand to kind of, you know, deal with and strip the Moon Bunny of her buffs, but hey, guilty as charged. Maybe I was right. Maybe he doesn't play Cleave anymore. I know he has had Cleave he has had Rand built in the past, but Fire Ravi, definitely one of the better options, I think, to Laya right now. Just in case if you guys haven't seen it, by the way, her S3 change does make it feel much worse, to be honest, when you do have to use it, especially if there are things like immunity or there are like big bulkier kind of units on the team. Formerly, it used to have the 50% defense penetration, which hit like a truck. But now I think a lot of people are relying more on the counters and her S1 to kind of make things work. But looks like he's going Arya and Stene now.
Yeah, I'm locking it in for a top 4 fight. I have a question for both of you boys before the post bans comes through. How much do you think XLR is setting up to force ban the monk? He's just going to brute force the Arya, brute force through the Steny, and he's just going to ban the monk. What do you think are the likelihood of that? Because if you're XLR, you have to think to yourself, do I want to, you know, ban out one of the DPS, or do I just want to take out the monk and just be done with it?
Interesting. The last pick into Landy there.
I think
he's definitely banning it now.
Both of his last 2 DPSs, and there it is. There's the monk force ban, and you can't let this Landy make it through. We're playing Fire Ravi through the Arya, and pretty sure XLR's plan is, I'm just gonna make it work. We're gonna need to force ban that monk. That monk is in too strong of a spot.
Whatever happens, the monk needs to go.
This looks crazy. There's the Conqueror Lilius and the Meteor Calric, of course, very strong combo here. But there is the Steny that has like 4 layers of protection now. She has the Arya, she has the Moon Bunny, Skill Null. Even more so now, now that she's been cleansed, there's the Laya here to protect her. We do have, of course, the Fire Ravi here to put off a lot of damage, to injure. Some backline access with her skill 3 if she manages to get dragged, but she doesn't in this case. But I am really concerned with how XLR is going to deal with the Spectre Tenebria. She's got no attack down. She's going to have an attack buff, assuming that the Moon Bunny doesn't die here. Also has the barrier, or the, I apologize, the stealth, which doesn't really matter from Arya, but can't be hit. And he's got a bunch of single targets on left side.
I mean, that is always the big power of being able to spring out a late pick Spectre Tenebria. When your units are that tanky, you can hide your Spectre Tenebria behind that Arya, behind the Laya, and in this case, you got both units going on. Moon Bunny maybe a little bit of a weak link there in terms of her bulk, but she will be able to speed up Volcanix's draft there, pushing up the entire team on the combat readiness bar. The attack buff is going to be so impactful. Volcanix now gets to dictate the terms of this game. In my mind, he just activates the Spectre Tenebria right there, and we're going to start chipping down the Blood Moon Haze very slowly, but no, instead he goes for the Soul Burn. He's going to try to push for damage there, but Vigor buff onto the Blood Moon Haze really doesn't seem like it's hitting particularly hard at all.
Yeah, the Water's Origin proccing twice, the Warhorn coming up. I was going to say that with Volcanic's composition, I really do like the amount of access he has to CR manipulation of sorts here at the beginning of this match. Of course, with the Moon Bunny S3, with the Elia S2, and now another set of buffs, the protection, the counter set, and more importantly, the Hand of God. Will this strip land? No, of course not. Bastion and plenty of ER
one of the
keep
few
that
ways
away.
you can really get in that effect resistance for the Arya. Counterattack goes in. One more stack.
Oh, it drags the Arya!
Yup, pulls the Arya. Now she's ready to going to blow her load. Chain Crow comes through. Big blast. Lots of damage, hopefully. And oof, that's a good bit of damage. But you know, I'll be honest, that's not as much damage as I think she should have thrown out. It almost feels like Volcanix is a bit behind on tempo. Like, you do a lot of damage there, but if you kill anything that's not the Blood Moon Haze, you might end up losing your whole house.
Yeah, Ravi's got the ability to S3 when she takes her turn again, but it really, I think, will come. Oh,
wait a minute.
Ooh, it strips a defense buff here.
Yep, always
so
bottom
still
left
does a
buff
decent amount.
gets stripped, and now, whoa, that's a lot of damage. No defense, but fully defense penetrating, and the Haste is ready to go. I mean, the Spectre Tenebria now working it down, burning as much as it can. Conqueror Lily is not long for this world as well, but as
pull from the Spectre Tenebria.
Oh, this is actually a pretty close game. Laya, though, out of stealth now. That is going to be a close one. Pushing all the tempo onto this Laya. Can XLR catch up and put away the units he need to in time, especially getting this Blood Moon Haste another turn?
It kills her!
Yep, there it is. Conqueror Lilius goes down, and the rework Blood Moon Haze. Barrier up, immunity up, and we got the Blood Rush. What's the unique buff called? Blood Aura on the Haste. We got extra effectiveness, and on top of that, now that S3 is going to come through with double damage. Looking like this Arya is in trouble. We need to get Spectre Tenebria at the turn, and we need to be able to close out this Blood Moon Haze.
Laya has S3.
Soulburn comes through. That's a big turn.
Absolutely, it's a big turn, and it's going to be going into the Blood Moon Haste. Is that child going to disappear?
He's
You'll see him on a milk carton, ladies and gentlemen. Catch a milk carton. That kid is gone. Absolutely bamboozled. Deleted off the face of the game. And now the follow-up attacks come in. We've got the Arya. We've got the Spectre Tenebra. A whole host of damage. And one lone Ravi stands in the way. Is she enough to pull this game back? We'll find out in a couple seconds.
I would say the Ravi has a tiny window between the Arya's ultimate putting up her own counterattack buff, but with the Laya reset, is there really room for XLR to fight back? Because normally, yes, this is the off turn, but now look at that. If the Arya comes back, I think XLR is just in trouble once again.
Ooh, a decent amount of damage to the team as well, but if so long as there are cool. Oh, and the Moon Bunny has her doctor's bag back up. Oh.
Yep, cleanses one set of debuffs, both stuns go, and once again, Volcanix is back in the driver's seat, pushing that tempo. Spectre
Another
Tenebra
pull
being
from
pulled
the
again,
Spectre
takes out the
Tenebra.
Meteor Choleric. That's a unit you do not want to see go down. You need all the support you can get right now.
Cleanses the sleep. But Spectre Tenebra are back in the position with the S3. Is this going to just be a meter dump? Do the souls go away? No, but the S3 does go away with the attack buff. Let's see how much damage this does. Carving out over half of her life with the paralyzed.
We burn the cleanse, so Fire Ravi is going to be missing a turn. Laya takes another
Guitar
turn,
up.
and this unit, she
Guitar
just goes
is
so
up.
fast. Look at her. Another turn, another soul burn. Another high damage nuke. Laya is just so strong in this format. She is so hard to beat. You cannot change my mind.
God.
Oh my goodness. If you're not first pick, you best be banning Laya going forward.
That was crazy.
Well, he's got a little bit of less worries on his head, obviously, with the knockwall being unavailable. I mean, there's not too many units. There's not really a unit I can think of that does a similar thing to knockwall at all. So I'd say he's clear. He's very much protected against the kind of shenanigans she brings to the team. So he should be safe sailing and able to draft without fear, without worry, as we go into the rest of this.
And we're gonna need to see how these guys adapt around each other's playstyles for the pre-bans, because now pre-bans we moved up to 3 once we get past game 1, and look at that, no Blood Moon Haste, no Cease Phantom Politis, no Chinua, and of course Ray, Laya, and Monk removed for the side of Volcanix.
Wait,
now
do
that
they
he
actually
no
get the
longer
pick?
has that first pick, he has to ban the Laya. Lots of respect being put up all around.
Wait, do they actually get to pick their rebands?
Yeah. We're doing the OG format where you can adjust your rebands,
thank you. I thought it was still round format.
No,
so...
bro. We
Okay.
we done with round mode. We done with
thank
2023. All right, bro. We in 2024 now. We go back to the OG format.
Well, I'm glad the knockwall got banned anyway. I just look like a psychic now. Speaking of which, somebody who relies on a psychic for most of his decisions, Zio coming out. That's right. I even know the lore of this game, unfortunately. And on the note of unfortunate, our favorite liver victim is also going to be joining the farewell king of Zio on right side. Volcanix choosing to speed up, but still pick those openable counters, as well as XLR9 now getting to pick a pivotal unit in that third band protected unit, as well as possibly an option of his own to maybe speed, to maybe cleave, and it comes out with Ocean Breeze Luluka and Navy Captain Landy as well.
Ooh, Ocean Breeze Luluka in that protected slot, so you know that when the Moon Bunny presses S3, you are going to be getting a nasty follow-up clapback from the Luluka. But Volcanix has one strong card up his sleeve, and ooh, I was going to say there's one of 2 units. There's 2 units you could put in that spot. You got the Lone Crescent Bologna, which perfectly beats the Landy, and you never have to worry about it. And the other one you have Solitaria. You can always hold back all the focus for the Luluka, and on top of that, just pepper down XLR with the debuffs, opting for the Lone Crescent Bologna, and we are going to be protecting our team with the Unbound Knight Arrowell.
You also know, in addition, that a Solitary in that position would mean no focus for other powerful units as well, such as Urban Shadow Shoe, so it could have been an honest-to-God option for him to draft strong Bruiserous options going forward, but he goes for the Lone Crescent Bologna path instead, and we'll see if that's a rewarding one, or one that ultimately leads to a tumultuous fall for our hero on the right side, for the threat of Tuscan, Arizona.
I think I see where this draft is going. Volcanix actually taking taking a page out of Winter Wish's book. We are going to lock in the solo DPS, Lone Crescent Bellona, and we're just drafting an entire team to support her. Now that you cannot ban this unit in that third pick, that is actually something you can secure for yourself. Elvira comes through holding back all the fighting spear for the Lone Crescent Bellona, and we need one more last pick being able to just fight her and go toe-to-toe with her. XLR decides that last unit is going to be the Abyssal Euphine. I'm curious who Volcanix is going to ban. Both of those units are slightly tough matchups, but more likely you're just taking out the Elvira just to save yourself the headache of encountering all of these extra turns.
I'm very confused by the Oh, is that a full DPS Zeo? That has to be, right? Or, oh, I guess this was just so much of a force ban. I was a little bit afraid of, oh, I guess, brain rot, I forgot. You can't ban the third pick slot. I was gonna say, like, maybe
you
some really interesting strategies.
Okay, yeah. Oops, my bad. I was looking to see what DPS he was going to pick here to compensate with it, but he already has it. It does look like there's at least a hybrid, or there's a decent amount of damage on this Zeo, though. He does have book, 10.4k HP. I think this is going to be one of those games that it's either a Landy robbery or left side or right side is going to instantly take the game. I want to say we've got Moon Bunny again.
The Conqueror Lilius, but you know, you usually have the Zeo, you got the Moon Bunny to limit her potential, but with the Ocean Breeze Luluka being able to cleanse her, and in this case, removes the silence, removes the sleep, Conqueror Lilius still gets to do what she wants to do. Ice Cream buff, Vigor buff in tow, defense buff as well. We do not need a tank for our team. XLR marches forward, stopped only by these 4 skill nullifiers that's been put up. Euphine gets pulled on the dual attack, so we are going to be able to clear them, but Lone Crescent Bellona bats back as well. Lots of damage does come through. However, much of it does get mitigated by the defense, Vigor, and the Ice Cream buff.
Valk, I've told you before, but I've been having nightmares of late. Terrible visions that keep me up at night and haunt my dreams. And it's a draft where I'm fighting down against Navy Captain Landy and Abyssal Euphine. These are nightmares to many players, such as I. These are situations we never want to see ourselves in. Picking up the Vigor buff for his own team with the Lone Crescent Bellona, but is it enough to bridge the gap against these 2 terrible twin maidens on their christening voyage to put down Volk and his chances of winning here in the tournament?
I mean, Volcanix is already looking like he's in a really strong spot. The only other problem he has to worry about now is how to deal with that Abyssal Euphine. We already took out the Conqueror Lilius, even though she did leave a parting gift of 4 Vigor buffs, well, 3 in this case, for her team. And that is going to be a huge factor coming into these bruiser slugfests. You know, you're going to be punching through, getting hit back, so you're going to need all that attack and defense to be able to prop up your overall team structure and saving you more HP in total. Landy now finally gets to pop off. We got the counter. Do we get the salvo? Bellona bats back. A little bit of damage goes through the salvo. You do not want to see a salvo here. Lone Crescent Bellona is a little bit too strong, but a Landy turn here is huge. You need to take out as many units as you can. Lone Crescent Bellona is famously known for scaling with the amount of teammates she has alive, and another back here. And XLR just needs to go through it. Vigor's gonna let him help tank through the damage, and goes through.
The Zeo's dead.
The Zeo. We are probably dropping the Bunny soon, and if the Lone Crescent Bellona runs out of teammates, she is actually in big trouble.
Speaking of which, there's a troublesome thing coming on the horizon, and that is the Euphine clawed her way up here, and with her full stacks, she's not going to go down just yet. The defense buff keeps her up, and the trauma, the repressed memories, all those days at the KFC with the burner not working, with the workers yelling, all the horrible noise of capitalism reigns in her ears. Is this slice enough? No, just barely not.
We might be seeing a Winter Witch replay. It drops a Euphine, but a Holy Sack brings her right back. Oh god, Luluka hangs on by a thread as well with the defense buff. Now with full focus is going to be looking to debuff this Bellona. Bellona needs to pray. We do not like blind here. Blind would take away so much of our chances, and now Bellona is actually stuck in a lone 1v3.
Ooh, she's so low too.
The soul burn here gets the hit anyway.
Oh boy, this is actually a really dangerous spot.
Another
that comes
clapback.
out. We're
Could
in
this
Sacred
finish
Scythe
off
range.
Potion Freeze?
Lots of damage comes through. We're getting extra healing as well.
Another soul burn.
Look at Gisenia. Do you soul burn here, or do you say
Is
that
it a cosmetic debuff? That's the only question. It's a cosmetic debuff. It doesn't matter. Everything hits. Everything acquits. Right down to the finish line. Ladies and gentlemen, out of the courts, beating the allocations is Volcanix. If the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit and show he makes it firmly out of this match against XLR9, a previous strong competitor, opening it up and putting him out of the bracket immediately.
And there it is, one of the veterans of the game being dethroned for one of the new come-uppers. You love to see a Volcanix taking his guildmate Winter Wishes draft, using that Lone Crescent Bellona and powering it through, just using sheer gear score, gear power to overcome your opponent. You know, a little splash of luck was involved hitting through those blinds, but hey, that's how the cookie crumbles, and that's how RTA is played.
We chose some good matches to watch, boys. Dude, set 1 and set 2, both bangers. That can only mean our set 3 is even better, right?
Yeah, very excited on my end to see how this goes, of course. Connor, why don't you let the people know what your handsome face has to say about this match?
Sorry. I was gonna say, you can thank that purple border to me, man, because he's only able to tag, or for like 5 days or something, he was only able to tag like me and like KJ, I think, and then when KJ would sleep, I'd have to fight Higa and then, or Slamdancer, and then when I was on and off, dude, I've got like maybe a 30% win rate against the Slamdancer guy. But as you said, guys, the Blood Moon Haste is out, but interestingly enough, Laya actually being taken even with the Cleaver pre-bans coming out. I'm curious if anyone has developed anything to deal with the Blood Moon Haste, even if they are being played more aggressively. Blood Moon Haste is taken, but ML Politics is also open here, maybe for the third pick here. I don't know if we're going to be seeing it on Gruvia side or on Slamdancer side, but I can't imagine that it's going... Little Queen Charlotte on 3?
Well, there's your answer to the Blood Moon Haste, eh?
Don't know if that's a fast Blood Moon or I don't know if that's a fast Little Queen or fast Little Queen Charlotte. Oh, the Celine! First Celine of the tournament for our viewing pleasure, of course. Out in 4th slot to deal with the Laya and the Death Dealer Ray. And a very nice Briar Witch
Machine herself. I finally get to announce one of these. However, you know, for all her troubles, she is matched up against not only a Briar Witch Iceria, but also a Fire Kayron. This is actually not a matchup I expected. Fire Kayron is going to try to anchor himself to the game, whereas Briar Witch Iceria looking to strip all of these buffs, blow everything back, drop a lot of damage on the Celine, on the Janua, and if she strips those immortalities and evasions, might be a lot of trouble for Slamdancer coming into this match.
Top model Luluka!
Yeah, Top model Luluka's actually a fairly competent unit after her buff, especially when you're you know, setting up these pushbacks, and then you can potentially one-shot maybe the LQC, maybe the Ray. No mitigation is going to always be room for her to pop off, so naturally banned out, and these players are heading right into it.
Oh man, we're seeing an ML Politics and Janua on turn 1. Oh, this looks a little bit spooky, I think, for Gruvia here. Unless, of course, if there's... Oh, there's the resist, but there was no soul consolation. I think this Death Dealer Ray is just dead.
Well, hold on, he might be able to hang on. The Fury, the Rage in Janua is strong, but is it enough to claim the life of the Mad Dog? Absolutely not. Not with that kind of damage.
It's killing him.
Oh, no.
Oh, God. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it hit it. Okay.
Yeah,
I thought the S2 was a
Gruvia
little bit weak.
Definitely stuck in one of those, what you might call a tight spot. So from his spot there, Green Celine is just going to rip it on the Little Queen Charlotte. She actually survives by a thread, which is nice. So there is a little bit of comeback potential here. I mean, Blood Moon Haste is one of those units you have to remove first from a fight, otherwise he just pops off on you. But with 3 stealth units behind him, not going to be hard. Oh, you know, I was thinking the Little Queen Charlotte was going to play the game, but I was wrong.
Interesting choice.
Oh my god, wait, perfect tuning. Dude, this Genoa character is not balanced. He just took a turn before his Laya took a set.
Greed, ladies and gentlemen.
What?
It is a sin.
You know,
And
we do
is
go for that
of
soul
vengeance.
burn there. I kind of like it. It's a little bit of a cheeky soul burn. If you hit, you guarantee strip the immortality, and it's just way too strong. And now, look at that. After doing all of that, Genoa flips his hair. We're finally getting to pop off, and he still has an immortality to his name.
Genoa has taken 3 turns before Kayron has taken his first. This character is maybe not balanced, guys, unfortunately. With this Idols chair hit, there's even... Okay, there's no way he's going to take another, right? Ooh. This might not actually be that good here for...
I actually think that Kayron's in trouble here because Kayron versus Genoa is an endgame where the first person to lose their immortality loses. And this Kayron right here needs to one-shot
Well,
this
it
Haste.
was nice while it lasted, ladies and gentlemen. I was about to say, I don't know if we have the damage to kill that, and we definitely did not, and so it ends. So it ends as quickly as it started.
It ends as quickly as it started. You know, we thought deep down inside there was maybe a shred of belief, an ounce of faith reserved for this Fire Kayron to be able to just take out these meta units, these cringe OP broken units, but no, Fire Kayron, not the man to do it.
I'm baffled. I am really baffled, actually, that the Kayron didn't kill the Blood Moon Haste there. It got so low. I was thinking that too many counters onto the Kayron there, and you risk your Blood Moon Haste getting one shot, but it was so close. It had to be within like 1,000 or 2,000 HP. I think things would have looked much different. We even saw the resist there on the ML Politis against the Kayron, which gave the Kayron a little bit more life, but Blood Moon Haste not being given alongside the ML Politis this time. Oh, but Laya being taken in response. Maybe we're going to see a reverse
here's what I
now?
think about last game, right? So because the Kayron did so little damage, I'm inclined to think that it's an effect resist Kayron, which means whenever you pull out one of these cheese picks, right? You pull out one of these trump cards, it's like your Joker in your deck. You have to be able to take a match. And the fact that he busted it out and he did not take a match home, that is a huge loss for anybody who's cheesing with their strategy. And speaking of cheesing, we finally made it. Ray in the 3rd pick slot versus Laya versus Haste. That is a good matchup, but Green Celine, I mean, whew, every time, you know, you can pick her into the ML Poly, you can pick her into the Ray, and she is just going to be able to pop off, and without mitigation, one-tap any of Gruvia's aggressive units. Whichever units get tagged, if they're not one-shot, they're one-shot afterwards.
Yep. And like as you mentioned, Valk and Divine, both of you guys had mentioned this earlier, how people choose to play the 3rd pick protection is going to be really important here. And you're seeing it. This is one of the ways that I think is kind of developing and growing to be a good way to use the 3rd pick. You have a character that you decided to pick on 3 if your first pick. Well, guess what? I'm going to pick a unbannable, guaranteed counter around your cornerstone 3rd pick as well. Death Dealer Ray pretty much can't press any buttons here until the Celine gets dealt with, and because of her buff now, you can't even hit her.
And I
The
really
ML
like
Politis,
the terminology
you know?
you're approaching this draft with. As a very recent Westworld viewer, I'm very attached to the terminology cornerstone of your entire strategy, cornerstone of your draft, cornerstone of your entire account and your identity. And here we're seeing Gruvia make it his cornerstone to be able to shut down these HP scaling units, to be able to shut down all of this extra damage. We got the red Ravi, which can counter the green Celine, and it almost looked like there are no favorable DPS units Slamdancer can pick here. I mean, he can always pick something good last, but I mean, we know what happens to good last picks. They will just get removed right away.
On a similar note to what you were saying, Valk, about a preferential treatment for some terminology, I really do appreciate how both players have maneuvered around this 3rd band protection system. You know, this protection really valuable, teaching you, actually everyone at home, the value of protection. I wish Drake had worn some protection, but instead we have this I wish Drake's father
you
wore
are
some
really
protection,
getting
but instead we have this match.
This is the
underway
ML Divine buff, bro. The ML Divine buff. He's got the BBL Drizzy. He's got the lines. He's ready to spit some hot bars, bro. Everything's gonna be flames up in this bitch. Let's get it.
Actually, I was wondering what is the EE this Celine is on? Is it It's the highest attack? No, it's Grant Stealth. It's Grant Stealth.
No.
This is the highest
Spell
attack.
Salt
So this is
high stack. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you're looking for the highest attack whenever you click on it.
It took me too long to read through. It took me so long. Shoes been disappeared.
And that's the power of the green Celine. All she needed was that survivability in the stealth. And now suddenly, when she comes out, everybody's starting to realize she does a whole lot of damage when you give her the opportunity to.
A whole heckin' lot of damage, and now it's the important part here. What is the primary target chosen in this onslaught, as we need to start picking off the team one by one before we are done?
This looks so scary too for Gruvia, because Laya still has her cleanse. I mean, the ambitious Tywin also still up and running. If he decides to kill anyone but the Blood Moon Haste here, the Blood Moon Haste has the Blood Aura, and that, just based off of the shoe, if the Celine can one-shot the ML shoe, I promise you the Blood Moon Haste is going to one-shot anyone else, and there is some hope if he can try and chunk down the Laya maybe before she gets a turn, but it looks really, really unlikely. Even with the injury, the Celine taking a turn, but... Oh, wait!
Ooh, lots of
she
damage
didn't have
comes
Sweet
through.
Miracles.
Since this is our own tournament, I don't have to filter myself now. That's a lot of bullshit going on for Gruvia's team. For a person who's down one character, he sure put all of that COVID onto left side for Slamdancer over there. Now, as long as Slamdancer weather through this wave and gets his immunity...
Weather waves? Oh, piece of shit.
I don't know why. That's not even that funny, but that caught me off guard. Oh, man. I mean,
the Laya dead! The Blood Aura is proc now!
It's that time of the month! The Blood Aura is activated! You're gonna have to run in fear because of what it means to be here right now. Absolutely a dismantle of the case for left side as well as the strip coming out, the stun, the defense break. It's all terrible. It's all terrible for right side.
Oh man, and just like that, the matchup's been equalized. Defense break on the BBL Drizzy there is going to make it so that he takes way too much damage than Gruvia is comfortable with. But aside from that, you just need to take your turns, push it through, let your Sea Phantom Politis push them back, speed up your team with Enrage. And not only on top of that, come out of that lab in Wuhan and tag your opponent with all the COVID you can.
Oh my god, okay.
Pushing up the Celine in the perfect position to achieve her dreams. Speaking of which, she's got our target on the medical care system right now. Death Dealer Ray, more like Medicare in the USA. It's dead absolutely, like our orange-green giant had just come in the office. Speaking of which, it seems like it's the end of the term for one person here. That's right, Shadow Knight Pillis is going to get retired as Blood Moon Haze comes in with his fire, reviving the Laya and ending the draft. It goes over to Slamdance. Would you look at that?
And Slamdancer takes another clean 2-0. I mean, I know we've watched some clean 2-0s today, but oh my goodness, these sets have been pretty fire. We got some very competitive games, some very new drafts, and on top of all of that, we came up with some real stupid-ass ways to commentate Epic 7. That's honestly it.
I wanna let people know. I wanna share this with the audience real quick. I wanna let people know. Smilegate personally asked me to calm down.
We didn't select their matches to be played, but Rigby does unfortunately get knocked out. So all the Rigby supporters in the chat, in shambles. Your boy couldn't even make it past the first round. How you feel?
Docs down.
Alito does make it past here, and now we can probably confirm the fact that he did take a 2-0 off Gruvia as well. Shin beats Alpha.
Here we go. Oh my good.
Okay, wow.
We got Cleaver pre-bans.
Banned straight up, and while on the other side, so we got some. I can almost see the match play out already. We got a person who bans two of the slowest, most defensive Elbrus Ritual Sword Knights, and a person who bans two of the fastest openers in the game. No Sea Phantom Poly, no Nalkwol, no Bellion, and no Yuffie. We got the Haste as well as Urban Shadow Shu as a response. Urban Shadow Shu, how do you guys feel about her in this meta? I think she's still very strong versus Alaya, but I really don't like her in the first two rotations anymore.
I don't like her because you sort of get these threats like the French Inquisitioner. That's right, je ne sais quoi over here with his long sword, long reach, and specifically the ability to dispatch some of those more dangerous elements that show up in the. You got to breathe, Doc. You got to make it through the end of this tournament. But you might make it through the end of this tournament with protection from somebody like the Unbound Knight Airwell, always there to lend a helping hand. Never mind, you fuckers get to go to sleep, and maybe that sleep might be permanent because Death Dealer Ray is operating on you. Reminds me a little bit of my last doctor, if I'm going to be honest with you.
Your last doctor gave you COVID?
Man. No, my last doctor gave me cancer. But
yeah, we're just glad you're cancer free now, buddy. But Death Dealer Ray in that third pick, very deadly versus the Airwell and versus the Laya. And you know what? On top of all of that, the sleep does mess up that turn-to-turn utility you want from the Janua, the very high-tempo play. I mean, this guy's like a rocket ship. He blasts off into space, but he really just has that 1 to 2 turns to be able to do it. Green Celine as a response. So now we know the Urban Shadow Shoe is in danger. We know the Spectre Tenebria is in danger, unless you do not want to play your game, but that's an interesting unit.
The last piece, Karen, on 5.
The buffs do something I'm not sure about. We patched out the
we
damage
patched out that
thing,
damage
right?
bug that where she just kills everything. So I don't know. Hey, maybe he knows something we don't.
Maybe he's playing just one mini patch behind.
I mean, look. All things considered, I do think Last Piece Corinne is an extremely proficient assassin, but into Death Dealer Ray, where he can just strip that stealth, strip that barrier. Is this a matchup you still want to take? We're going to have to find out in this match. Soiree versus Noluckporing, game 1.
Ooh, the last piece Karen cutting here. She's got a little bit more health, 9.5 HP.
It's his profile unit. It's his profile unit. You know what that means? Fucking 450 gear score, bro. 450 gear score. You ready?
480 gear score, bro.
480 gear score. Not even 480 fucking gear score. Bro, we're ready. I'm ready. I'm hype. I'm hype. I'm hype. Show it to me. Show it to me.
One shot this Blood Moon Haste, otherwise
all right, get out of here.
So close! Oh my god, did you just see that?
Oh my god. Yeah, it almost one-shot the Death Dealer Ray, but still, I mean, your team is getting tempoed on. Your team is taking that injury damage. You need to land this hit right here. Drag something in. And, whoa, okay. Instead, though, we are going to be putting down that S2, and we're putting our units ahead. Janua now taking the turn, and it's just looking like we're activating our Blood Moon Haze, huh?
Oh, is he trying to stun it now? Oh, is he trying? Oh, wait, that was a great idea for the splash too. Wait, and then so he activated the Blood Moon Haste, and now he's putting it to sleep, and he's gonna try and kill it next turn with the last piece, Karen. He's a genius!
Wow, and yeah, chaining the turns perfectly here. Noluckporing. We thought he was cooking with this Blood Moon Corinne, but instead he's actually putting his opponent in the oven. Although your Janua getting stunned there, not exactly something you want to see. Blood Moon Corinne, we get the soul burn, burns in 13k damage into the haze, takes him out right there. Shu now has a very limited amount of time to be able to make yourself useful. You need to be able to protect the Spectre Tenebria. You are the last bastion. Janua here not being able to get pulled with a dual attack, but we pulled the last piece, Corinne, and look at how much damage that is.
This is absolutely the Kukerbat special. This is absolutely the Kukerbat special where you pick the character that your namesake that you want to be known for, and you gear them up the wazoo. You give that prim and proper princess everything she needs to do her job, and even a little bit more, and she's gonna be claiming her 3rd kill in the match here in a couple seconds. Rearms.
She gets it to go again. Spectre Tenebria had one chance to fish her out of the stealth and take her out, but that will not land because another kill will just go through right here. Urban Shadow Shoe not long for this world. Manica of Control. We cannot hit. We cannot miss. And all that damage is coming through. Lone Spectre Tenebria
going for all 4 kills, securing the ace on terms of this game's possibilities. Oh my god, last piece, Corinne, I told you.
Where's the damage chart? That had to be like literally 100,000 damage just from her. What a crazy last piece, Karen.
Let's go see game 2. I want to see how Noluckporing readjusts the draft. Now that his opponent knows his games, knows his tricks, knows his one trick, how does he keep winning from this point on? An absolute white knight of a man?
No, oh my god, the pre-ban last piece, Karen.
Oh, we do not like having fun here. I mean, look, if I got embarrassed like that on stream in front of hundreds of people, I might be a little bit on the, I might be looking out for my opponent. I might be looking out what one tricks he might be teching in, and I might be taking it out. Look, if there's $200 and 5,000 Sky Stones on the line for me in the prize pool, I can respect that type of play.
Listen, as somebody who runs Troublemaker Crozet on their profile and thus runs a 275 speed Troublemaker Crozet, I get it, right? You've gotta be aware of what people have in their back pocket. I know a lot of people wife up LPK, and you're gonna dress her best, and that's just a smart sign in my book. Get her out of there.
I will say though, Noluckporing really making the most out of this first pick. He gets himself Laya again, responded to by the Blood Moon Haste, by the Fire Ravi, and these are two units that are kind of tuned, right? They're buffed specifically to be able to survive in this meta and make an impact. And here Noluckporing, you know, we respond with the Janua for one, but who's our second? And here our man is going to lock in that
Famir.
Okay. Wow.
Famir Celine, he's got the elements.
I'm gonna keep it real. I was not expecting that. I thought for sure Noluckporing, you know, the old battleship, right? The old safe and steady. And suddenly, I'm looking at a red unit, a green unit, and suddenly a blue Famir as well. You know, Fire Ravi, I kind of question whether or not she's fast enough, right? You need that speed tuning to be able to pull off a perfect Famir draft. So in this case, do you have what it takes, right? Can you get above your opponent? And essentially let this Famir pop off before she just kind of gets melted by the, you know, if the Janua hits her, she can melt. If there's any counterplay that comes through, they can get popped off as well.
Oh my god, dude.
Elagos.
Chef after chef after chef. Shaltir, Elagos. Famir, Celine, Fire Ravi, Blood Moon Haze. This is
why I like casting over playing. Like, I really want to be focused on enjoying the fact that somebody just pulled out a triple fire DPS draft, as opposed to have to worry about how to not die to it, right? And Politis pulled out as well, but I mean, when you get a unit like that that's that strong, they might just get taken out of the draft.
Yeah, absolutely. As I'm looking out at the match right now, it's absolutely stunning to see all these characters coming out, and an absolute ban going out for both fifth side picks there. As you can see, we absolutely cannot let them through as we get down into the match, and we're going to see a fight between these two. Noluckporing might just come out with the win, seal the deal, or left side, I'm not even going to attempt the name, left side might bring it all back. We're going to see in a couple minutes right now who is the absolute.
Oh, and Shaltir takes that first turn. Very aggressive. I'm sorry, Vampire Paladin takes the first turn. Aggressive expression on her face. We're dropping that bloody lance. S3 is going to come through. 100% hit chance. We do not land the kill, but that's a lot of damage onto the Famir. And, ooh, surviving with just 500 HP left to her name. She gets the S3 off. We are going to push back slow on the Janua. Misses the pushback, which sends the air wall to the top of the CR bar.
Ooh, the same game plan may not be doable here. He was just a little bit of damage off from being able to do this into the Famir. Oh, but now this feels a little bit worse, I think, because if he crits... Ooh, now Blood Moon Haste can actually one-shot, probably, I mean, maybe not one-shotting, or it's probably not able to one-shot anyone here, actually, now that we see the escort in the
Typically, probably too tanky, Laya too tanky, right? So yeah, instead, we're going to go for the Soul Burn, takes out the barrier, and just heals the team a little bit, and now we're going to be tempoing up with the Celine as well as the Fire Ravi. That Fire Ravi needs to be able to do a lot of work, otherwise, there is not a lot of ways for us to be able to close out this Janua.
Injury set Celine? No, I'm just
no injury set. But that is a lot of damage, though. I mean, this Lion needs to be able to heal herself soon, otherwise this Haze might come down on her with that big scythe and send her back home into the lobby.
Send you back to the Fortnite battle bus with you. Dogs come out preying on the Blood Moon Haste, wanting to get him off of the battlefield as soon as possible, ensuring that the comeback potential of unleashing these units from the dead doesn't kill his chances dead of spinally sealing the set here 2-0.
Ooh, a very good drag. Oh, but it actually counters. Ooh, the Celestine is a little tiny bit scary. Surely with the effectiveness buff here, we could stun the Blood Moon Haste. No resist, no resist, no resist, no resist. I'm not praying for it to happen. I'm not praying for it to happen. Ooh.
Ooh, the resistance
Ooh,
does come
your
through.
good old-
Effectiveness buff, not enough to carry that matchup and swing it towards No Luck's side. S3 now comes through on the Haste. Lots of damage despite the injury, but the Lion does survive with a pixel.
What?
So no revive is going to be able to come through for Souiretsym. No big Fumir payoff. You know, the man did cook, but however, that dish was sent back to the kitchen cold and the customer launched a complaint, and now the health inspector is coming in on Tuesday. We might have to close just for the weekend.
You might have to close just for the weekend.
It's fucking rough out here, brother.
It's really amazing to see here, because I was wondering if that was going to be the result. The Kana highlighting his magical abilities with a little bit of caster curse, and only one stun coming out on the right side.
But that's the most important one. If you stun the Janua can't go into his hair flipping animation, and that might be all you need to send this matchup home. That is such an important part of Janua's kit, and if you can just take him to that immortality threshold, he will no longer be a threat. However, Shaltir gets the ultimate back. Bloody Lance goes through again, and oh, that's so much damage onto the Robbie.
A lot of damage. Oh. That was like literally 80% of her health bar, and it even has 23k HP as well. This is really, really, really spooky for the Janua. Importantly, though, his immortality did not get stripped, so he does have one additional chance to. Does he have his skill 3 up? He does not. If he could take one more turn, he'll have his skill 3 up for the final. Oh,
wow,
but Robbie survived with 200 HP.
What is with everyone surviving with 1 HP today?
I mean, that's what happens when you actually have a meta where bruisers can thrive. You have these units, not only can they hit real hard, but also they can survive and just hang on
enough to
with
soul burn on the
Janua.
Janua.
HP left.
Oh, he needs the S1. Does he go into stealth? He does!
Ooh, that is a huge stealth. This makes it so that Celine can only target the arrow while we do drop the S3 soul burn as well, taking out the arrow while here, but here's the problem. We got 1 unit versus 2 fire units. Does Celine have what it takes? I think that's a pretty tough matchup, to be honest, especially with Shaltir.
Oh, he has
with
S3
Pipette
too.
Land, she's got that self-healing. Might be real scary, and the S3 comes out from Noluckporing.
And it hits!
Take her right out. Bats her out of the park.
You know he was waiting. You know he was hoping to feel that little bit of lag when he confirmed the button press there. And it does indeed come through. 2-0 for No Luck, but still an excellent match. That last one absolutely looking like it could have gone either way from both of our competitives. 2 chefs of their own right who absolutely played like they were possessed there in the end. Some fantastic matches.
We gotta see some real fresh drafts today, and holy, hey, 3rd pick ban protection. Some people are really cooking with it. We're having fun. We're having fun. Stand up proof. Hey, look, man, I'm trying to keep everything Twitch legal. You know what I'm saying? Oh, okay. You know what? I'll stand up. I'll stand up.
I have to turn on my fan, so I might have to inadvertently do it too.
Yeah, wait, I'll stand up. Don't worry, guys.
Stand up?
I'm standing up.
Okay. All right. Well.
Yeah, I look, I can stand up, but I'm not gonna say my table won't stand up with me, you feel? Hey, that's cheating? My channel, my rules. That's what's up. Ooh, okay, MNIM, we do get that Laya first pick. We know that's one of the strongest first picks in the game right now, with 3rd pick ban protection. I mean, YOLO's not sagging far behind. We take the ML Haste, strong first pick right now, followed by the Albedo.
Yeah, and MNIM is a bit of a... I guess I would call him a slower-ish player. There's a good reason why he has that emote that you just posted, and oh, actually, the Briar here on 2 is a little bit crazy. I do want to say that MNIM has a reputation for picking some interesting characters. Won't say what, but oh, and actually the Ed here on 3.
I mean, that's got to be an injury Ed, right? It's good versus the first pick Briar, and it has to be good versus the first pick Laya as well. That's one of the few units that I can really think of that's like not really that good in a lot of the other matchups, but in very specific matchups, like versus a Laya Briar, could be extremely strong.
Val, can you check your
Destina
DMs real quick for
wait, what's up?
Yeah, could you? Yeah, I think Chikane is trying to get at you in the DMs, but we have another Shaltir, and this is what I was gonna say. MNIM's a bit of a Millum enjoyer here, which is a little bit crazy because it doesn't really look like... Actually, now that I think about it, you know, this Millum has... Wait, this Millum has triple insane value against this... Actually, quad value against this right side team. They have the Bloodwound Haste revive, the Destina revive, the APOC revive. This is a really good, or really solid pick here. 2 technically extinction characters here on the left side here, but right side looks extremely tanky. We'll have to see it. I didn't see an Aureus proc from the Albedo.
This is the one time I will pray for some server Japan shenanigans. Let this Millum be on injury. Can you imagine how much value you'd be getting out of one character in this exact matchup? You know what I mean?
Well, there's somebody who brings injury regardless, and it's the Shaltir popping off right now.
Wait, is this about a one-shot the Albedo?
Not quite.
Oh,
there's one person who can follow up and do that. Oh, is she on the EE where she gets another stack for killing?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, this looks like... Is this lifesteal one? I think it's the... Okay, I don't know how to tell it for Millum, but it isn't the focused one, which is what would have been important here. This looks really good for MNIM right now. He's got the stuns, and he can't even bring back the... his mitigation here, or the Albedo in this case. Laya also has the chance to drag either Millum or Shaltir here, both really high-value S1s.
Oh,
well, maybe kind of capping for Shaltir, but...
Not
wait,
oh
but it
my
actually
god, and this Shaltir just doing so much work. Not only is she picking out priority targets, but that S1 is hitting goddamn hard, and if it ain't killing, it's putting down injury that you can easily stop.
Yes, it's putting in a lot of damage, as well as putting out the deletion of those 10 souls on Yolobaggins. Not even sold up yet, but still put back in the race in terms of that unique element for the game.
Dual
Getting
attack
the
comes out through right there, and that's the first time Yolobaggins, with all of these injury units, starting to put a dent on this Laya. However, pulls the dual attack, just takes out the Ed right there. Oh my goodness, Lone A Ravi standing between MNIM and his Game 1 win.
Wow.
So Sarah Prayer Beats holding her on for just a little bit, but I'm not sure she has neither the damage nor the resistance to take any more of this, hoping for the hit.
Yeah, fuck the bullshit, time go. That's
clear.
all you can do now. Goes into the Millum, evasion comes through, and APOC not long for this world. Battlefall right here. That's the time where you gotta say, you know, it's time for us to win this game, and the win was not there. It's really time for Yolo to pack his bags and really think about what you gotta do for that game 2. Right, your opponent is known to play like the Laya first pick. I mean, look at it. Laya first pick is so strong. You can enable any strategy, and even as like a last insurance, she's her own win condition as well.
That was such a crazy match. I cannot understand how insane. I mean, of course there was like a high chance. I think it was like what, like a 66% chance to drag someone that was helpful, but man, that S1 damage was insane from the Shaltir and from the Millum. Like, I really did not expect it to go that way.
I've seen some Shaltir pop-offs over the time, but I gotta say, when you can hit a Destina that hard, you gotta have some really premium gear on that Shaltir, because otherwise I cannot fathom how you pull her on an S1 duel, you know, because you don't have the attack buff, right, when it's off turn. And it damn near one-shot that Destina.
Yeah, like, oh my god. 11,000 damage. I don't think I've ever seen that without a soul burn. Like, and on her turn.
Yep, first pick comes through, and we got that Laya first pick. Ooh,
Fallen Cecilia on 2.
That's a blast from the past. Conqueror Lilius, I mean, is a natural pick in this matchup, but I don't know how I feel about Fallen Cecilia on pick 2. I think it leaves a little bit room for your opponents to counterplay you, so you're kind of stuck with a unit that, despite providing good protection for your team, I don't know, leaves a little bit too much room for counterplay.
Well, what if she was on Revenge set?
What if she was on Revenge set? What if Yolobaggins just goes 3P Desert Jewel Bazaar right here? Like, wouldn't you be giga stuck? What if he goes 3P Op Cigarette, you know? I think DJ is actually a kind of viable pick here, because not only are you picking it into the FCC, you're also picking it into a Conqueror Lilius, where he's historically pretty decent into. But in this spot, I think Luluka's fine. You can just strip the barriers, and we're going for a third pick Albedo. I'm sorry, third pick Succubus Knight. But now, I think once again, you're in a
Millum
position
again.
where you're a little bit weak to like this double fire DPS. Does Yolobaggins swing it and go for a Season 5 Uncle Valk draft? We just jam 2 water units, maybe including a angry demon maid on pick 5. Just to fight these fire units. Maybe that's the angle he goes for. But no, Navy Captain Landy goes through. I'll say fairly solid into the lineup to the left. And he just needs one more unit and lock this one into the match.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real here. I just noticed how freaky Navy
Oh,
Captain
yes,
Landy's
sir!
eyes are.
Yes,
Oh, it's the
sir.
Rem.
That's my
And
demon
it's the
maid.
Mean Bean Machine Green Celine.
Oh boy. My demon maid cannot possibly be winning games this hard. Oh no, and we don't ban the Celine though. Oh man, MNIM is going to have a winning DPS versus this Rem. That is going to be tough, but I mean,
It's on Azure Comet.
It's on Azure Comet?
Yep.
Yeah,
It's on Azure
it sure
Comet.
is.
Oh fuck me. Oh boy, man! I was really hoping for a Rem pop off, but like, if our Rem doesn't have a healing artifact, we might be in the blender. No cap.
Could be on lifesteal. Have no idea. It is base speed though. This looks.
You say base speed. I say ungeared.
No way, right? No way it was supposed to be a bait pick.
It
Listen.
It could be. Hey man, it's people's tournament runs. You know, sometimes you gotta pull out the demonic technology, right? Okay, press S3
is this a
right
stun?
here. We force a hit into the. Ooh, wow, that's a bit of damage coming through here. Force a bit of damage into the Laya, and now we're gonna be able to debuff the entire
Oh, but it
team.
blinds the Celine too.
Ooh.
Oh wait, I thought she. Oh wait, I forgot. She gets evasion after the S3.
Yeah, now the Celine burns it into the Rem and just knocks her out in one single hit. That was a little bit unfortunate.
Just hit, bro.
Just hit. Yeah, just hit. You know, blind is fake. Blind is cosmetic.
What is happening? What is happening in these games?
These are like the most ridiculous gambles I think I've ever seen. Just run it into. I mean, not like you were ever gonna use it into anyone else, but the rim's gone. 20,000 in one hit.
What do you think is gonna happen when like the season ends, right? Season is ending. Everybody is spamming the same drafts over and over. And the moment season ends, you can bet your ass like the chefs are coming out, the woodworks. The chefs are like fucking taking off their jackets. They're like, we finally get to do what we do. And I mean, ooh,
It doesn't even get.
Yeah, it doesn't do
debuffs.
nearly enough there. So I think now the objective, at least for YOLO, is he needs to be able to protect this Laya. But I mean,
She looks dead.
that game plan is
He
not
looks in
looking too
trouble.
hot. I'll tell you what.
He stole the Ocean Breeze Luluka only for her to actually be a sleeper agent, because she's really not doing too much on this team, to be honest. Even her blind, the debuff that should have helped him out in this case, was kind of useless because he ended up critting anyways. But he's got the souls.
Ready for he's not even going to soul burn. He's just gonna straight up kill. He just wants blood on his motherfucking hands.
Yeah, I mean, if this was the latter, he might just burn it for more fun. You know, more fun, more better, as they say. But like here in a tournament, especially when there's cash prizes on the line, you play it safe. You play it safe and steady. Play it measured. Play it calculated. And turn by turn, you will be chipping down your opponent, no matter how tanky they are. And you will be leading yourself, walking your team towards that victory at the end of the Rainbow Road.
Honestly, a very solid composition here for MNIM. Yolobaggins, if this is a counter Albedo, there's a chance here. I'm gonna hold out. It is 3F, so in some universe, maybe Millum dies to 3F. Oh,
Yeah.
Actually,
there is a universe where Millum, if she's a severely starved child with no nutrition to her name, might be skinny enough to die to a Albedo, but you know, we'll have to see if that's how the cookie crumbles. And you know, from now on, for YOLO to win this, you need to see counterattack come up every time.
Counter
Zuna gets
after
hit.
counter after counter.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it a single
miss
time. It's
crit
not
on
looking
Celine.
good, boys.
The miss crit opens up a world of possibilities. Potentially swing it now. Not at all.
We needed to
That's
see
three.
some lifesteal 3F
Yeah, burn
power
that's
right
three.
here.
Yeah, and with that one, no counter. Might be a no chance of winning this match. Millum S3 drops. It's going to send YOLO home. And, GG.
GG, brother.
Yep.
GG.
Wow, solid play from MNIM. Some kind of gamble-ish plays, but I gotta respect it. A dub's a dub, you know what I mean? Like you catch it, you catch it. Like it is what it is.
GG's, brother.
Yep. You will see maybe the most hideous draft of all time.
I'm here for it.
Okay, if the past matches that
Show
we've
me
seen,
Enoch.
you know, there was some good drafting from
Conqueror
some of the past
Lilius,
sets,
Monk,
don't get me
Laya,
wrong,
and
but-
Gala Lilius banned out. I mean, look, he's sitting in champion right now, especially in preseason when not a lot of people are playing. So even if he has the most hideous draft, hey, if you can be in champ, you can be in champ with a hideous draft. That's all that matters, right?
If he might be our champion. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. A dub is a dub's a dub.
Ooh,
All I'm
what
gonna say is,
Oh no, Wind Demon says no, man. You do not understand. I do not understand.
Yeah.
I'm scared. Like when Wind is scared, I'm scared. You know what I mean?
Ooh, and just like Connor was saying, we're seeing some interesting drafts come out. Some choices I've never quite seen on the board yet before. I believe that's Navy Captain Landy, actually. Navy Captain Landy, not necessarily something that's in meta as of late. Followed up by Mitigation. You don't see too much Mitigation. And ooh, a relic of the past as well. Angel of Light Angelica. I haven't seen her picked in ages. As well as one of the most requested to be buffed ML5s currently right now, and Death Dealer Ray, not really a participant in the current meta, not really being able to do too much. So interesting that she does have some small applications in this match here, but not too much overall. I as always, backed up by the Blood Moon Haste, who just a couple weeks ago was having like a 0% usage rate, and the Moon Bunny, who never really sees much light of day either. Very interesting to see this draft.
I'm starting to see what you guys mean when you say these drafts are hideous, because holy moly, we got a support, and I wonder if we're gonna get a support on pick 4.
If we do, I support that decision.
All I'm gonna say is you guys may have prayed into existence a Fire Ravi on 4 that will have to find God when it fights 2-1. Oh, actually, the ML shoe here. Oh my, and
there it is, a Fire Ravi. I mean, at the very least, he's picking a DPS unit, you know?
Yeah, you're right.
There's the CCB, and then there's the CCC, the Kana Caster curse, coming in clean right there.
I mean, all things considered, I don't think it's that ugly. I mean, Angel of Light, I don't like seeing her, but I do think she's a very necessary character in this matchup. Janua comes out as well, so you're going to be having a lot of burst damage coming out from NoviWar, being able to cut through these tanky units Hades is offering. And finally, we do drop the Dragon King Sharoon. I mean, we need something to be able to handle all of these hefty units, especially through the stuns, through the sleeps. I mean, Hades has what, 2 characters that sleep and 2 characters that stun, right?
Yep.
Actually, 1 character that stuns, 2 that sleeps, and of course, 1 final support just to round it out, because why the fuck not?
I can't comment.
Is this ban Ravi and we're here for 10 days?
But I do want to say, I did not mean to say that NoviWar had bad drafting. I think that Harmless is a very interesting player, a little bit different from what I've expected. All I'm gonna say is that don't let this guy use his openers, because maybe they're.
I got my blanket. I'm ready. I am standing right now, so I wish my desk was actually lowered and I can recline in my chair, and I can bust out the whole kit and caboodle with the pillows and everything. But oh boy, here it goes. Ray presses his buttons. And ooh, wow, that's a clean 7 out of 8. The only thing it misses is the Navy Captain Landy, who can't be put to sleep.
Yeah, yep.
The only thing it missed was me, because I think I'll be joining the rest of Left Side's team and, catching up on some Z's.
Oh, maybe not. Just kidding. It looked pretty close though. That was a little spooky, actually. Wow, actually not a bad draft from What?
I think it's legit. Like, wait. I understand the draft is like slow, right? Because it's hinged on a Death Dealer Ray. It has a lot of supports. He's not exactly playing like the most blood-curdling, excitement-bringing draft, but I think it's a solid draft. No, that's fine, right? And this is like a platform where at least, I might not be like the nicest person, but I like everybody to show off their strategy, showcase what they're made of. And Fire Robbie now finally gets to go, and pretty big stun here. This has a really huge chance to, not gonna say it, blow up that Janua play. cleansed. Wow, wait, that stun does get cleansed, but we do lose that passive along the way. So Janua will
He can
not be
also
able to
sleep
pop
in
off.
with the Death Dealer Ray too. Oh, but the resist!
Ooh.
Oh, it's not maybe that impactful. Like you said, he doesn't have the rage, or he doesn't have the rage buff here, but if he gets the kill, he goes into stealth, and it's gonna be a long time before he gets to kill another character. I don't even know who he would go here or go for here. And I mean, even the left side here. Hey, I take it back. This looked quite good from Harmless here. He was not trolling.
Yeah, like I understand his draft wasn't fast, so I'm like, I don't know if I call this the ugliest thing ever. You get one turn here with the Janua, no attack buff, so he is just going to, pop out an absolute dud.
Did somebody die?
Yes.
Oh, the match is over. Immediate
Game
win.
one.
Going over to Harmless, proving that he can do some harm. Actually, I always believed him, and I always knew this was going to be the result of this match. Absolutely happy to see that that's the way not only the pre-bans, but the match landed at the end of the day.
Being able to lock in his strategy first and picking that third pick first, sending it right into it. Both of these players, game 2, I mean, Hades was up 1. He looked really clean in that match 1. It is a slower strategy, but hey.
Yeah, I got nothing against the slower players, although hey, actually, if you think about it, the slower the player, the more well-rested Divine can be. So it's kind of a win-win-win if you think about it.
I do work 100 hours a week.
But we do see actually the removal of Laya here. There's no Blood Moon Haste. Interesting, because Zio and ML Politis are up. I wonder if one of those are gonna and there it goes. It gets snatched. I think ML Politis alongside maybe a Karina, or actually Navy Captain Landy is still up. I am starting to be a little bit confused. Maybe he's a little bit afraid of the Zio being more pivoting, or more of a pivot towards cleave, or more cleave oriented. ML Politis, again, still up though. Same with a Tywin, same with the Abyssal Euphine. Aiden is also up. A number of options. I don't think I've ever seen this set of variation where it's ML Landy and Politis together.
It's a very extreme adaptation to he's gonna cleave me, right? And here in this case, the moment your opponent pivots this defensively, you can start asking yourself, how can I also slow down to just outvalue him in a longer match?
I wonder if he's going to try and take the ML Politis here on 3. I mean, it kind of looks like it would be set up. Oh, actually, a decent or a really good answer here actually to the Navy Captain Landy. I'm curious if Harmless here is going to speed up a little bit, play a bit more aggressive, get something more debuff heavy, maybe that's also stealth.
Win just sent me a video. I think after this game I'm going to show that video about this account. Oh my god, this has got to be a rug classic. Yeah, I'm seeing it, Win.
Support.
Oh, there it is, and there's the there is that C-Fin.
Okay. Celine, I got it. We're back in.
Yeah, the lean being green machine meme Celine. Holy moly. Although I don't know if I like picking her proactively in this scenario where your opponent doesn't exactly have that like activator for you to farm the 10 souls, for you to soul burn, for you to get that CR push. So it might be a bit of a tougher matchup, but I'm pretty sure at this point it's just to be able to deny it off of NoviWar. As playing C Phantom Politis, you really want to be able to press your S3.
Oh, wow. We are really double, tripling, quadrupling down on punishing the Navy Captain Landy here. Crazy thing is, I've seen this character win against left side draft before, which is a little bit disturbing because it looks like he's got 3 answers to the Navy Captain Landy, but we'll have to see if there's a 4 spin on 5 for Harmless here, because if he is able to get, I guess, like a bit of the aggression off early, that could be really troublesome here for NoviWar. Oh, Gala!
The Aiden as well. Ooh. Aiden last pick. I don't know if that's necessarily my favorite unit here, especially against everything Harmless has on the right. Gala, though, I don't know. I don't even like Gala into the 8 Tywin anymore because, like, some people just have really fast 8 Tywins that don't have, like, 25k HP for you to snipe. So in those matchups, I really don't like the Gala Lilius, but hey, who knows? You said both of these are your mods, so I'm sure Harmless has got some.
No, NoviWar isn't. NoviWar is in my he's in my guild, but NoviWar is not my mod. That's why I'm beefing with Harmless. That's why I didn't honestly I have no hard feelings towards NoviWar, but I mean Harmless is kind of putting on a show right now. I'm
yeah,
speechless.
you're beefing with him, and he's kind of styling on your guildmate. What
I
are you
know.
gonna do, man? You gotta start like caster cursing him out here. I gave you full permission. You gotta start doing it. Start saying words, bro.
Curse of the no crit on Celine. I think he is 99 crit rate actually. Oh my god! He one shot the Biblis.
99 crit, but that problem is gone.
Wow! I got 99 crit, but a miscrit ain't one. And we stunned the Malona as well. Harmless. I know you're beefing with him, but his draft is looking cleaner and cleaner by the play. Holy moly!
Wow! Wow! I am so That is a crazy. Wait, this is a crazy lineup. I really am speechless. I cannot believe that we're in this exact position. He was doing some real demonic stuff here. Thankfully, actually here the stun doesn't get cleansed off of the LCB. I think he's just gonna go all in on it. Oh, the target on her as well.
Oh my
this LCB's just
and
gone.
Salvo. There's just so much extra damage on the Lone Crescent Bellona. I don't think she's making it. I think a simple S1 here to send her away, but no, we're actually going all in, taking out the Tywin as well. So it's just the lone Aiden left here in a 1v4. I mean, these are not the toughest units, and miss a counterattack comes through, but you don't get to actually one-tap anything here. Just S1, probably the Politis. Pop out one unit. Indeed does go for that. Heals actually 6,000 HP. Is that a lifesteal Aiden? I mean, she's going
No, it wasn't. It didn't heal on the S2. It's got loads of damage though. It says 8,554 on her HP bar. Oh, if this one-shot the candy,
I don't know if I would ever feel comfortable S3. Like, I would S1 every time here just to heal. I think the healing is maybe a little bit too important in this matchup.
Oh, but the anti-crit on the Navy captain.
And the salvo comes back too.
Anyway, yep. The salvo guarantees it. Buries her at sea without much left. Harmless clears out a clean 2-0, joining the pantheon of champions who have managed to mesmerize us in these matches today and put down their opponents in quick fashion.
Let's do a quick bracket check right now. So, looking at this real quick, Andrew did take a clean 2-0 over Open. Candlewicks beats out Suchi. Higa does take that 2-0 over Alito. Poodz take a 2-0 over Shin. I mean, we saw Noluckporing versus Soiretsym, and Rikazo does take that 2-0 over Volcanix. We got to see him play, and
wow, this is gonna. I know this is a BO5, but this is gonna be a real fast match.
I don't know if they're readied up, by the way, but like. Yeah, okay. Figured it out. Wow. We're really fucking yapping here. I'm gonna cute that up. I'm a hot minute, but all good. Going into the match, I mean, Poodz and Higa are... I don't actually know if you guys know about this. They're actually longtime friends and rivals. Higa uses Poodz as a practice dummy to basically kill turtles, and Poodz uses Higa as a external threat to practice his turtle shell technique.
Wait, are you serious?
Yes. So from my knowledge, Poodz actually has like a somewhat playable win rate into this matchup, despite being on ladder. I do believe their record goes overwhelmingly in Higa's favor. Poodz, though, going for that first pick, Sea Phantom Politis, we want to be stealthed up, and we want to be able to apply Enrage. And Higa, I mean, not missing a single beat. We take up the ML Haste, but also we pick up the Janua. So, into a slower player, picking up a Janua, you're just going to try to out-tempo them. And Poodz going for the Gala Lilius with the band protection.
I actually do like to highlight here the intention on Poodz' side with the Ran and the Zeo ban, a little bit of a flavor, I think, specifically out towards Slamdance out here, and he's actually taking and protecting the Celine and pairing it with the God Killer himself, Troublemaker Crozet. The Knights come out in quick fashion after that, joined with Unbound Knight Airwell, protecting her team as well, but Poodz will finish off the draft by opting into maybe a support, due to the third pick ban protection that you were talking about, he could possibly keep it to 1 DPS now, or he could opt into something else here at the last second, a little bit of a flex.
Not sure if that's exactly what you would want, though, especially considering one of the other DPS is a Janua. Building up an extremely tough matchup for that Gala Lilius. So Poodz needs to make a decision here. Do I gamble on another support and just ban that Janua, force ban it? Or do I want to respect Higa's last pick and actually make sure, you know, I have options. I'm not locked into this Janua fight, or I'm not locked into fighting whatever last pick is, because as you can see, Slamdancer is a very strong player. I mean, one of the few preseason legend for him, so we know he's extremely experienced and has a lot of matchup knowledge.
Yeah, especially on this patch too, right? He's already kind of tuned up for the meta here. He's got the Blood Moon Haste. The Selene is locked in. I mean, honestly, I think I've been hearing a lot of inklings of people thinking that this Selene character is a little bit strong, maybe on the stronger side, especially if you pair her with something like her stun EE, or even if you're gonna take the Thunderclap damage. Laya here on 5 though, I think means that there's probably going to be a mitigation ban. I don't think there's any reason necessarily to ban the Moon Bunny. You don't think he picked Moon Bunny instead of Maid again on accident, do you?
With Poodz, you legitimately never know. I honestly cannot say. But either way, I know the Poodz I know is a trooper, and I'm sure he's going to be able to play through it at the very least, but I can never tell if he did something intentionally or if he's just cooking. I mean, Poodz is one of those fellows where you never know until you see the match break down, and around then you can kind of figure out, like, oopsie, XD, that's a mispick, or he was actually cooking a new tech, right? Because that's always a possibility.
Interesting note here. The Selene actually didn't get stripped of her stealth buff, so the Selene here is actually able to soul burn S3 and not have to S1 if she wants to stay in stealth. This Moon Bunny is really tanky though, as we saw yesterday.
Not tanky enough to survive.
Yeah, and that's the power of the soul burn. Selene now, I mean, she's just so competent. Starts out with a two-turn stealth. Forces, when you press that button, gives herself the souls, and if you have any amount of respectable damage at all, I mean, drops the soul burn, goes all the way in, and takes out something like that Moon Bunny Dominio, even behind the arrow wall. We do knock out the Blood Moon Haste right here. Can't afford to let him take a turn. Can't afford to take out any other units while he's on board either, but it is not looking good for Poodz. Janua's going next, and despite not having that reach, being a single target unit, you cannot hit the stealth support like that Sea Phantom Politis. The extra splash damage on the S3, doesn't knock her out. She might just live by a thread. Takes a little bit of damage, but we won't have reach for her.
Yeah. But the Janua is still yet to be activated. The Airwolf, I believe, should still have her cleanse up. Thankfully, the Laya is going to survive here for Slamdancer, which would, in theory, be able to cleanse the Janua of his stun here. I think, right? I believe the Laya should still have her S2 up.
Go up.
I mean, the Galileo took 2 bites out of that Laya. I know she's supposed to be tanky, but she's not long for this world, and if she gets one good turn here, it's freeing up that Janua from the stun so he could proc his passive, enter the passive, flip his hair, get the enrage buff, and put the nail in the coffin against this Gala Lilius, and I'm sure that's not what Poodz is trying to play into here. Bit of a rough turn there for him. Sea Phantom Politis pulls Gala Lilius again on the dual attack. We take out the Laya, and you know, despite Slamdancer being in the spot, he does still have a whole ass Janua and a half as, you know, his insurance, as his backup, as his safety there to hold back Poodz and maybe being able to knock things out. We do activate him right here. Selene's still in stealth. He's gonna flip his hair, and Rage goes up, shoots up the CR bar, and oh boy, what is Slamdancer's play here?
I think it's got to be kill the mitigation here, yeah, and pray that he cuts. I think he should with Rage. Oh, it doesn't actually.
But here's the problem: 2 stealth units. What do you do?
Wait, actually, wait. It doesn't. Oh, it doesn't do enough. I forgot the Rage. He's on the cooldown, or he has like the downturn from the Rage here. The Selene might be able to do enough to survive against the
Speaking
Gala.
of From the Rage. This might not be from the Rage, but this is from the raid. Thank you, Deity, for the raid. Welcome, everybody. We are heading into day 2 of the Sword of Four Seasons Spring Edition. We got Poodz on deck versus Slamdancer. That is an Emperor punching up at a Legend player. Whoa, hold on a second. We do proc the passive there for our Gala Lily as Green Celine proccing the extra attack going in, but the damage limit is going to keep her healthy and crispy. Damage will be limited. And does Green Celine win this 1v1 here? I'm thinking she's going to be in a lot of trouble.
I think because of actually Janua's artifact here, it makes it extremely difficult for the Gala to die. I mean, I don't know what even the cooldown of it is, but look at how much she's healing. The barrier can keep proccing. I don't think Higa here is on the stun EE. Actually, let me
and I'll tell you what, one really important nuance to this matchup that I personally learned very recently is that Gala Lilius S1, the dog bite, actually heals her based on her own attack, not damage dealt. So even fighting through all of this evasion, she's going to keep herself healthy, and the moment that evasion buff drops, one bite is all it takes. Knocks out the Green Celine, and Poodz actually secures himself game 1 of the first set of the day.
Let's go. We're
going to be expanding the pre-bans to 1 extra unit. Do you think Slamdancer just bites on it and takes out Poodz? Just takes out Poodz Gala, because that Gala is pretty strong. I mean, you saw that. That Gala has like 2 or 3 pieces of craft event gear. That is a Poodz special.
That is
it does actually get banned. Oh, it's gone. Damn, the legend, dude, the legend of Poodz, huh?
I mean,
we're seeing a lot of bans based off of hatred, and I love it, lads. You know, I love a good fuck you in particular ban.
I mean, look, if I'm playing a tournament and you are the sole reason I lost the first match, bro, if I'm getting 1 extra pre-ban, you can bet your ass you're out of here. Right, and I think that's an extremely fair take. Double Politics does come out, though. We're going to lack a pretty big way to restrict the ML Politics from being able to pop off. And on top of that, it's almost as if Poodz is taking a sort of pre-taking a unit that can beat the Janua. And once again, we got Green Celine locked into that third pick just to make sure we are guaranteed. Oh my goodness!
Shaltir on 3.
That's a little bit crazy. I was going to say, we guarantee once again the Green Celine. No Gala Lilius to 1v1 her in the end game.
He takes the trouble. Why is there so much troublemaker?
Oh my god.
You know, that's a really good question. I would almost say both of these guys are hinging their strategies, right? They're hedging their bets on a strategy that's protecting the 1 unit, right? We saw how effective it is to keep your 1 carry in that 3rd pick slot where they can't be banned. And, I mean, I can't think of a better knight to protect your 1 princess than Troublemaker Crozet, isn't that right?
There's so many viable ladies on Poodz's side. I can't... Oh, God.
That dealing rate does come out. I mean, that's a very strong pick versus...
Oh, God, it's Shu. I think I hate both of them. I don't think I've ever hated seeing 2 picks more.
Hey, you know what, Divine? You did say that you wanted to see a robbery. You didn't specify on which character, so this kind of looks like the robbery you were signed up for.
I thought my wishes were clear. Children are excluded. I do not wish for crimes to be committed amongst the youngest populace. But unfortunately, crimes will be committed nonetheless. Speaking of which, war crimes are unfortunately the reason Death Dealer Ray won't be making it to the battlefield today, and so we'll see Phantom Politics
convention as well as ML Politics being taken out of the match. I mean, those unique buffs are just a little bit too strong.
Wow, 4 immunity across the entire team here. The 8-time losing value turn 1, but. Oh, I mean, it looks like we're in for a long kind of counter back and forth. Anyways, I don't really know if this Politics has great value against the Shu, and if he does end up debuffing the A-Tywin, I guess maybe you can activate or use more debuffs to kind of control the A-Tywin, but the second turn is going to be really scary. Primarily,
the Green Celine gets knocked out right away, unbuffable across 3 characters. That's going to be a tough spot for the A-Tywin to play through. No enrage buff for him. Bloody Lands comes through. We are just going to absolutely evaporate the Celine, gets taken out. It's almost as if right as the game begins, it is up to this Shu to close out the match, and those unbuffables coming in clutch, blocking out the immunity as well as the barrier on 2 clutch targets against poodz. Now, poodz has all the time in the world to tempo, provided the Shu does not absolutely put him on a train robbery.
I will say it does look a little bit scary because, again, if you take a look at the Shu, she's got immunity, she's got the barrier up, she's got her anti-crit, she's already activated her S3, so every single hit here will, of course, contribute to a potential counter. The Unbound Knight Arrowwell can still stun her, hopefully, and prevent most of the counters from happening. But, you know, this is Epic 7. Oh, okay, didn't cast a curse at this time. But so long as we're able to strip here, we do give out a little bit of healing. But that's not actually the problem here because the Shu has to take her a full extra turn before she gets cleansed off. Idol's Cheer helping out quite a bit, though. I did forget that from the last time. If this A Tywin does have effectiveness, which I think it should have because it has 21,000 HP, it could kind of reverse the tides. Shaltier stunned.
It's not enough effectiveness, I'll tell you what. It might be enough to stun at least Shaltier, but it's not enough to catch the 2 Knights off guard, and as long as the Knights have a Princess to protect, Vampire Knight here is going to be able to thrive. That Soul Burn already landing so much injury on the Haste. Haste losing so much effectiveness, especially with one of his core values being whenever he counters and strips the buff.
The dual attack into
What a
stun.
stun.
You hate
Just
to
get the stun
see it.
anyway.
You hate to see
Just
it.
get the stun anyway. Just fuck it. Rob him. Rob him in a back alley. Troublemaker Crozet.
Cleanse with the
Ooh,
provoke.
that provoke
is
there, though,
huge.
does bail him out a little bit. Now we have a chance to absolutely blow up this poultice. No, we're not going to care. Hits the Arrowwell, extra attack,
And the
floosh,
proc.
taking out half of our HP bar. That is the HP battery for our entire team, and poodz being, you know, the tankier player of the two, sure wouldn't like to see it. But now, though, I would say Haste is in a pretty decent spot. You can make a play on this. You do not have the double damage, but a free kill is there for you, and he's going to go for it. Midnight Strike comes through. We do take out the Politis, revive the Green Celine. Finally, we're back in it.
Yeah, and
The mean bean machine Green Celine has made her
counterattack.
debut.
She's angry. Shu cutting up a little bit further, which I don't think will matter too much actually, but it is really nice to get the tempo because, as you know, we're kind of on a ticking timer here now. Blood Moon Haste passive is going to come up soon, and if he has the ability to start getting not only the speed and effectiveness buff, but the blood aura to use another S3. Actually, we've got 2 turns. Maybe it's a little bit longer than I expected, but the Celine is still alive.
Go through right with it. Green Celine gets brought back just to be taken out. Vampire Knight not fucking at all with that Green Celine. Troublemaker Croza says, yup, get out of here. And on top of that, we're going to stun the rat.
Another
We're
stun.
trying to
It's a
keep
fun
her
day
out of
with
the game
another
as
stun.
long as we can, every single turn that we can. Blood Moon Haze drop the ultimate, and now passive on cooldown, we can't really make a difference. Does go for the Soul Burn, though. Extra attack heals the team a little bit, takes out Unbound Knight Arrowwell, and now poodz is stuck with his 2 lone units.
Dude, that Blood Moon Haste at S1 still does a lot. As you can see, that did I think like 7 or 8,000 damage there on the Unbound Knight Arrowwell of all characters as well. We have to keep A Tywin's cooldown up here. Or we have to keep track of this A Tywin cooldown. He does have Soul Burn if he does want to use it. He could alternatively save souls for the Shu in order to Soul Burn and kill maybe the Trozet into killing the Shaltier. But actually, Shu opting for this skill 3 here, giving the anti-crits to the whole team. Thankfully, although there is the counter here from Troublemaker Crozet, this time she's got immunity, so she doesn't take too much burden. There isn't that much utility out of the Trozet anymore. But it's looking kind of bad here. I'm gonna be honest, guys.
I think the turning point of this match was when that Blood Moon Haze actually managed to bring back the Green Celine. You might not think it's a huge value just because it kills a unit that's almost already dead and brought back something that died immediately anyway. But you have to think about that in terms of net value trading, right? The Blood Moon Haze takes out a huge utility.
Don't get funny! Don't get funny!
Oh no, she
God
didn't.
damn.
You hate to see it. You hate to see it. You hate to see
was
it.
getting taken out like a train robbery, but instead he's just getting taken out back and just getting blown up by this ambitious Tywin and the Shu combo. The haste was enough to hold him back. Now the matches are split 1 apiece. Slamdancer taking 1 game back for himself.
Interested to see if anything happens to these pre-bans here as we get into the next match here for a couple seconds. Maybe we forget. Maybe that Galilius comes back. Maybe Poodz gets a little bit of a ban specialty on the board for himself here.
Well, something I was going to make a note about as well. It felt like Poodz was trying to slot in the Schultz here in the same slot or a kind of position that the Gala was going to be doing, but as you could tell, I mean, it ended up kind of backfiring because Schultz here definitely does feel weaker than Gala. She doesn't have the same, you know, on-demand barrier that can't be stripped, and the Janua in that case wasn't even a problem. I think the Janua, I don't even actually remember if Janua was available for that last game or if it got banned out, but in this game, we're still seeing the Blood Moon Haste, but interesting with the change in the pre-bans as well. There's no more Abyssal Euphine pre-ban, so that's up if either side wants to use it. However, in response, though, now things like Bellion, now things like Abyssal Euphine being open does mean that it feels like there's going to be less DPS or cleave orientation in the game. We now know that the 2 Politises here are the ER one and the Effectiveness Degenerate Politis, so maybe Slamdancer here doesn't have to worry too much about aggression coming out from Poodz, but
mommy.
There she is, Bellion on 3, as I think we were going to expect, especially if you see a more low tempo kind of counterish compish, but I don't really know how Poodz plays. I think this should be the 3F Bellion, correct? If I'm not mistaken, that he used from yesterday.
It was a 3F Bellion. I can't speak to whether or not it is the same today, right? I mean, as the street rules in RTA dictates, as long as, you know, you're not sneaking out of the room to change gears in between a single set, you can change your builds, you can change your gear as much as you like just to throw people off, especially if a lot of your matches are being played on stream, right? That has always been the rule, so really excited to see, because that did rob a Navy Captain Landy yesterday, which we thought was a matchup that Bellion had no right to win in any universe.
Speaking of no right, I believe there's no right to having those many green units, especially that distracting, discomforting trio of the new buff Celine, the always fantastically annoying Rowana, and everybody's favorite Laya. A perfectly balanced, fun unit that brings a lot to the game. Don't you agree, Valk?
Oh yeah, I love Laya, bro. I'm already trying not to drool on myself from the sleepiness I'm getting, you know? That's just a character that makes you feel that way. To this degree, you know, I can see Poodz trying a new strategy, but I almost question, you know, how well it might work out, because his 1 DPS here is an AoE unit, and it's going to be hitting a lot of that green Celine, going to be hitting Janua. Green Janua is going to be a huge threat. But also, on top of all of that, I just would like you guys to keep in mind, if the Bellion does take out these squishy characters, which on 3F I'm sure she will, ML Haste is going to pop off. We saw that last game.
Yeah. You know, I thought it was interesting before we get into it to highlight that he also pre-banned the Shoutier, even if it didn't cause him enough trouble to lose the match. Still want to remove those options from Poodz. Just an interesting tactic nonetheless. Deprive your enemy of all outs. Speaking of which, about to see a little deprecation itself right here.
Oh, it just one-shots the ML Politis turn 1.
Wow, that was a lot of damage. You know, what I think it was, the first match, we saw the exact same interaction. She survived because of the Unbound Knight Airwell, but in this case, not really having that S score to be able to absorb that damage for her, and holy moly, what is that?
Okay,
What's
now
happened?
That was a big debuff session from the Politis, but something that I think is kind of nice about the way that that Slamdancer ended up deciding to draft here is that we do still have the ability to cleanse things off with the Laya. Did the Janua just get activated? I don't recall if I saw the wild dog come. He's below 50%, so he has to be, right?
I don't think he got activated there because it was the 3F.
Really?
The 3F took him below half.
Yes.
The additional damage doesn't
Ooh, I will say though, that Wind Rider damage, even though he doesn't get the stealth, extra damage coming in, that Janua is going to be having some huge turns next time he gets hit. Definitely looking tough for poodz. That single DPS setup that worked so well from game 1, I think Higa's found a pretty good solution, especially with Blood Moon Haste.
Just ban it.
Yeah, and forcing him just into extremely awkward DPS setups. Really well played from Slamdancer so far, honestly. And Laya once again goes here, is going to be able to cleanse all the debuffs. Poodz stuck in a spot. You need to be able to kill everything as fast as you can, but here's the problem. Blood Moon Haste is still standing there, menacingly, I might add.
Menacingly?
Oh, we do burn the stun onto the Janua though, so might be able to take away his passive here. We don't have enough time to S3. No ultimate will be coming through. We're just going to hit everything and hit it fast, hit it hard, hit it as fast as we can, do what we can.
Hit it fast.
I mean, look, we landed so many debuffs this match already, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. The Janua does miss a turn here, but that is going to be 2 very scary turns coming in, not only from the Blood Moon Haste, but the Laya as well, who has her ultimate ready. If this generates enough souls, might just be able to send poodz completely back to the lobby from this spot.
Yeah, and I mean, it's looking really bad here. I've seen robberies from 3F Bellion before. We did see this the other day, but I don't think it's on counter set. I'm not quite sure if it's on counter set.
Laya S3 comes through right here. Deja vu. I've been in this spot before. Bellion does take a heavy bass guitar to the face, and holy.
Ooh, she also gets the crit chance, not exactly really begging for those heals to come out through. That's really what saved her last time in the matchup against Navy Captain Landy. Instead, opting for the S3, getting some provoked up, but Janua doesn't care.
Yeah, speaking of deja vu, Green Celine gets brought back, gets taken out again. I've definitely been in this place before, and Janua knocks the last of the HP out of this Bellion, and Slamdancer takes a very convincing 2-1 lead. It's almost as if that first match loss actually gave him the experience he needed to be like, I solved it. I got him. Doing his best to free up Galileulius, but when these guys are ready, we are going into match point for Slamdancer, leading the series 2-1. Going into this game 4.
Such a terrible annoyance for poodz, but our king will stay strong. Our king will pull through. I know that poodz knows what he has to do.
I mean, his life is on the line for the tournament. If he beats Slamdancer right here, he's in the money. I mean, 3 units banned out this time. Navy Captain Landy's out. Sheltier's out. Gala's out. And he, once again, because poodz let him have that first pick, ML Haste is going to be able to come out for him. We do have the first poly. Is poodz going for the double poly opener again, or is he going for something a little bit sneaky this time? He's going to pick up the Briar. That's a poodz special we have not seen in a hot minute. I mean, poodz is known for teching in very specialized builds on that Briar Witch Iceria. You know, instead of using her like a damage unit, like, for example, you or I would play, poodz rather plays her for the utility, for the revive denial, for the unbuffable, for the buff strips, right? This is a very Swiss Army knife character. She does a little bit of everything.
Yeah, I do love that, obviously. I do love that. My only problem being is that those unbuffables that were so valuable last game almost got completely wiped away by the Laya. So I'd hope to see it, honestly, on pootz's side, as he does lock in his ban-protected Auden here. I think a proper princess, a nice choice, and is going to protect her, and hopefully the Politis this time as well, with the Unbound Knight Arrowwell, so that both of them can survive a little bit longer.
I mean, especially with the Arrowwell, right? You need a carry like the Aiden that can survive the Green Celine, that can survive the Janua. Ray does once come through, then that's probably most likely threatening the ban, but that's that right there. Last piece, Corinne, I mean, freshly buffed, but also freshly nerfed. I mean, they buffed her into a state where I think she got bugged. But now, once again, she gets nerfed, and I think all is balanced in the world, but still very proficient at knocking out that Savior Auden, who is just such a threat, even as a free unit, being able to dominate so many of the metagame RTA matchups, being able to outvalue ML5s, and I think that alone just makes her so damn strong. Of course, LPK removed, so we can keep Aiden in the game, and Briar Witch Iceria, who is just such a hard counter to so many units Higa is sporting, gets taken out right here.
I actually really like that ban from Slam, only because I feel like it's less what is your strongest unit and what is the thing I haven't seen. You're a trickster. You like to mess around. You like to fuck around. Let me just get the one thing I know that's a little bit different that you might have some tricks up your sleeve on and get her out. And we actually see the attack going into the Politis this time. Not too much damage. A little bit, maybe a little bit tankier. Definitely protected by the Arrowwell. And most importantly, ready to dish out some debuffs as we saw before. Let's get a look at the board here in a second. Ooh, that's a clattering colossal list of those debuffs. Most importantly, the blind possibly going to help with the mitigation on left side, keep poodz alive long enough to get his revenge in this match.
That's a healthy 7 out of 8, and that's what you want to see when you're playing one of these characters that's just all here for the debuffs. You load them up and you let them go. And we're going to trigger the Aiden here in order to free the Janua. We lose 1 unit, but activates the ML Haste Blood Aura. Fire Politics goes through, but we do stun the Janua. That is a huge turn for poodz. Holy moly.
Now, there's a couple options here, but it seems pretty obvious to me. Stun the ML Haste, and I think you run away with this game clean, skipping all the way home. Does it come out? No! He's still standing off and by, but an S3 here can provide invincibility and temporarily block out the S3, or could just kill the lad. No, he survives with just a little bit of HP, and I think that greed might come back to bite him, because as the buffs go up, the buffs go down. Death Dealer Ray is coming out to play. Let's see what that looks like. A 6 out of 8.
That's a really dangerous turn, because now not only did a lot of the invincibility get stripped, Blood Moon Haste has a turn. And incoming, look at that, Janua is walking up the combat readiness ladder with his enrage buff. We do see a hit come out right here, takes out the Aiden. And oh my goodness, brings back the Green Selene as well. So Janua now has a big turn ahead of him. We are going to Soul Burn into the attack buff, hits the Fire Politis. Ooh, big extra attack, going to be able to knock her right out. And suddenly Slamdancer goes from a position where he is losing to, I think he's looking, this is looking set for match point. What is going on?
Absolutely. I think it struggled. Yep, that's it. He calls it in there. That's Slamdancer taking the win.
Slamdancer absolutely takes a 3-1 over poodz. And oh boy, that almost played out well. I mean, we landed 7 out of 8 debuffs. We missed cannot be buffed on the Blood Moon Haste, and that's all she wrote. The Blood Moon Haste was able to take his Blood Aura and use that to swing an absolute comeback. Every time he goes to E7WC or he's pulling up to a tournament, he's sporting the freshest DPS units and he's got the craziest tech. So I'm really excited in seeing how he disassembled Noluckporing, or maybe Noluckporing can come back, swing another one of those last piece Corinne draft, and blow up Rikazo. One of
Come
the
back. He's not even
players.
behind yet, Valk. I think a little bit of your bias is showing there personally. The match.
Whoa.
Match hasn't even
That went
begun.
both ways. What do you mean? Like, obviously I'm biased, but I literally said it goes both ways. Well, speaking
Honestly,
of both ways, banning out some anti-aggression characters. So it
my
looks like
thing
both
now.
players want to be aggressive. None of the premier White Knights being enabled, and of course, no Ran as well. Rikazo does pick up that first pick Laya, but no luck, immediately snagging up not only the Politis, but also the Janua. I mean, that's an extremely aggressive combo. Seems like these players are going to have to fight for first turn priority.
Yeah, we're down the set of 3 beautiful bruisers, I must say, as well as Cuck King Ran, also there on the Rikazo side, not wanting to see such a fast option come out and dash away with the Maiden. Now, Rikazo's in a position here where he is going to be the first to pick that ban-protected unit, but what else is he going to pick up? The Blood Moon Haste and the Zeo, which was locked all of last set.
I'm telling you guys, I don't know how you feel about it. I don't know if you guys lean more towards one way on how strong or what the strongest characters are on this third pick. But I swear this Zeo character really has no answers, especially if you aren't, encountering something like a Zeo trap where you're not being punished. I think this, I mean, we talked about it yesterday when we saw the ML Haste Ludwig and Zeo combo. That's open for Rikazo right now. He guaranteed has an opener, and if he has anything that kind of pairs well alongside this Zeo, whether that's, again, like I mentioned, Ludwig, if it's someone like Blooming Litica, it could even be a character like, I don't know, Jacko. He's got so many different options. He's guaranteed to take turn 1 here. And again, unless if Noluckporing here, he does end up taking the Aiden to try and, I guess, punish some of the potential damage here. But it looks like Rikazo's setting up to take a bunch of damage dealers here. Even the Fire Coward coming out here makes a little bit, or it doesn't quite make too much sense, because again, he has 2 options here for how he wants to play it. Does he want to push back with the Blooming Litica, the Ludwig, the anything that he wants here can kind of pair super well alongside the Zeo? I mean, hell, even Euphine, if he really wanted to, could work here, but
I think Noluck here picked something really interesting. Fire Core. If I had to bet, this is probably one of those spatial temporal fans off the Politis to try to hide him. And like you said, Blooming Litica comes out. We're guaranteed Zeo through the draft, so no matter what, we are playing Cleave above our opponent, but our 2 choices are between a grass unit and a dark unit. So I actually don't know if that Blooming Litica is like the strongest unit you could have used to finish out the draft. I definitely think Requiem Roana is a solid pick, and good foresight on Noluck's side, being able to take out that Aiden, lock her in, and making sure that Aiden 1 does not has a good chance versus that Roana closer, but also not the weakest into Blooming Litica either if your team can resist right amount of debuffs with all of these fire units.
Well, I got to say, we're going into this match with 2 very dangerous competitors, none of them bringing protection into the fight. You have to be careful with bad boys like this, but a lot of damage, a lot of comeback mechanics, a lot of characters who could honestly solo carry, and some dangerous elements at the top of the food chain in the meta right now. Gonna have to wonder how it comes down to, and I think the ban will show us no Charon, no Requiem Roana, both respecting the 5th picks as they go into the draft with their top 4.
Absolutely. Yeah. You do not want to play against that Roana. She just does a little bit too much versus your Sea Phantom Politis, because no matter what, even if you're letting your opponent have first turn, we like our cooldown, we like our Enrage, and we like our Janua being able to pop off. Zeo, of course, taking the first turn here.
Wait a second, Valk, do you see the combat readiness bar? Do you notice something a little bit off?
I'm noticing it. That is a really fast Laya.
Really fast Laya? That's a little bit of a slower Coeric, I would say, although maybe I can't say that because I don't see Coeric.
So, opting to push back the Janua on top of the Blooming Litica pushback with so many pushback. Now that he activates his own Enrage, he does not get to the top of the CR bar. A little bit of room for Rikazo to outplay. Laya going very fast. Laya, I'm assuming, pushes up the rest of the team. A cooldown down, and now Blooming Litica seizes the turn. And we're going to drop the S3 on the Savior Auden right here. HP scaling, true damage coming through. Does it do enough is the question. It does not.
Ooh, and now it's an attack buff Aiden.
It's an attack buff Aiden. Does she have that hatred in her heart for dark units? Ooh, she does. Sword of Cycling Seasons takes out more than half of Blood Moon Haste's HP.
And you got a very interesting turn here with Rikazo. Do you drop the S3, close out the Aiden, and the rest of your units will get the job done? Or are you fishing for a buff strip, maybe on the Coeric, maybe on the Janua? No, he goes on the Coeric. Dual attack!
And the stun!
That's a huge
God,
duel.
you hate to see it!
What in the name of God is this robbery? And I was about to highlight both of these competitors still have those souls. I thought we were lining it up for Coeric to go ham with them, but no, in fact, unfortunately, he will be stunned out, and so we get our first. I'm not even gonna say it.
Ooh, okay.
I want to stay robbery,
from Noluck.
Maybe just
3 Enrages on the team. Janua now double angry. We are going to be able to knock out those Blood Moon Haste right away. Just gets blown up, and now Noluck is actually ahead in terms of HP count. Aiden turn coming up as well as Coeric turn coming up. A little flick of the wrist from the Aiden and almost knocks out the Zeo completely. And Fire Coeric with the Enrage, but finally gets to take his turn after being robbed of his first one. Squeezes the Laya real quick, gives her that solid grope, takes half of her HP out with that one move alone, and now it's looking like he's stuck in a pretty awkward spot.
You see that Kawer go into stealth real quick. He's like, "Excuse me, I'm going to be joining everyone else here in their whole stealth up thing. I want none of this. Thank you very much."
Soulburn comes through, knock out the Lion right away in a single hit. Extra attack comes through, cuts the blooming Lidica in half, and oh my goodness. Noluck actually takes the first turn priority over Rikazo, gives away the first turn, and still aggroes him down.
I thought for sure the dual attack stun there was going to be a complete and utter robbery, but I know my potential. I know what our caster curses do, and I shut my goddamn mouth. And you know what? Good job to Noluckporing. Another exciting match, always bringing out the units we didn't quite expect. First of all, I did want to see some more of the LPK option, but we saw how opponents choose to deal with that, not only in his match, but in Pootz's as well, banning it straight out. Instead, he's going to save that option, possibly for a later match, or just keep people on their toes, letting them know, I've got more principal DPS units that can take the spotlight that you've never seen before, like Fire Koweric.
I mean, we're finding out in game 2. He's down 0-1, but definitely not out for the count. We've seen him come back from bad matchups plenty of times, and I'm sure he'll be able to recover this time as well. 3 pre-bans coming in. What is he expanded to? How does he lock out his opponent? Does Noluckporing figure him out from this spot as well? I think there's a lot of room for both of these guys to be able to experiment, be able to pivot around each other, throw out some jab punches, test out their opponents. Ray, Ran, and Landy locked out, as well as both mages, and that Zeo as well. But with first pick, Rikazo does lock in See Phantom Politis. Not a whole lot of counterplay right now. We do have that green Celine available, and she looked pretty okay today. But, ooh, Janua, once again, right there, staring him down. He's just staring at me menacingly.
Well, the Celine actually comes out second. A handy pick, especially with such powerful non-attack skills already on the board, and there's only one, to be frank, right now. But that's not the only hazardous thing that has to be taken into consideration. Blood Moon Haste is still, of course, up on the board. He wasn't, unfortunately, banned with that fucking dirty kid Zeo down there. Fuck him. And as well as some other premier units. The Blooming Lidica paired well with him, but I assume we're not going to see some things like that. Rikazo taking the time, letting his mind expand to the options, and for the first time today, Nockwall, like me, coming into the light of this draft, unfortunately for many people, with the ban-protected, ambitious Tywin to escort his princess gracefully to the battlefield, unless she gets banned. Ban her, get her out of here, get her the fuck out of here.
That's another one of those combos. We got the See Phantom Politis into the ambitious Tywin, who, by the way, cannot be banned, right? And you got the Natalon Monk Nockwall just being so annoying. I mean, her main thing is just the fact that if you let her take the turn, especially if you give her a Tagahel's Ancient Book for that soul burn, she's going to be able to reset every single one of your units. You cannot counterattack, you cannot do anything, you cannot play the game unless it is your turn, and she is going to give herself the speed buff, so it is never your turn. A very sticky and annoying opening for Rikazo here, but responded to by the Laya. So now Noluck does not get that first turn. Instead, hands it over on a silver plate. We do get the Laya locked in that third spot. Very safe. And, ooh, are we looking at a Teiyu? And the Teiyu is locked in. Okay. Teiyu locked in for Noluck. So we are going to have 2 units that potentially cleanse themselves and maybe even steal the turn in the Teiyu and in the green Celine when the See Phantom Politis presses the button. I'm almost smelling out an early 4-span Nockwall right there.
Teiyu?
Yeah, you know him. He's a fire water element warrior. Come on, guys. You guys know him.
Yo, actually, that's the worst part about Teiyu. That's the worst part about Teiyu. Having a dual element character would have been fucking pog. Instead, he gets to be
a blue. He's a water unit, guys. Come
okay,
on.
Actually, hold on.
It's our guy Lil Tay. Come on, guys. You guys know Lil Tay.
Hold on, real quick. I gotta ask. Okay. What the fuck is the hairpin on his hair supposed to be? Do you have any clue what that is?
Some lore frog probably knows better than I do, because I sure have no idea what the hell that is.
What lore frog? He's in 2 seconds of the fucking episode that he's in.
I think it's supposed to be a Magatama.
Is it? It looks like...
I think, well, out of all the...
I thought it was supposed to be shitty
out of
water.
all the IRL like references to what that could be, I think it's a Magatama.
That is a weird looking Magatama. And speaking of weird, people are getting activated a little bit frisky, seeing Bluma, Lidica, Lick, and the Spectre Tenebria Feet coming out on right side for Rikazo, one after another, responded to by a late Blood Moon Haste coming in very quickly to finish up, wrap up this draft, and kind of contend for this contentious possible ban pick on Rikazo's side. You know, we hate to see him, but a lot of those units are quite dangerous actually, and one of them, the Laya, can't even be taken out, so we'll have to see. Rikazo's made his selection. Noluckporing taking up to the last second to make his. It is going to be poodz. It is going to be Celine. That interaction between both of them balancing out as the rest of them will duke it out. And as you said before, I'm excited to see how much of a disruption that Noluckporing will play in the match coming up.
I do like Rikazo's draft a lot better this match versus the last match. He does have the book for the monk, and on top of all of that, here's the thing I'm a big fan of. Blooming Litica this time, instead of just being a generic cleave unit, actually serves a very strong purpose in being able to land that unbuffable onto everything on Noluck's side. So when everything is unbuffable, your Blood Moon Haze can't really get that, like, you know, like 2,000 HP, like 10,000 HP barrier on them. Although not landing it on both DPS units is a little bit unfortunate. All 4 bind. Actually, it does look like we missed 1 bind as well. So going to be a little bit of an
bind the
rotation.
Teiyu.
I mean, for what it's worth, though, at this point, I think Rikazo's kind of just playing with his food. I mean, the whole team is going to go. He has a restricted or a bound and unbuffable team. If he wanted to, honestly, he probably could have just sealed the Janua here as well, but I think he's just planning to set up for an A-Town and S3 into... Oh my god, wait, that just one-shot the Blood Moon Haste!
Well, I think there's still a chance here. The Teiyu is about to activate his passive on here, or he should with the ambitious Tywin swing here. Yes, Guide of the Seven Seas should proc here in a couple seconds, allowing him to change element on all of his units and sort of switch things up so that protection in there will come in handy.
Is that a damn Yu-Gi-Oh card, bro? What is that?
Okay, actually, no, there's actually another thing. Teiyu's about to hit his 4th debuff, as you know, that fully cleanses and heals the team at the same time as well, and it ignores him being deceased. So,
Does Rikazo know that? Does Rikazo know that Janua can't activate himself when he's bound? Because I feel like from what we just saw there, couldn't he have just? I feel like he could have ripped off the, you know, he could have done the A-Town S3 here. Maybe he's just really afraid of like the Laya coming through. But it feels now like we've given Noluckporing here a little bit more of a chance. Because now we have, I mean, the Janua's taking a turn and never mind. It doesn't even look like
I was going to say, like, I think
HP Noluckporing.
I think he's playing actually...
Whoa, actually, this is Teiyu's 19th passive. When he's actually at 1 HP, he dies. He just fucking goes. I don't know what he does. I'm never going to find out the answer to these questions.
He's like a League of Legends character. There's the Yasuo effect, you know, when you go 0 and 15, suddenly you hit your power spike and you finna kill everybody out here.
Gonna kill everybody. On that note, that defense buff sure looks like it's gonna kill Laya, because she ain't gonna be making it that far.
Do a lot, and I mean, even with just a regular S1 there, Steny does like 80% of her health, and here Rikazo does send him home. That Nadalon monk just absolutely conveying way too much power there. And Rikazo evens out the score at 1-1.
I want to actually say something real quick here to Noluck. You know, this is just, it's the same thing I hope to say to my daughter one day, which is, stay away from the cucks, okay? You know, we had a lot of strong units coming out first that were kind of our premier DPS. The LPK was a great option. Even the Queric was able to get something done. But we went to the Teiyu. Stay away from the cucks, okay? Just, you know, we can bridge into the DPS options that are more inventive, but if we go too far down, I think we just end up in a bad place. I think personally for everyone involved.
I think it's fine, right? If you pick up a really niche unit like the Teiyu, but if you do that, you are co-signing letting the Sea Phantom Poodz stay in the draft, and I think, you know, failure to stay on that fighting path is kind of what threw him off this last match. But at least for this one, Rikazo, once again, we are going to lock in the Sea Phantom Poodz, Janua and the Laya locked in for Noluck. I mean, these units are too good. You cannot let your opponent have them on this rotation. If you do, you are kind of signing away your own death warrants, so he has to pick them up. And that's always one of the nuances when you're playing like this playstyle where you have an aggressive player going head-to-head versus another aggressive, equally aggressive player, because you have to be able to take away his Janua. You have to not let them have the Laya. Otherwise, how do you fight this Politis?
Yeah, and even to that point, I mean, there are still so many good options. We just saw it. This looks like a pretty solid answer, to be honest, into Noluckporing here. There's the ambitious Tywin to try and stun the Janua, depending on the tuning of things. I mean, if I'm being real, based on the tuning that we saw from last game, it kind of looks like all of Rikazo's units are going to outspeed this Laya here on the left side. But thankfully, we do also have, I guess, like the Blood Moon Haste on Rikazo's side, in case if things go wrong. Again, we have the Laya to kind of match the pacing of the Blood Moon Haste, and of course, Janua also does a lot of damage to, I mean, pretty much anyone that he wants to hit. But I do think we did see that the Rikazo's, ambitious Tywin is actually an Aureus, and that it doesn't do quite enough damage, or the Janua doesn't quite do enough damage to one-shot anything here. But Aiden here on 3, I think, is really kind of... I don't know how in love I am with this idea. I get it. It's likely going to be to try and one-shot the Blood Moon Haste, but we saw it already, guys, in game 1, right? This is a 27,000 HP Blood Moon Haste on Guardian Ice Crystal that also has a Rage and Speed buff from the Sea Phantom Politis, also has the Aureus from Ambitious Tywin that you can't ban out. So we're gonna have to see what the final 2 picks are here, but if there's anything that can deal with the Aiden, it's gonna feel like the third pick is a little bit preemptive, I guess is the right word to say it. And we even have martial artist Ken here on 4, but what was the character that it was supposed to counter? It feels like Noluckporing here is pre-picking a little bit, and it feels a little bit interesting, a little bit odd for right now. But
I mean, in a scenario like this, you can't afford to waste a pick on something that isn't impactful. Sheltier now locked in. I mean, Sheltier and Stenny, both decent units into that Savior Auden, and we're probably looking to just take her out, either through not being able to be countered or just one-shotting her right away. And Conqueror Lilius as the final unit gets locked in here for No Luck. Most likely, that is going to be the ban. But who does No Luck ban off of Rikazo's side? It's most likely that Sheltier, isn't it?
It can most definitely be that Sheltier. She's such a stalwart force in the draft, especially with that constant stealth that she gets, almost as strong as my face right now, unmoving, expressionless, and a constant detriment in the draft. But it's actually going to be, as the Conqueror Lilius, as you said, but also pointed out, also off to the Sea Phantom Politis. I got to use words properly. If I want to commentate this draft.
Words are hard. Absolutely difficult. I don't know why both of you guys are frozen when you guys are literally being captured on the same fucking window. Or like you know what I mean? Like if
like
both of you guys are frozen, like sure, that makes sense. But why is one of you guys not moving and the other one is just, you know, going at it right away? That is a little bit crazy.
Oh, immunity on Laya actually here so that you can't. Wait, am I
protects from the poison?
Wait, did I just? Am I crazy? Was the ambitious Tywin also faster than the Laya? I thought it was because of the ML Politis speed buff on one of the push-ups, but no, the ambitious Tywin is also just faster than this Laya.
I think for how much Rikazo's been playing Sea Phantom Politis,
fucking better.
It just makes sense, you know? It just makes sense that he is fast. However, Ken does... You know, we thought the Ken was a dud pick, but here the Ken gets a provoke off onto the Sheltier, and suddenly, you know, the match doesn't look that easy for Rikazo. Aiden, no attack buff. We are going to slam that Sword of Heaven down, and we, through the Aureus, you know, it does a bit of damage. It does a bit of damage.
You have to remember a never fucking mind.
You hate
Never mind. I was about to go on.
To see it.
I was about to say, so I was like, you have to remember, guys, when Aiden hits a dark unit, she gets reduced cooldown because she's a racist. Never mind, she's just dead.
Oh my god.
Yeah, unfortunately, that ended up not being of consequence. Blood Moon Hate has an interesting turn here. We do fish for the strip on the Martial Artist Ken. Does not land. The Martial Artist Ken is going to be able to do some big damage to Rikazo's team. But if you do not put away this Blood Moon Haze, how do you
Double?
finish him off?
Double resist though.
Well, those are some huge resists. Like, seeing the no stuns, no defense breaks, that's how you know you can take a game home.
Oh, this is getting a little bit scary actually here for Rikazo. Like the DPSs were provoked. Never mind. Okay.
Reaching,
Is this
reaching, Kana reaching, as if he's trying to hit the Stene.
Well, I thought the Spectre Tenebra here could be in a bit of trouble. I mean, she got hit, and the martial artist Ken had vigor, had S3. Could
I will say this is actually a huge chance for No Luck to come back. We got the Janua proc. I mean, he's gonna give himself attack buff. He's going to land the extra attack, and the splash damage is going to come through. I mean, Sheltier is on 30% HP, whereas Spectre Tenebria, she's defense broken. Does the A-Tywin take it away? And no, we are not
I knew it. He's gonna get greedy.
He's
gonna get greedy. He needs the kill here. He does. He's secure, but the barrier goes up as well.
That's a bit unfortunate. We go for the A-Tywin instead of the Blood Moon Haze. Blood Moon Haze, Blood Aura up. We're gonna scythe the ML Ken. ML Ken drops, and suddenly, the ambitious Tywin comes back. The Janua now staring at 4 opponents with mad barriers and a dual attack closes out the Janua. Oof.
Like, I think at this point, we're going to have to see if Rikazo has a slow unit, maybe. I don't know if the tuning messes things up, but I do think that if you have to lose your whole turn right there with the A-Tywin, it could be really bad, actually, right? Because typically or historically, you want the A-Tywin to use his S3s, especially against a team that has no immunities turn 1 after the cleanser has gone, so like the Laya, or after the Laya is forced to S1, but that's just literally not how the speed tuning works. I'm curious how it'll play out.
You spend the last 2 minutes roasting the shit out of No Luck's gear.
Not roasting the gear. It could be intentional.
Okay, look, you have infinite speed gear, infinite units, infinite builds, infinite permutations. We get it, okay? Mr. I pop off during the side story. Oh my god.
Listen.
This entire time, we went on for like 2 minutes going on this guy's speed. And like,
but I think
speed, he's just like not that fast.
No, but I think it has to. It does actually kind of mess things up. Wouldn't you say? Like the A-Tywin.
There are two factors, right? One is possible that No Luck just doesn't have the speed gear, which is kind of a mismatch into Rikazo, who, also isn't known to be particularly fast, but whatever speed gear he does have, he does go out of his way to make the Laya a little bit faster, make the Haste a little bit faster for speed tuning, right? And it's all about stretching that gear that you have. No Luck this time, though, not trying to mess around with, turn 2 again. We are going to pick up the Zio first pick. I mean, both of the anti-cleave are still locked away. And on top of that, 3 openers and the Janua. So both of these players kind of retooling and adjusting to a new strategy. 2 injury units locked in the second rotation for No Luck. It's going to be a bit of an interesting choice. Sheltier does take a bit longer for her value to shine through, whereas the Ray is a bit more immediate. You can start dropping the Venom. You can start dropping the injury. Start taking down your opponent. And with 2 HP scaling units, does Rikazo have something in his pocket to be able to swing it on this Sheltier, be able to swing it on the Ray? And I think having that first pick Zio is extremely smart here. Bunny Dominio, ooh. Not the support you generally want to see in this matchup. However, we do want to have the Bunny Dominio choke the race S3. Can't do anything about the S2, but as far as that S3 is concerned, you cannot press the S3 unless you're trying to give the Bunny a lot of value.
Yes. Now, we're going to need something after all this from Rikazo, and it comes out in the form of the Karina. Now, from what I understand, this is a 285 Karina running speed defense set, so definitely going to be something of a threat, possibly coming out after most of the other units, if not the one pushed back by the Zio there. So a lot of potential counterplay coming out of this Karina. I like her in this spot a lot, and No Luck is definitely going to have to respond with an Elegos, an elegant solution, if I'd say so myself, and his face unit, the last piece Corinne.
Yesterday I questioned the spot to pick the last piece Corinne. Today, I'm just gonna do it. Like yesterday I questioned him and he won, but is into a unbannable Bunny Dominio the right spot, right? You can't put on the Phantom Sword, and without the Phantom Sword, without your attack buff, do you get enough damage that lets you really plow through Rikazo's draft right here. But hey, I do really like the Elagos. I like the Zeo. However, Zeo does get banned out alongside that closer Charles.
Alongside the 310 closer Charles, thank you very much.
Something that could be cooking up here, but again, it kind of depends on the speed tuning, is that arguably if you have it tuned where the last piece Karen takes the turn, you could actually sleep or activate the okay, well, all right. So the last piece Karen here can use the extra turn to activate the Moon Bunny. And I was gonna say maybe with the speed tuning of the Death Dealer Ray, he can S3 S2 after, but I mean the Lion kind of has a dead turn maybe, but it kind of depends on how fast things are. Again, he's activated it already right here. He can go into stealth, and there isn't really a way actually for the last piece Karen to get hit. Again, the Schultz here can't get one shot either. It's really going to come down, I think, to how the Death Dealer Ray performs here. The Laya, again, has a full wasted turn. It would have been nice maybe to see if, I guess, if maybe the Elagos or the Death Dealer Ray was taking the turn here, but the Laya actually loses all value here. Again, this is what I was kind of talking about, because now the Laya can't cleanse, and she has to wait a full turn before she can press S2, but that might not be enough time here, because if the Elagos can one-shot something...
I think the thing to focus on here is, what is Noluck's game plan coming into this match, right? Because as the aggressive player, I'm sure you would know, right? It's the easiest to form a game plan. I'm going to kill this first, followed by this, A, B, C, D, right? It's a very simple flowchart most of the time, and holy moly, that really said
was that 8 resistances?
Yeah, I know, right? I mean... the moment he resisted that strip, it is a tough matchup for Noluck. I mean, what do you do here? Do you kill the Haste first and activate the Karina? Do you aggress onto the Karina first and give Blood Aura to the Haste? And while you're doing that, are you going to leave the Laya alone? Is the Laya going to be able to just ramp up that ultimate and blow up your team? But no, we're actually using the LPK as a way to blow up the Bunny passive. Ray is going now, and this needs to go. I mean, 7 out of 8, as good as you could ask for in this scenario, and we need to swing this comeback, and we need to swing it fast with the Ray, with the Shell tier.
I mean, he's got the Soul Burn here right now. If he wants to, he could run it down. I mean, it's a lot of damage. He kind of has his pick of the litter too, but I think he might unfortunately have to go on the Haste. Ooh, it actually doesn't proc the Karina here, which could be really nice, but it might be a little too much to handle. Elagos doesn't have his S3, he only has S1 here, but he can still apply the Venom here if he chooses. But now you have to kind of juggle through things. Like, do you want the Karina to activate? Do you want Haste to... There's so many landmine or kind of triggers that he has to traverse around. Schultz here also kind of not in super great form right now. The Moon Bunny applies or barriers up the entire team.
I think I see his game plan here, where he's trying to wear down all the characters equally at the same time without committing too hard onto a certain... you know, you don't want to activate the Karina, you don't want to activate the Haste, but maybe in this case, you do have to pick a target and really just fully commit to a Shell tier. Ultimate turn comes through right here. We're going to drop the lands right onto Blood Moon Haste. Is that going to be enough damage to drop him? It is not, and it also activates the Karina, which that might be the tough spot that Noluck
the worst
doesn't
of both worlds, as you might say. Oh, I think we're saying goodbye to Elagos here, ladies and gentlemen. A drop from the skyscraper city itself. The defense break shows, and the pop goes, absolutely defeating and deleting both units on Noluck's side. The Blood Moon Haste following up with the Soul Burn, with the follow-up in quick fashion. Laya not missing the beat there. You get it because she's in a band. And following up with the Moon Bunny.
Resist coming in from the Ray, but I don't think the Ray's carrying enough tempo to actually finish out this game now.
Yeah, it looks like a tough situation to be in. Even with all of her might, I think last piece Karen, alongside the Death Dealer Ray, they have to kill so many targets. They have and it doesn't even kill the Haste.
Yeah, that is the issue. You needed to snowball your Neo Phantom Sword with this character last piece Karen. I mean, huge damage potential, but when you're not starting your snowball, when you're not going from one kill to the next, you know, playing leapfrog with it, you just run out of damage, you run out of tempo, and here in this case, Laya does make it to her turn. Big bass guitar comes through, 13,000 damage, no soul burn, takes out the last piece Karim. Rikazo finishes set 3-1. So, that is our top 8 cut. Doing a quick bracket check, Candlewicks does take a 2-1. I'm assuming at this point it's a 3-1 victory, or maybe a 3-2 victory over Andrew. Higa moves on over Poodz. Rikazo moves on over Noluck, and MNIM completely cleans out Harmless Hades. It's looking like all the contestants are ready. Let's slot in. Yep, Slamdancer as well as Candlewicks are in. And as you guys know, first game will be random first pick, and after that, loser gets to decide. So this game, we will be having Slamdancer with that coveted first pick.
I forgot Candlewicks had that profile picture. I really like his profile, or his profile card. That profile card is really cute. I got a lot of respect for that card. It's like the, what is it? Is it the sniffa emote? Oh, Yum Yum, that's what it was. Yeah. I like that one a lot.
This is actually really interesting. For the first time, I think, today, at the very least, Blood Moon Haze banned out by Candle, as well as the Rand. So we're, once again, banning out a slow character and a fast character. Candle trying to establish himself in the mid-range. I'm sure Slamdancer was trying to take the first pick, Blood Moon Haze, because that seemed like a cornerstone of his overarching strategy all day today. But with that out the way, Sea Phantom Politics as a first pick can never go too wrong for you. And, you know, just coupled on top, we got the Navy Captain Landy removed, as well as Galililius. Feels like Galililius is now not going to be serving a greater purpose without Blood Moon Haste clogging up the kill order in the game, right? And we've seen that a lot today. Blood Moon Haste being a unit where it's like, do you kill him first? If you kill him first, you're letting units like Karina pop off. If you try to AoE everything, you let the Janua pop off, right? So not going to have to be worried about him in this game. Going to be a longer question if he's going to be let out overall in the series.
Yeah, and I think it's crazy. What's going on in Divine's background? what is going on in Divine's background?
I got a fucking visceral cough from me, bro.
All right, in any case, I think actually we're seeing kind of like a trend here, right? Like everyone really likes the Celine here on 2, in the earlier phases, I should say, in response to some of the openers here. But actually, is this the first time we've seen Conqueror Lilius in our series? I don't think I've seen...
Conqueror Lilius came out earlier today, but most of the time she kind of came out as a later pick, and she's post-ban. This is one of those units that's historically been just the strongest opener in the game. And, I mean, her spot now is only being contested by Sea Phantom Politis. But the really awkward part, no matter how you look at it, is Conqueror Lily has been out of the game for 2 years. She has a handful of counters. You got the Bunny Dominion, you got the Ocean Breeze Luluka, and, I mean, even Zio, right, who is still available in this game, is somewhat of a counter to her, whereas none of those counters really apply to Sea Phantom Politis. So you have to get a bit more creative. You have to be more of a chef, so to speak, to not get your entire draft choked out by the Sea Phantom Politis.
Yeah, and I mean, we haven't seen her much, I think, today either, but the Abyssal Euphine coming out, this time around, there isn't the Janua to maybe kind of deal with the Abyssal Euphine, but she's still very strong. I'm curious if actually Slamdancer here decides to take something like the Aiden, or, actually... We kind of forgot about him.
I will say, I'm surprised, pleasantly so, that Candlewicks isn't going for the Laya first pick. I want to not drool on myself strategy. That's something he's opted for multiple times against me personally. So I'm taking that one a bit personally. I'm looking at him. I'm like, you best not put me to sleep in my own tournament, buddy boy, because I'm gonna hold that one personally against you for a little bit longer. Death Dealer Ray comes out. Karina comes out.
Ooh,
Karina, I do think it's a really strong unit versus the Janua, but
there's a lot of
draft. I don't know if he deals with that Abyssal Euphine particularly well, just because she's been a demon of the game for so long, and there's so many units that come out that beat her. You got the Janua, and of course Aiden, as always, is just such a threat versus dark units. And you guys think this draft can handle the Abyssal Euphine?
I'm not so certain. There's a lot of CR manipulation, a lot of characters trying to push themselves up and their team into the action. So I don't know how much they want to deal with the Abyssal Euphine. I'm also not too sure how much it deals with her potentially coming back if it is on Holy Sack. So we'll have to see. And as always, last pick, Knockwall is a nasty, nasty threat to be under.
I think, in all honesty, he could be okay, but I think it's very predicated on whether or not, that's what I was going to say, whether or not he had the control on his side. If he has the Death Dealer Ray, you can put her to sleep. This is a bit of reading into it right now, but when you do typically see Crimson Armin alongside the Abyssal Euphine, it typically indicates that it's on the Elbrus, and if you are able to put it to sleep, assuming that maybe even the Death Dealer Ray here doesn't get provoked, or, you know, there's a bit of threat here from the Selene, maybe he even just goes for it and tries to one-shot the Abyssal Euphine, because it's Selene with no mitigation, right? Or, well, ignoring mitigation, and it might be a little bit harder with the Vigor, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see. It's even more important, actually.
Through, goes on the Crimson Armin, so doesn't really hit one of the key targets. Not going to be able to do a whole lot of damage in removing HP off of Candle's side. Conqueror Lily is looking at her second turn. Do you go for an attack? You can drag a dual attack, but it is a little bit high risk considering there's an ambitious Taiwan on the side. Ooh, going to opt for the redirect provoke for the Ray. Ray actually gets tagged by the Conqueror Lilius, which tells me this is not a high effect resist Ray, or he's just going to be able to potion vial it away.
Yeah,
this is like a 30% chance.
I am looking at this as well. I think the Selene swatched, well, it obviously swapped EEs here, but looking through her skills, this is actually
need to rip this right here. I mean, that's a scary Janua and everything on the way. We want to block as many turns as possible. Ooh, misses the stun on the Euphine, but
you also see how much that cleared away the debuffs.
Provoke. Now he gets a pop off.
Oh, it's so tanky too. It has 19,000 HP, and everyone 4 for 4 is sleeping and or stunned. This looks really, really scary here for Candlewicks now. They're all dizzy. They're all dying. I mean, there's really nothing he could do. We're oh my gosh, wow. We're even choosing to activate the Janua here, and we could provoke him maybe with the ambitious Tywin. It kind of looks really, really bad for Candlewicks right now. So long as the Crimson Armin here doesn't get slept, I mean, he could provoke. Oh, the Elbrus comes out, but I don't think it'll be enough.
That just makes a Tywin bigger and madder, though. Ooh, here's a question I have for you, Kana. You're an aggressive player. In the aggressive winning spot, do you touch the Janua here, or do you just ignore him for as long as humanly possible and hope he just doesn't pop off on you? What is the play here?
I think because he doesn't have rage here, I think it's fine. Oh, I'm trying to say fine, but man,
God,
this is
another
really
counterattack. That's what you don't want to see. As much as you're in the lead, when the opponent's Elber's Ritual Sword pops off that much, it's not a good look. But Ray Soulburns puts the Janua to sleep. We bypass the immortality completely. No hair flip for the Janua. And I think Slamdancer got past that specific hurdle. We are going for another cheeky hit on the Euphine, but doesn't take her out, and now her bar is full. It's time to pop. There are no other times for her to go. Presses everything. Damage comes through.
Oh, but
takes out the
counterattack comes
through. Counterattack. Karina goes holy sack on the Tywin. The Tywin comes back. What is this Janua doing?
This Janua's at 1 HP, and he might be able to cleave back a little bit, but is he able to cleave back this game in Candlewick's favor? The time is ticking down, and the Crimson Armin is standing there, hasn't done anything yet this whole game.
You got two plays. You could take out the Tywin, but no!
So close!
I mean, it's an absolute response. Everything lives by 1 HP. Candlewick's acknowledges it. Okay.
Yeah,
winner goes to Slam.
That first match, and that was tight. I'll tell you guys what.
That was one flat HP roll coming to save it all.
Now that he has the first pick, we'll head into game 2 and see if he takes this match, because, oh boy, you got to find your footing fast. The moment you let one match slip, you have to be able to lock it in. You have to be able to get something back. If you let things slip continuously, I mean, we've seen this time and time again in sets of BO3s, BO5s. Sometimes your opponent just runs wild and runs over you, and you lose control of the entire series.
Yeah, and just before we get into the actual picks here, I just wanted to point out that on the Death Dealer Ray pick, you've seen how Slamdancer plays. He's like a very kind of flexible, I'll just play and kind of react to the opponent kind of draft while taking some important picks. That is why I think right now he has a Death Dealer in the effectiveness, because he does like to cleave with it as well. But I mean, now he's taking, I think, what we haven't seen at all, which is stealing the rage characters from the ML Poly flat out. Forget the Death Dealer Ray, forget the Laya, forget any Conqueror Lilius, any kind of faster characters to deal with the to deal with Candlewicks here. He's just saying, what if I take all the good rage characters away? There's no A Taiwan anymore. There's no Janua. Lua, or I guess the Zio and
Candle's
are
cycling
up,
through his options right now. It's a bit of a weird spot, right? You lose access to all of the best combo units together with that Politis, but also at the same time, your opponent just doesn't have an opener in the first two picks, right? So out of that, you know, you can kind of abuse the fact that they're not going to be extremely fast, but we do pick up an Abyssal Youthing here. I might have expected something like a Karina where, you know, the pick is a bit more safe and you can play around your opponent a bit more, but in the third pick slot, we do lock in that Nadalon Monk Knockwall. We're going to reset our opponents, put Shackle on them. We saw her in one match earlier today, and she absolutely stopped the opponent from playing the game, and that is always going to be a threat. You have to evaluate to yourself, do I want my opponent to play the game here? Do I want them to play their game, or do I rather just swing something much more aggressive and flip the match on their head?
Yeah, and I can't really imagine what Candlewicks would take into the Janua A Taiwan composition to kind of round things out. I mean, I was gonna say Laya's still up for Slamdancer here. If he takes it to kind of deal with the Nadalon Monk and the ML Politis, I think he's kind of in a fine spot. Death Dealer Ray taken away as well. I mean, even if he ends up taking something like the Sharoon to deal with the Death Dealer Ray, or even the Moon Bunny, I mean, think about the wall, like the different levels of DPS that you have to fight here. There's no ML Haste, there's no Celine, there's no Gala, there's no Candy, and you're fighting against Janua and Maya of all characters.
I will say the one thing I have noticed about this format in general is that a lot of units like that Death Dealer Ray, when they have a hard counter, right, like Death Dealer Ray into the Dragon King Sharoon, Ocean Breeze Luluka versus the Solitaria that can hold all of her focus. It makes them much worse in the first rotation before the guaranteed unit comes through. But after the third pick comes through and you're locked in for a unit, I actually feel like a lot of these units are much stronger as pick 4 and pick 5 units, where your opponents just don't have enough draft utility, so to speak, to adapt around these units. And you know, most pick 4, pick 5 units can't beat a Ray, right? Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, if I wanted to really comment on this match, I'm going to have to rely on the community and the things I've learned from it. And if there's anything I learned from watching Kana's Please You Must Pick This Watch Out for This Advice tier list video preseason immediate satisfaction video recently, it's that a lot of the units on right side were absolutely in his SSS broken tier. You know, the same one he puts up there with really the best of the best. And looking at a lot of these units, they are strong. They're going in without too much adversity. I gotta say, Candlewicks is in such a strong position right now.
Except for the Janua, the Laya, no more Death Dealer, but actually, I don't even know if he had to deal with the Aiden here. I guess he really wanted to just press the Ambitious Taiwan. I have not released a tier list video, by the way, for the preseason, just saying. But in any case, yet. But I do think there is a lot of, I guess there's going to be a lot of dual attacking. There's going to be a lot of dragging. I think this is going to be one of these games that comes down to, honestly, how well the RNG rolls in Slamdancer's favor. Is he going to be getting enough debuffs? Like, is he going to be able to counter as much? Is he going to resist this first bind and potentially reset of the Nadalon Monk on the Karina? And he does get the miss. She's also cleansed at the exact same time. We still have Laya, who is a big threat here. Ambitious Taiwan getting sealed up here so that he can't, I guess, proc his seal next turn, in addition to being reset. But now it's there's kind of lost tempo in a sense. He kind of has to just wait to see what happens from Slamdancer side. I believe we saw
exactly
that
what happens when you take some of these really OP meta units that, big counterattack comes through for the Abyssal Youthing, punishing the Oh, wait, that's actually really interesting. You know, I thought the Janua is just stuck the moment the shackles are on him, but that
he
activated on his own turn, so he was able to just
Yeah.
cleanse him out of it. And now he's coming. No matter what, I think Candlewix is out of strips, so he might be in a very dangerous spot. Yeah, that worked because the Janua procced the counterattack, which pushed him into the cleanse threshold on his own turn, and it let him cleanse the shackles. And now all 4 characters on Candlewick's side is stunned. I think it's time for this Janua. Not even the Janua, the Karina's gonna go ham. Building Slam comes through. Big Fist, lots of damage, especially through defense breaks. On the Yuffie, takes her out. Right there.
All right, that's done and dusted as soon as it came down. The fist slammed in and secured the victory for Slamdancer. You would look at left side composition and you would never say it was a cleave, but it was almost done as fast as one. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
And whenever he's ready, and they are ready, we're gonna see whether he survives, adapts, or he becomes destroyed.
Yeah, and again, there is still some potential here. Candlewick's not like really opting into one playstyle necessarily. He does play a bit faster, but as you saw, right, he does have the Sea Phantom, he does have the Abyssal Yuffie, he can play with Knockwall, and I think maybe he's going to prioritize or going to have to prioritize taking away some of these rage characters a little bit earlier, or he might just ban them out, to be honest with you. That's also a possibility.
This is
We've
one
already seen
encouraging sign. Both players almost taking up the full 30 seconds to think about how they want to stop their opponent's game plan. Candle this time actually bans out the green Celine, so he can get a very safe first pick Sea Phantom Politis here. No Ren and no Haste for Slamdancer, whereas no Crimson Armin, no Galililius for Candlewix.
I mean, you could see it. It's the Sea Phantom Politis early, and I mean, Candlewix is thinking about it. Does he want the Laya here? He saw what happened last time when Laya kind of got, you know, too much tempo. Like, he got to, like, even though, of course, in that last match, it was nice that we saw the interaction between the Monk and the Laya. I mean, the Janua was inevitably going to get his turn anyways, right? Because he had the cleanse coming up from Laya, and he's thinking about prioritizing it now, but I don't know if he really wants to opt into the Abyssal Yuffie quite yet here.
That was a really clutch counterattack from the Yuffie to really free up that Janua on his own turn, because if that didn't counterattack right on that turn, that we might have not seen that Janua activate ever.
And there it clutch, is. But she really did just demonize and demean her whole entire team. and speaking of demons, we've got Laya up on the field right now. I know you've talked a lot about picking Laya into this protective spot and how powerful it could really be for asserting your team's dominance. We've got protection on the right side. We've got a ticking time bomb in Laya and the Politis to make sure that the team engages quickly. Slamdancer's still gone on with his strategy of stealing away those great rage picks, but can he support the rest of the team? I really do think that factor's going to come down to what ends up in the third protected band protection spot here.
Slamdancer, I mean, he knows he's ahead, but he's not rushing to any decisions. He's taking his time, thinking about the strategies, especially when Candlewix, you know, when you have an opening like this, you have a support, a tank, and then a support. Your opponent is doing quite literally, you know, the chess.
Double.
In chess, you would be castling up, right? And in this case, Slamdancer says, you know what? I'll go 2 knights as well. 2 knights, 2 DPS, one of which you cannot ban. How do you respond?
Yeah,
so much Trozet. So much Trozet this tournament.
I was curious if he might not have picked Zeo here and kind of pivot. I mean, Slamdancer, one of like the most prolific Zeo players on the ladder for sure. But I mean, the Zeo into like a guaranteed Ludwig or something like that. I mean, I know that he does have the air wall here, but it's against the Laya. He's got a bit of a weaker mitigation. This isn't an Albedo Succubus Knight situation. There isn't a protection set knight that's already guaranteed to give to the team. But he's instead opting for Abyssal Yuffie, which I think is a bit weaker, I would say, honestly, into the Laya. However, I think Candlewix is responding fairly okay into it. He's got the Biblis here. Biblis,
there it is.
Actually, I learned is pretty good into Janua. You can kind of just activate proc and deal. But I don't know how Aiden's gonna feel into this left side team.
So, like I was saying, right? I think the strongest I've ever seen Candlewicks is when he's taking the Laya and he's going to go the distance, go for a Laya solo win condition. And in this case, with, you know...
Did you say Laya solo?
Yeah, it's looking like... There it is.
Okay,
you know, for the longest time, that felt like a really stable draft, especially with that third pick lock-in. You know, we can't ban the third unit, and we finally see Candle default to that style. Is he going to be able to end Legend, or is he getting sent back home by Slamdancer on this pick? I'm actually really curious to see. Thank you again for the hydrate. Let me go get
Well, not just curious. We're excited to see it as the rage goes up, the speed goes up. Laya picks up her bass and strums along those strings. What is the enemy of which she will sing? A couple of seconds here and we'll know, but the strategy seems to be in focus with of course, the natural protection on left side going towards the Yufine. Ooh, not exactly the best, but not exactly the worst target to pull. Not too many great targets
right here. We're gonna look to land a wave of debuffs and put the hurt down on Slamdancer. Ooh, 2 defense breaks on top. We do cleanse the initial speed down.
Maybe more than 2 here in a second.
Oof, that might be a toughie. Still 2, but now they went from a 1-turn defense break to a 2-turn defense break. Oh, Slamdancer has one very key button here he needs to press. Do you cleanse your Janua? Do you cleanse your Yufine? Or do you cleanse your Tywin? Like, there are so many options. You only have one cleanse. This needs to be able to make a difference, and it needs to keep you in. And no, he skips it.
Oh, but the duel into provoke. Oh, it's... He got the best
counterattack comes through from Yufine here,
world.
but defense break limiting her defense scaling damage, so she won't be hurting a whole lot. But no matter what, as Slamdancer, you just want that Yufine to ramp up, and you want her to go fast.
Now this Janua is blind, so we'll see if the damage is true or if it falls off just as quickly.
He's waiting. He really doesn't want to do it. He could have done a bit of a 50-50 there where, again, he didn't even have to really commit to having one of your characters, you know, like slipped or anything by the arrow well. I think he was considering if he wanted to just
another
run the... Oh, this character is getting so many Elbrises. We're not even into Frenzy 1 yet. He's got half of his bar already.
Yeah, you better be thanking your lucky stars that the stealth goes up afterwards, or else that Politis would be in a very exposed position.
On the topic of the Politis as well, she does hold back half of all fighting spirit game for this Abyssal Yufine. Had she not been here, this next Yufine turn, Slamdancer's getting ready to pop off, and Candlewicks might just get sent home. But in this case, Yufine still has 50% of the distance to go. She still needs to play out that long game. Still needs to count on that Elbrus Ritual Sword to be able to generate that tempo for her before blowing it up. And Candlewick's main objective right now, just play for the Laya. If we can get the Laya, get that ultimate soul burn it, send the Yufine home, play through everything.
That's the difficult thing about the soul burn strategy here, because we've got the A Tywin here, and that little rat keeps stealing them back. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
all those souls getting snatched up.
Good stun on the arrow well. Candle finally looked like he's playing a slow and steady game, but I think it's still a big question mark whether or not he has enough time.
Still not activating his immortality. I think Slamdancer here was praying, absolutely praying for the Biblis to activate or the Abyssal Yufine to counter and then have the Biblis activate so that he could cleanse off his team. But we have to wait a whole nother turn for the ambitious Tywin to see if he can S3. Time's ticking here for Slamdancer. He kind of needs to start hitting, slamming, whatever it is, like blowing up this enemy team. Laya has her S3 next turn, and she's going to have souls with it too.
Question here though, how does he proceed through the next 2 turns? This might not seem like it, but actually both players need to be decently careful about how they sequence their skills, whose passives they trigger, what percentage of Elbrus Ritual Sword they're playing into, and they need to be adjusting their calculations from turn to turn to turn and changing their decision making based on that. Another Elbrus comes through as we're talking about it. Janua does get sent into the immortality, but the counterattack is going to let that immortality get stripped. Ooh, Yufine is, I think, 3 quick attacks off from being able to be ready for that full bar.
You also got to consider
for this world.
I think you've also got to consider how much value you're really getting out of this barrier, mixing well with the Sea Phantom Politis, making sure that all these stray counterattacks aren't knocking her out of stealth and keeping her more protected, I'd say, than possibly even the Arrowell.
I mean, the Arrowell has to shoulder the load for the team. She is the main tank. The S-score
Ayo.
buff on her, absorbing 30% of all incoming damage dealt. And, I mean, shouldering a big load right there, taking out the Janua. That
Ayo.
Arrowell was single-handedly responsible for winning at least the matchup on this front. Taiwan's thinking about it, but instead of going for the full S3, we are just going to provoke the Arrowell, let the Laya play that soul burn. Taking out the souls for that Laya was so important right here.
Yep. I was about to highlight it too. It really was time, and so we will keep the bass guitar away for another day. Not yet at a point where Abyssal Euphine is going to rage out against the machine, so possibly holding out to get those back. And now it's time for the Minister of Defense to finally put his insignia down. His S3 clears, and he's pushing up the A Tywin, recognizing that there's no debuffs, and hopefully there won't be for a while, so it might just be the perfect opportunity to time this all-important S3 with the possible incoming Abyssal Euphine pop-off. Speaking of which, she's popping off right now.
Cleanse off of her too. There's no more defense break on the Abyssal Euphine, which means that her damage is back to normal, but we'll have to see if this Biblis turn is impactful. I mean, she's got her S3 back up again. She could blind, she could defense break on S2 again. It's looking really, really scary here. Oh, but we didn't end up running the S3 here. Ambitious Tywin could run the Soulburn S3, defense break this entire team, and it could look really, 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 really bad here for Candlewicks if he's not careful. No cleanse from the Sweet Miracle, and he's got to start swinging with the Laya here.
I mean,
but
that's just good calculations by both players. If you're in the scenario versus a Laya solo, you have to be counting your opponent's Sweet Miracles. You have to be trying to play around it, stun her, do anything on the turn where she's popping off, and the dual attack by the Euphine, that is huge! You really care about that dual attack, specifically on this turn, and no matter what, we're trying to chip everything down. No Sweet Miracle on the cooldown. Again, she misses another turn. Now, can Candle get enough turn economy to get this Laya, or is everything falling apart? That Euphine is creeping up the bar. She's coming up.
I'm a little bit less worried about the turn economy. I'm more worried that one stray attack here and you are causing a hell of a lot of pain. You can see how much damage we're taking now that the defense break is gone off the Euphine. Now that the Arrow's not there to defend Candlewicks' team, the rest falls, and once more, a single S3. Is this the damage that needs to be done to put them out? The stun comes through, both of them, and that's it. GG's come out. Candlewicks can't take any more, and Slamdancer secures it 3-0.
With that, he's going to send himself right into the finals to be competing for that grand champion prize pool. I mean, and also be able to compete for the full prize, the Skystone prize. So after that, we would be queuing up Rikazo versus MNIM. Did not get to see too much of either play. I think we got to cast one set each. Both of these guys got a few good drafts up their sleeves. How are we feeling about the chances of these guys here?
I've said it loud and I've said it proud. I believe this is. I'm always down for the underdog story. Minima has got it in the bag, and once he gets it here, that underdog momentum, that unleashed hunger, when you realize you really can do it, that's gonna turn him into a beast, just like it did for Marguerite at the World Cup.
I mean, all it takes is a dude whispering in your ear, right? That's all it takes?
No, I'm messing up. I'm not saying anything, but yeah. He's got it. I believe in him.
You believe in him? All right, well, let's see if he believes in himself. He's not very confident, but hey, we're cheering for you. Go play your heart out, man. Play a good set. You and your FGO card is going to be able to take this the distance. Go challenge these guys. I mean, the order has been established. Rikazo is a two-time E7WC contender, but hey, rules are made to be broken, right? Orders are made to be changed, and authorities exist to be challenged.
So both of these players play pretty or relatively different compared to what we just saw last game. I think we'll probably still see some level of aggression here from Rikazo, but as you can see from MNIM, He's trying to thwart it a little bit. He does have the Conqueror Lilius, but he's not fully committing to playing faster. He has the Ocean Breeze, which is one of his waifus, and makes sense. But actually, the Zeo Heon 3 alongside the Blood Moon Haste, this is a very, very aggressive opening from Rikazo here. I'm curious what MNIM's going to take on 3 in response. Is it going to be maybe a mitigation or... It is! It's the Airwall!
We're going to lock in the Unbound Knight Airwall. I mean, we saw how much work she can do. She absolutely protects the entire team, absorbs damage for them, and keeps them alive. So MNIM definitely playing a little bit on the back foot. You know, we're playing from turn 2. We are trying to castle up. We are locked in on our mitigator. We have a Soul Weaver that, you know, on top of the sustain they provide, on top of the cleanse, she puts up defense buff. And on top of all of that, we have Conqueror Lilius, who can put up 30% defense. So MNIM is trying his hardest to castle up. If I ever see somebody who just says, I don't want to die, please, that's this guy right here. This draft, I mean, on top of all of that, we're not going to even take a defense scaling bruiser. We're just going to take a unit that just says, yeah, you're only doing 50% of this guy's HP, especially when they have a knight like Airwell. Yeah, you're doing 20% of their HP per hit. Good luck, have fun.
You got one guy running it down, you've got the other guy going, I want to play him!
Dude, Rikazo is screaming right now for Ludwig. You know he is begging, screaming. He's hovering Dominion. He wants Ludwig so bad here, and it really would put a damper on this MNIM draft. I mean, like, look at his team. It's the most Ludwigable team I've ever seen in my entire life. But he's going to have to opt for the Rowana here instead. Still does a lot of respectable damage here. The Knockwall also pretty good, honestly, into the, I want to say, kind of get run over composition.
As a fellow no Ludwig aggressive player, let me tell you what, I know a few things about this matchup myself. You know, while you are missing a lot of damage that can instantly just end a game, with the Rowana, what you're opting for instead is maybe a small portion of that damage, but you are playing with the disruption power of being able to reset your opponent's cooldowns. You know, all things considered, I do think that the Rowana is strong. I think the Monk is actually really strong. I think a late pick Monk just absolutely throws a lot of, you know, these what we call turtle teams, right? Where you're just like, okay, sir, go right ahead. Please have turn 1 on me. It's on the house. Nadalon Monk actually absolutely bodies these teams, and I expect her to do the same. Roana's banned out. We like her cooldowns. We don't want to give Zeo Rowana the room to play the game. So Roana's banned, as well as the MNIM, who's probably the bruiser here with the most staying power.
Yeah, and now it's just the Knockwall into a team that can literally do nothing against it. She's even got souls here, and you have haste. This looks like, I mean, the MNIM emote kind of says it all, right? There's not a lot that it feels like can be done here. The Laya outspent the Conqueror Lilius.
Bro, we really are just driving this Lulu steer down the CR bar. Going to next game. It's not a good look, but hey. Oh, wait, never mind. That's a soul burn. Yeah, your Lulucar is not playing the game. Seals are probably coming through at some point. Yikes.
Yeah, and it just looks like as soon as he seals the Shaltir here, I mean, if he even wants to, he could just S3 maybe and kill this up. If I'm not mistaken, this removes her damage cut, right? And the ability to stealth, so he doesn't even have to run
you can probably press Haste S3 and a ZOS1 on it and you'd be fine.
Yeah, like this kind of looks like she's out of options. I think Conqueror Lilius here is praying that she drags into the Blood Moon. Oh,
I just drag, brother. It's Nadalon Monk. This character is just that broken.
He's screaming. He is screaming.
We are having fun. We are playing the game.
I'm trying, MNIM. I'm trying.
Being had.
I'm trying, MNIM. I'm trying to bend the rules for you, man. But it looks really, really grim
Guardian
from this position.
It looks like she's keeps her alive. We got a little bit of damage coming in on the Zeo. Maybe we survive. That's what we have to count on. But no, even with the escort, Zeo is able to close her out with this high effectiveness Zeo. MNIM says, "Okay, hold up, fam. Let me go back to the drawing board. I need to cook this up a little bit harder."
Back to the lab again.
Rikazo up 1-0 in the semifinals of the Sword of 4 Seasons Spring Edition. Going into game 2, down 1. Oh no. What is this? I want to end Legend versus I want to end Cleave Legend. No.
Dude, the second gif is actually really funny.
It's too fire. It's too fire.
But yeah, Laya opted first here. Not a bad option if you are starting to or beginning.
He took your advice, right? He announced that, hey, you can have first turn, I'll take turn 2, and I'll just turtle it out completely from there. Zio denied, Ray denied, Politis denied. That is 3 units off the board for Rikazo to play aggressive with. But that's one really important unit that kind of fell through the cracks. Janua, no matter what, always good at blowing up these super tanky units. And on top of all of that, Blood Moon Haste available. So that is such a disruptive force, this Blood Moon Haste. He definitely threw a lot of things off balance, I'll tell you what. But, oh, that's interesting.
Ooh.
I don't know if we expected that one. Actually, MNIM, you know, we were saying, hey,
he's playing
let's
more
turtle
aggressive.
it down, right? But he's like, nah,
Yeah.
how about I speed it up? And now he has the Knockwall. He has the Laya. Rikazo does need a way to either, I would say, aggressively run over MNIM before he could do anything, but that might be a little bit hard with an unbannable Arrowwell on his side, completely protecting him from so much aggression, right? Being able to mitigate the damage, absorb 30%, bring barrier for your allies, and if Rikazo does anything single target based, there is always a chance that she just steals a turn.
Yeah, but like I think the thing here that Rikazo might have to start working in is that unlike on ladder where you aren't able to see who you're playing against, you kind of already have an idea of what MNIM's speed and what MNIM's kind of tuning looks like. This Moon Bunny, I mean, I'm not trying to talk about speed too much, but this Moon Bunny could just outspeed this entire right side. He's not actually opting for a super fast draft here though. Nothing like a, you know, a Jacko, a Fire Politis that maybe does a little bit more damage to pair alongside the Moon Bunny. It looks like we're still a little bit cautious, a little bit careful, but I don't know how I feel about some of these characters into the Knockwall. Knockwall has a lot of options here still available, but if I know MNIM, he's gonna, I was gonna say, he's not gonna be playing really any traditional cleave.
We're actually seeing him coming into his own, right? I would say up until this exact very match, he doesn't exactly have a very strong draft identity, and seeing this, I can safely say we are seeing a goddamn fucking control player. I might not like these.
Disgusting.
I might not like their kind myself. I'll tell you what. But hey, if it gets you the W, I can respect the hustle. And you could definitely tell just with that alone, he's throwing Rikazo off his game a little bit. Rikazo taking a little bit longer. If you notice, he fires out his draft. He's a quick shot. He's a gunslinger.
My God, who is that on 5?
That's how you know this guy is a control player. I mean, it looks like there's 2 rounds of unbuffables, 1 round of full buff strip. Even Arrowwell, the tank here, can fully strip a unit, and Lai is just there to keep the tempo going and be one final win condition. Shelt here gets locked in last for Rikazo, and finally we see more of a return to form where Rikazo's locking in the character immediately, right? Throughout all of this, I think Rikazo took a little bit of his time and even opted for one matchup that I'm not sure is super favorable, specifically the ML Shu, Urban Shadow Shu versus Arrowwell. Generally doesn't go too well for the Shu, but we have Solitaria ban out to enable the Shu, Shelt here ban out to keep our HP scaling units alive. Let's see how things break down.
Yeah, the match is really going to come into it on its own right here. Let's see how this goes. Obviously, with the Knockwall taking the first step here. Not too much to fear, but what is the choice coming out of our new reborn version of MNIM over here? How is he going to overtake his opponent going straight into the S3?
Everything does get reset, but of course we do have the bind here, or I should say the everything gets reset, but the cleanse, I should say. I apologize. But I don't know if there's that much else that's stopping this team. I mean, we've got the cleanse, presumably. Oh no, actually got reset. Yeah, but I do
assessing the damages here real quick. Every character besides the Janua on Rikazo's side has actually been reset, so he needs to play through. Ooh! I was gonna say he needs to be able to play through some real debuffs. He sleeps the Bihu, but the Laya outspeeds, bailing him out of that one. And now the Bihu actually has a fair chance to pop off. And this is one of the few matchups I think he's really strong in. AoE strips comes through, should be 2 buffs, a whole round of unbuffables, and that is what you want to see stopping Blood Moon Haste.
Femboy Kana absolutely popping off with the debuffs coming up across the field. And speaking of debuffs, why don't we get a little stun on that Blood Moon Haste just for good measure? How about you sit out for a couple seconds and sleep while your team takes a permanent dirt nap, mind you.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, we saw it's the attack buff EE as well, so this S1 is gonna hurt a lot. Bihu also not really slacking on the CR bar. He gets 50%, so he's really close to taking another turn. Even if on this turn the Bihu, actually I think the Nadalon Monk still has her S2 up, he could actually just run it into the Janua could die instantly. That might be the play here, because the Shu has no way to activate her or, like, you know, the big injury play. 15,000 HP Bihu, I mean, he's gonna activate the Blood Moon
got the
Haste.
seal, but
Absolutely coming out from Femboy Kana, those programmer socks and that degree hitting as hard as they possibly could.
Oh my
Die
goodness.
high, say good night.
Unbuffable seal. Janua had no ways of surviving that. Rikazo looks like he's on the ropes. I mean, Shu is still taking the turn, but with unbuffable on her, that is probably the #1 way you want to use to slow down her tempo. So now we're going to change target onto the Bihu. We do not want this Bihu to wreak havoc on our team while we still have the opportunity. Arrowwall is just going to dap up this Urban Shadow Shu and just chip down whatever HP she can. Moon Bunny Dominion finally gets her cooldown. We're going to press S3, healing, barrier, and a little bit of the cleanse. Attack up for our Urban Shadow Shu, doing what we can to try to get her another turn, try to put this game away, but the Nockwall's ultimate is back. Oh shoot, we're stripping everything. All of that just came back is gone, and then with those being gone, the cleanse comes through, immunity comes through, skill nullifier, and man, this Moon Bunny's doing a lot, but is it going to be enough for Rikazo to take away this game? Checking the damages real quick. Blood Moon Haste, once again, unfortunately, completely reset, not being able to capitalize on his turn.
Yeah, and also not being able to finish off the Bihu, surviving with just a little bit, but those immunities certainly getting in his way. And we turned around towards getting his S3 up as well. No, but his S2 should do some of the trick, but the immunity still sticks.
Ooh, and it's really now a race against the clock for MNIM of whether or not this Laya can deal with the Shu. The Bihu is already dead, 5,000 damage, and the injury is kind of a big dent into this team. It's really going to be Laya versus can you survive versus can you control, can you reset things, because the second that this Blood Moon Haste gets back his Blood Aura, and maybe even before then, it's gonna be lights out for one of these characters. Pray that there's no guiding light misses, and I cast or cursed it. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's Sweet Miracle. I mean, as a high-ranking player, you have to be able to keep your opponent's Sweet Miracle in check. And with Rikazo's composition, I don't even think it was his fault. He just doesn't do enough damage.
Guardian Ice Crystals on as well, keeping him well above healthy.
That Haste is just mad tanky. We absolutely tank it down. And, you know, even though I would say MNIM was in such a good spot, Blood Moon Haste was just able to anchor his entire composition right there to the ground, not giving MNIM a single inch. We're going into match point for Rikazo. Can MNIM flip this? I'm really cheering for him. We got to see some good games. And you know what? Step up, young homie. Show us some better matches.
Yeah,
we got this.
It might be match point for Rikazo, but it's really set start for MNIM, because this is the beginning of his oppression, his regression back into the hero he always was.
Yeah, and I mean, we have Laya again here. We're banning the Blood Moon Haste, no ML Politics, no DDR. It feels like there's a lot of potential aggression here, but I'm really hoping now there's no insane, you know, I guess, cleave threat or like super aggressive threat here off of Rikazo. He does have the Janua, to be fair, but usually you can kind of contain the Janua, especially if there isn't a super broken combination of, you know, ML Politics already present. There's no Blood Moon Haste to give him a little bit of like a backup, and as I said, that he takes Zio, which is a little bit unfortunate, but thankfully, in MNIM's case, it's not in the ban protection. He is going to have to be a little bit careful, though. MNIM historically likes to take a Mitigation Knight on 3 and some healing, some soul weaving, some, I guess, anti-aggression on 3. I'm hoping that he tries to play a little bit slower. Karina, a pretty decent option in my opinion. He also does have the Laya to cleanse just in case, but the real question is going to be, Okay, yes, and that's what I thought. So on the third pick, it's not going to be a Succubus Knight. It's not going to be a slow 4-star that also has Protzet on. He opts for the stun and the escort from the Airwall, which I think is going to be nice, but I don't know exactly what Rikazo is deciding to pick here. I think that what he had done previously of having Zio on 3 as kind of his anchor to allow him to opt into things like Blooming Lidica or Requiem Moana was really safe. But now it's kind of up to him to decide, does he want to go faster? Does he want to go slower? He could pretty much do anything he wants. Zio and Janua, arguably, in my opinion, the strongest, most pivotal characters in the game, but we have closer Charles Strays. He's going for the kill.
What is going on? You know, we were saying he could do anything, and he must have heard you during the broadcast. He said, really? Okay, I'll just do anything. I mean, Succubus Knight comes out, but is this... You know, is this too late? Is this going to be enough? We got the Zio, we got the closer, and the Strays. That's going to be so much damage coming in, crashing down on MNIM. I mean, he's got the best defensive units in the game, and you know, I think it'll be enough. But let's not forget, Rikazo also has some of the best damage gear, right? That is his one advantage. That is his cornerstone. He plays for damage, and this might be what we might be seeing the iteration of the immovable object versus the unstoppable force right here in this here draft.
It is a really, really strong draft that MNIM has here, though. The Abyssal Eufiend to try and punish all the AoE. He does also have the Albedo, which I have to imagine in this case is not going to be an Aureus Albedo. But Sid! Our first Sid of the series! I think he has to be banning the Laya here if that's the case, surely. Otherwise, how is he going to get any of the debuffs off? But Sid not only provides the book, he also provides a load of debuffs. I mean, if you could just control MNIM's team as well with no Laya. Oh, but it gets banned out. They saw through each other's game plans. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, when you're picking that last, you're almost announcing to your opponent, hey, man, that Laya's gone. You best have a game plan ready. Otherwise, you got to ban my last. A little bit of a shame we couldn't see the light 4-star Sid, one of the newest additions to the game. I think he's quite a fun unit, but I do think the rest of Rikazo's draft is as competent as it is. Zio comes through. We drop the silence on the Karina, so no turn 1 pop-off for the Karina. We are going to soul burn our closer Charles. A good bit of damage is going to come up. No counterattack for the Aegis Unfold by Korn, not going to be launched there since Charles' ultimate cannot be counterattacked. And now rest of Rikazo's draft gets to play the game. We do get to pop something first with the Janua, and holy moly, we went on the Albedo, and you know, that did a lot less damage than I thought it was going to. Albedo still has half the HP to her name. Strays now says, it's my turn to play the game. Sword crashes through, splits the planets in half, and we only take out Arrowell.
Yeah, and that's the majority of the damage that's going to be coming out from Rikazo's side. A lot of S3s being dropped, a lot of procs going off as well. You've got the Gab coming out on Closer Charles. You've got the Benimaru's Tachi, but some of those buffs are going to be stripped away here in a couple seconds because Albedo is taking the turn. Defense break is up. I don't even think she needed it, but Karina can clean punch through and slice through that target right now if she wants, but will she pick another? The silence is up, so the S3 can't be dropped just yet.
No, wow, we're going
to proc here with the dual attack. 2 for the price of 1. Minim's got Fortune on his side. Lady Luck giving him a little bit of a wink and a smile. The Janua cut on his CR advance, so it'll still be Eufiend's turn before.
I'll tell you what, that Yuffie really clutched it, dropping attack down on 2 key targets. The Janua is obviously going to be able to cleanse himself, but no!
Yes, the counter
once
comes
again, this Yuffie really clutching it up. Now attack down on all 3. Rikazo actually put in a really tough spot.
Oh, he is praying. He is praying. He's
another counterattack, another 2 counterattacks. Actually,
someone stop it, please!
We haven't seen the proc yet coming out.
This Yuffie is clutching so hard, I'm starting to look like a Kana thumbnail. There is no way Rikazo was in such a dominant position for this match, and suddenly this Yuffie is making it impossible for Rikazo to come back. Oh wow, soul burning the Janua. We do take out a kill. It's up to the Karina left. Can the Karina do this?
Karina's got to do it. She's the only one left, but she's got the entire city behind her. That's right, the defense puff dropping on the Zeo, dropping the skyscraper, dropping the big fist. Can we get a defense break to even add on? Yes, we do. The pop comes through. Rikazo goes down. MNIM comes back. The first match, he's on the set to take it all. Reverse sweep. Can he do it? It starts right here.
He's on the board now, and can he ride that momentum? That is the big question. We talked about this. When your opponent takes a dominant win off of you, when they take a close win off of you, right, just edging you out in the draft, and maybe here a splash of luck is involved. Can MNIM snowball that into something that's going to clutch him out for the rest of the series?
Yeah, and I mean, it was so close. I mean, you saw it though, right? Like, MNIM decided to tank up, and I think Rikazo was being a little bit bold, I would say, brave, maybe a bit experimental in trying to take the closer Charles and the straight earlier.
Perfect time to get experimental.
Yeah, especially when you're up 2-0, but now he's slowing things down. He's got the Laya here now. He's not super committing to anything fast now. But I mean, it's not even like he could, because if you take a look at MNIM's pre-bans, there's no ML Haste, there's no Zeo, there's no ML Politis. I mean, if MNIM wanted, he could take the Janua here too, to be honest. I mean, again, there's nothing really stopping him. There's maybe a Politis, who knows? I mean, Death Dealer Ray is also up here. He's opting for his mitigation here on 1, actually, now, though.
Well, yeah, I was about to say, that's a little bit different than what you were talking about earlier, Kana, with usually liking to protect, especially the Airwell, behind the ban protection. He comes out a little bit earlier with it, which does give it the possibility of getting revoked, but he does provoke the Rikazo a little bit with the combination of her and the Urban Shadow Shoe. So I actually do like these two being drafted together, and I think that's the purpose there. Urban Shadow Shoe can do some good work into the Laya, but she's usually hounded and kept away through the barriers, through the mitigation, and through the stuns and the strips of someone like Arrowell. So picking them both together here both protects and harms the draft Rikazo's already set himself up for.
Now, we've seen MNIM play as somebody extremely flexible. He could go fast, he could go slow, and you know, I was just going to say, I wonder if Rikazo's going to put the pedal to the metal and speed it up, because the one time he seemed like, you know, you're driving, you're cruising, and you might have run into a brick wall, but do you just, you know, fire the car back up again and you start just going again, right? Because that's absolutely something that's open to Rikazo. Rikazo is always comfortable being the aggressor and being in this spot that he's in, playing the Monk control, and now being answered to by the Bunny Dominion in that third pick. Of course, neither one of these units can be banned, so you know we're making it through. And I'm just curious here if Rikazo is going to either shy away from this extra turn action that this Bunny Dominion is now blocking, or, you know, do you guys think he goes for something a little bit sneaky here? Maybe he goes for something else that pre-triggers the extra turn in that Bunny Dominion.
The fourth pick, I mean, the fourth pick, Bihu, might make it a little bit tough. A lot of the characters that you might want to try and trigger the Moon Bunny are not really here. You know, sometimes people like to pair the Knockwall with another extra turn character to kind of go, oh, well, if I have Death Dealer Ray or if I have Ludwig or something, I can activate.
Conqueror, Lilius, and Peyra still on board. In fact, I think, Peyra specifically is an incredibly strong unit. Obviously, we do not. Whoa!
Wow, Fumir!
What is that? We're really getting to the Fumir games of today, huh? Holy moly. All right, I guess for anybody else who's new to RTA, Fumir is a extremely strong debuffer. She's one of those units that don't do too much damage by herself, but is a really strong win condition. She makes it that if you have a red and a green unit going before her, she's just going to strip every buff on your opponent's team. She's going to apply a 2-turn sleep and a 2-turn defense break. That is one of the deadliest hard crowd controls in the game and the biggest damage amplifier in the game. So, oh boy, that Fumir is looking a little scary. Green Celine comes out as the last pick. I mean, there are, 3 activators on Rikazo's side? It's kind of up to him whether he wants to respect that or not. But either way, that Moon Bunny is going to be a somewhat of an annoying problem, and so might the Green Celine.
Yeah, and I think it's really going to come down to, like kind of picking your own poison if you're Rikazo. I mean, the Laya here is going to be able to cleanse, but do you want to do it at the threat of the Selene? And he's opting to keep it in. There's no Famir here. There is no mitigation against a Monk plus Spectre Tenebria team here, however. So if he wants now, he can turn 1 activate the Monk
Loading
and then
into the game. Monk does take the first turn, but you always do this when you're playing versus a green Selene. You're checking over her skills, and in this case, wait, does this one have an EE?
I think it might be the S3 damage. If it doesn't show either of them,
Yeah,
like,
it really doesn't show. I guess it's just S3 damage on the green Selene. That is a little bit interesting.
Yeah, it's looking real bad here for the Selene though. It doesn't look like there's much to actually save her. But the Spectre Tenebria drag!
I'll tell you what, though, that immunity is keeping her chilling, because otherwise that Spectre Tenebria really might have landed a poison that got her out of this game. But, Bihu, though, not missing a beat. We do take the Janua into the proc territory. He is in his immortality. However, because it wasn't a source of direct damage, he actually doesn't proc. You got 1 turn here. Do you take out the green Selene? Is this the parting gift? Your Janua leaves, and yes, we are going to be pressing S3. Takes out the green Selene, heals up a little bit, but oh boy, any amount of AoE reach is going to be able to send him out of here.
Yeah, and he's really gonna... It's really a question of whether or not he has enough health to survive the bzz proc from Shu, but it looks really, really strong now here for Rikazo's side. He's got a Spectre Tenebria with a Laya wall in front of it. It's very, very, very intimidating, I think, right now to try and figure out who the priority target is for MNIM to kill here. You want to hit everyone, but you can't. The only character that you could hit here is the Laya, which is kind of nice because he does have the shoot to try and mitigate, but is it going to be enough to kind of weather the storm of, Spectre Tenebria and the knock wall? Oh, and the duel from the...
duel from the Janua is just so much value. You could have asked for a duel from anyone, but Janua is by far the best one. Monk is going to pick up the turn here, chip away some of the skill nullifiers. Shu does get a pretty big S3 off onto the Laya. Comes through, Janua survives, and that is the power of the S3 healing. We needed the Bihu to push, and Bihu is going to be able to see our push. Strip buffs now, but is this enough? It could be too little too late. We strip everything unbuffable on 3, and I mean, this Janua is out open and exposed, but like you said, this is still one of the strongest core draft in the game. We got a Spectre Tenebria in the back behind a tanky unit like the Laya. In the era of the Abyssal Youthing, in the Navy Captain Landy, we are going to have a hard time enabling them. But that is one of the staples of the community, one of the strongest drafts for almost throughout the history of the game.
Couple burns are going to be applied here, and the burns almost do it, but they don't quite seal the deal from one of those getting resisted. However, if there's someone who can finish this dastardly trio off, it's possibly the Urban Shadow Shu. The S3 comes through, and what is it going to do? It's going to pop, and just like a zit, one of them gets picked, but there's still 2 alive.
Ooh, knocks out the Bihu as well. This is a close 3-on-2. Laya does have S2, will be able to pick up all the debuffs and push her team a little bit. That will let Rikazo reestablish control, but he's thinking, do I cleanse here and CR push the team, or would I rather go for a dual attack, fish for the Spectre Tenebria, goes for the dual attack, but instead pulls the silence on the Monk. He's had 2 good dual attacks so far, but in this case, it does not pull anything super substantial for him. Bunny Dominion takes a turn, still has the option here. We are going to put the Laya to sleep. Monk finally picks up her turn. How is her cooldowns looking? She does have S2 available to her name, so we might be able to see the Shu stop any incoming AoE damage for a short bit. Oh, but this is coming down to it. Both players rocking, the last of their units, the remnants of their army. Can it close out the fight and do what they need them to do?
Lands, no bzz.
Seal does land here, giving him enough room to knock out the Laya, and the Bunny does pop the knock wall, so, oh boy, Spectre Tenebria here left alive. We're hitting 2.
Oh, but that Moon Bunny survives too. It's so huge. Oh, the potential for a sleep here.
It's got to be more than just potential. It's actually a push-up with the S3, getting the attack, getting the barrier, getting the cleanse, getting the doctor bag, and possibly here, getting the second win. I told you, if you let this demon awaken, he will come back and cleave through Rikazo. There is something to be said for an underdog, and there's something to be said for an awoken dark horse. When he comes out of his cage, there'll be hell to pay.
Okay, all right.
Let's see if they change
the
of all times.
One of the
Yep.
game 5s. Now, we're going to be seeing those pre-bans, as you said, Kana, selected in here in just a couple moments. It's going to highlight their strategy and see if there are any changes. And indeed, we do have plenty of the high-tempo units. Zio's gone out, Blood Moon Haste, the Sea Phantom Poultice, as well as Ran, interesting from Rikazo's side. Of course, the Navy Captain Landy and Moon Bunny won't be able to make an appearance. So that gives, I'd say, even more value than usual back to the Knockwall in all
I think Knockwall's very strong, but, you know, so is another character that might have gone under the radar in the past few draft, Conqueror Lilius. However, with an Ocean Breeze Luluka in the front, you might have a bit of a problem playing her, especially if you don't have enough cleanse, but that Laya is going to be able to not hold down the cleanse, not hold down some bruiser duties, but hold down them all. Laya is such a strong win condition. When you have first pick, you're in such a dominant position, and because it gives you a way to play every single composition in the game with her.
I'm going to be honest with you, I'm a little bit worried here because I liked where MNIM was going. I liked the aggression. I like the change of pace, but we've backed down back into a very familiar draft with Airwell first and then the Ocean Breeze Luluka. And here's what I feared the most. Knockwall's in a great position. She's ban protected. And if she gets access to souls, doesn't matter how much ER the Ocean Breeze Luluka has, as we saw in the first match. But we
I do
instead
like
get
that.
an
A third
Elena.
pick, unbannable Elena. That's one of those units where, you know, you build a high ER and hope they don't have a book, and if they have a book, you take a 50-50. If they land on you, well, GG. But if not, then, hey, you might be looking at a really clean win. And in a case where, you know, MNIM is fighting what he perceives to be a better player, it's not the worst idea to take a 50-50, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, 50's better than 0, guys. Like, and honestly, I do want to say Rikazo does look like he's setting up to play something like Famir here. He's already got Knockwall. He's already got the Laya. He's got Janua just in case too. He's getting all the RGBs. He's collecting them. But like, you know, if you look at it from MNIM's side, I mean, honestly, the Elena, not a bad pick into the Knockwall. Like, kind of gives you a little bit of turn or like a little bit of flexibility. But I don't know if you can actually afford to pick Elena here when you've already got a very, very, very slow tempo here. Slow tempo composition. You have Ocean Breeze, Luluka, Airwell, and there's the Famir here on 4. I don't know what's going to be picked here on Famir or what's going to be picked here alongside the Famir to kind of lock things up, but it's got to be... Oh, it's
another
the
mage.
He's back!
It's another mate. Do people usually run book on Famir?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Okay,
absolutely.
yeah. So these are two book dealers, yeah, giving access to the Knockwall for the Soul Burn. Gonna have to be an interesting pick that comes out here. Alas, from MNIM. Gonna also have to be some strong a DPS type unit, maybe a bruiser, something that gives him a reason to think, and it is the Mean Bean Machine Green Celine.
I think Green Celine is actually fairly competent here. So many of these characters will do a non-attack animation and then crowd control your entire team. So having the Celine being able to cleanse herself here tells me the Celine is most likely banned out. Whereas, you know, MNIM, who do you ban out? Do you ban out the Famir? Do you ban out the Sid? Who do you try to play through? That is always such a tough task. 2 books guaranteed for Rikazo as well. So here wow, we are going to be seeing a Sid game. So there it is.
Okay.
We finally get to see it.
I mean, I'll tell you right now, Valk, if he runs the Knockwall S3, the game will be decided in exactly 2 seconds. So here we go. I hope audience members, members of Valk's community, here we go. Does he get reset?
We'll take that 50-50. This is up to a 50-50 now.
It landed!
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it was a good game. We really tried our best.
Well. And there it is. Yeah, now I think everything is... I mean, I wouldn't say the game is 100% over.
Yeah,
but
it
definitely feel like it's mostly over when your blue Elena gets hit by the Soulburn Monk.
I mean,
so much of her stats and build is just invested towards countering this character, and the play blows up.
Yeah, I mean, so we're not on the world stage, so we could say a lot of things. We could say a lot of things we normally couldn't. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I was not a fan of the opening of Airwell Ocean Breeze Luluka. I feel like MNIM was making such great strides, like changing things up, and and doing additions to his draft. Although he does get a full cleanse here, that is nice.
It's a really nice soul burn. You cleanse every single debuff, right? Even without cooldowns, you can reverse all the work your opponent did. So now, once again, we kind of see the tables turn. Oh, jeez, that might not be what you want to see.
That's the only character that you didn't want to proc. Literally the only one that could not have gotten hit in this position.
Yeah, I feel like MNIM was on fire. He almost had an awakening of sorts, and then he took a step back into his old character, and that's just what cost him. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think
it was like it was the one chapter of the post time skip arc where the old characters are stepping it up. And then Sogeking somehow disappear, and all we have left is Usopp. Congratulations on Rikazo for really seizing up this game 3. It looked real close for a second, so these boys really gave us a show. We'll send into it. First match of the grand finals of the Sword of Four Seasons tournaments. Let's get it.
Do you know what Rikazo's profile card is in relation to? Do you know who that is? I don't think It's a really nice looking card. Well, as we get into the pre-ban.
Actually, no. I'm not sure I'm like too familiar with their game.
Tsukihime.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a different card that was a Tsukihime card.
Oh, I think we're frozen again.
Oh, we're frozen? Yeah, I minimized the screen. Yeah, don't worry.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
gotcha.
I had to open something up real quick. But wow, these guys are wasting no time at all. Rikazo sticking to that Ran Landy ban, whereas Slamdancer, I think previously sampling the draft, bans out the Blooming Litica, bans out the Knockwall as well. We do go for that Blood Moon Haze first pick, and Rikazo, despite getting first turn priority, we do concede over the Politis, and we do concede over the Janua as well. Both of these units are fairly big threats, which also begs the question, if you're Rikazo here, do you go for a bunch of these water bruisers? And we know how many of them are in the game, how strong they can potentially 1v4 their opponent, but it would open you up to being just
double
absolutely
green,
getting your backs blown out by Blood Moon Haste.
Yeah, backs blown out.
Yeah, backs blown out.
The crazy thing is, we do traditionally see something like Karina when you do see the Politis and the Janua, right, as kind of the response. But now with the inclusion and the buff to ML Haste, he just one-shots the Karina in most cases, or she ends up being fodder for his S1 to heal up the entire team. It's kind of a tough spot here. 8 Tywin on 3 does guarantee him the mitigation here. I believe he's on Aureus, I think, on Rikazo's 8 Tywin. There have been so many 8 Tywins at this point. But
no,
actually,
we are going to opt for the Karina here, though. I mean, I think Karina has one of those very 50-50 matchups, depending on how good the Politis is. And, I mean, she always has the opportunity to close out the Janua, but that, I think, is also a point of concern. If you kill these fire units too early, I mean, most of the time they are squishy. Do you just want to activate your opponent's Blood Moon Haste? Do you care? And in this case, wow, Laya Green Celine comes out. So it almost seems to me like Rikazo might be a little bit pinched right here by 2 green units, where your main DPS, your main damage source, is this blue bruiser in Karina.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, too, again, not only is he pinched by the 2 grass here, he's also kind of in a bind because of Blood Moon Haste. I mean, the shield is literally against him, and I think this is just going to be an instant ban here from Slamdancer, unless if he thinks that Shaltir is actually so much of a bad pick here that he maybe wants to get rid of someone like Zio.
And Laya together is one of those really nasty combos that... it's like a feeling of creeping doom, right? You don't think that they are a hard winning duo, but when you look at them, do you hit the Blood Moon Haze first like you're supposed to, in which case you leave the Laya alone and let her ramp? Or do you go for the Laya first and potentially activate the Blood Moon Haze, and if there's any bigger threats, in this case, like the Politis, like the Janua, what are you supposed to do? And I think Slamdancer has made it a career for himself, at least today, absolutely challenging his opponents to that exact question. Who do you focus first? Because, I don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, and I mean, you're seeing it right now. He pinched out the Sea Phantom Politis, and he really doesn't at least in this case, I don't think Slamdancer respects again, any of these characters, just because the Shaltir could be more counterable. And even right now, I mean, look at the team that he's fighting against. Even if the Shaltir here is to kill one of the characters, boom, instantly you have to deal with the Blood Moon Haste. And Unless if he's about to one-shot the Laya, he could try and one-shot the Laya right here.
He's going to need to one-shot the Laya. The moment of time has come right here. A little bit of the speed, a little bit of the damage buff, but is it enough to carry her through? Let's see the numbers, and it absolutely does. Was that 47k?
Yup, defense break. That is why we call it the best damage amplification in the entire game, and it's not even close. The moment you're hitting into anything with defense break, you just do so much damage, and I mean, it buys you a lot of time as well, right? We were worried this Blood Moon Haste, with all of his buffs, is going to be able to pop off, but now you have some time to work him down. You have so much time to do what it is you gotta do. Oh! And point the dual attack as well.
Time. That dog took a bite of him, and I think it might have been an arm or a leg or two.
Oh my goodness, and that is the Rikazo difference. We know his damage gear is good. How good is it? It's about this good. It really makes a difference, and I think that is a top right coming in from Slamdancer. ASAP Rikazo getting himself securely up 1-0 on the lead.
Yeah, I mean, they are both definitely pretty fast teams, or pretty fast players. Maybe not quite to the same level or on quite the same units, but again, both players are not shy to picking things like ML Politis. I don't know if either of them are prepared or really want to play someone like Conqueror Lilius when you already have such aggressive options available, like the Laya, the Janua, and the ML Haste. But these are also players that change their bans up.
So first thing I want to point out about game number 2, both of these guys are taking their full time deciding the 3 pre-bans. Slamdancer did ask for first pick, so we know he's going to be getting priority on grabbing the most broken unit he thinks that is in the current patch. And once again, that is going to be the Blood Moon Haste here. Rikazo, though, with every other opener banned out, he is going to pick up Sea Phantom Politis alongside that Zeo. So we are going to secure first turn for ourselves. We do not want Slam to be able to play the game from the turn 2 position. However, we lock in the A Tywin. We know that is... This is the one that's... Is this the one on Holy Sack?
Yes, this A Tywin at this point would be on the Holy Sack. I think it's more of a takeaway pick, though. I don't think he's trying to use it to mitigate so much as guarantee that at some point, as we saw in one of the Slamdancer matches, he has the eventual ability to throw off a rage defense break, and then kind of just clean house with Janua, clean house with the Haste. It's really just supposed to be, I think, like kind of like a funny takeaway pick that also guarantees a it's kind of like Sharoon, like ML Sharoon in a sense, but kind of, I guess, a bit more flexible because you also prevent yourself from getting debuffed sometimes, or you can cleanse yourself. As you mentioned as well, right, this Janua character, one of his biggest counters is being stunned or kind of controlled, and I mean, Tywin pairs pretty well with it.
You know, we were wondering what Rikazo, taking the full 60 seconds, was going to pick on pick 3, and here we do find him with that Teiyu. Teiyu going to be... I mean, I can only assume this is an aggressive Teiyu, because Teiyu, we got the Zeo. We're going to look to push into Slamdancer's defense very aggressively. Green Celine picked up as a counter to Sea Phantom Politis, and I'm assuming this is for the debuffs that are incoming and for the Teiyu reset. Alaya here. Rikazo now has one last pick to lock his opponent away, or at the very least, find himself a comfortable space where he can guarantee his top 4 units in this matchup.
So I had to step out for a second. Did we just pick a new unit into the 3rd pick there?
Yeah, this is a Genshin collab. No, that's just our boy from Nadalon, Teiyu. You know, Lil Tay.
Lil Tay? Lil Tay?
Lil Tay-Tay.
Tay-Tay? Yeah, wow, amazing. I've actually heard a lot about
Yeah, he's actually a PhD. I don't know if you knew that. Lil Tay? He's a PhD from Fuck Shit Up University. We do ban out the Celine here, so we're going to be able to take that first turn Zeo into the Politis, into Lil Tay, and that might just be enough to send Slamdancer home. We are going to have to see in game 2 both of these players band out their units.
I was going to say something, but it's not that important because the king is speaking right now. All hail, all sit inside. Rikazo sprouting those 2 Tagahel books, one not fully 30%ed. Looks like he's got to hit looks like he's got to hit some Hell Labyrinth after this. Get some of those charms up and running. But while we're getting up and running, let's get people running up to speed right here with the Sea Phantom Poultice. Push them back, speed them up, and finally Teiyu is able to take the board, activating one of his 18 passives, actually known as his final ability here. Now this is going to strip the enemy.
4, though.
That is going to be a bruiser. Teiyu not doing the most amount of damage. Janua still having immortality, flips his hair. Now we're triggering the Politis. Politis zooming up the CR bar. And now I think that strips almost every buff. How do we want to do this? Do you want to just press S3? Do you want to soul burn something? This is a big question whenever you're piloting the Politis here. Do you have enough damage to close out the Laya? I mean, he really needs to figure out what the optimal turn order is. And we are going to soul burn into the Laya. Drops are just low enough. Counting his damage correctly, now S3 will be able to send home 2 units. And on top of that, activate the Blood Moon Haste as well. A quick assessment of the damages. We do take out 2 units. Unbuffable blocks the barrier on the Ambitious Tywin. But the key point of why Rikazo made that play, both Blood Moon Haste and Ambitious Tywin got reset there.
Yep.
Wow.
The reset is going to push them back in terms of them being able to snatch this matchup. Speaking of snatching, they snatch up the skill nullification coming out of the Teiyu.
Yeah, that is a huge strip. Now Teiyu getting the repeat on his turn. 3 return rage buff, speed buff, and we got the attack buff as well. Extra attack damage comes through. We take out the Tywin. Does this kill? No, it doesn't. Leaves him alive. A Tywin, we talked about this holy sacrifice. He makes it back a little bit. Now, what does the Blood Moon Haste do? He's still reset, but you can go for a S1 on the Teiyu, and if this strips a buff, which it does, extra attack comes through, about 6,000 damage, and it's going to heal your team a little bit. Ambitious Tywin there is looking at Rikazo's teams, very suspiciously. He's pushing himself up the CR bar as well, hitting into the Blood Moon Haste, gets taken out, and it's just the Tywin left.
The Tywin stands stalwart, but all on his lonesome. The road ahead of him is long and it is hard, but he can cleave a way through. As long as he lands 8 out of 8, he doesn't get 8 out of 8, but he gets a good spiraling of that damage nonetheless. Full stuns, but not the defense breaks, and not a chance as far as he could see, giving it up to Rikazo to be 2-0 up in the set, and I'll bet you Slamdancer's feeling it right now.
Oh, and if the Blood Moon Haste had just survived, it was so close. He had so many opportunities. The whole team got stunned. He could have revived everyone on his team, clean up the entire... Oh, and it would have been a 1-1 right here, but he is... I'm sure he... As you said, Divine, I'm sure he's feeling it right now. This is being down 0-2 as you've been pretty much 3-0ing everyone through the entire tournament. It's got to feel weird. It's got to feel a little bit demoralizing, but... These are 2 of the best players that we've seen in the ladder right now. I'm sure they're accustomed to adjusting, pre-banning.
Exactly. If I'm trusting anybody to make a reverse sweep, and it's got to be the guy who's preseason legend. And if I'm trusting somebody to hold off a reverse sweep, it's got to be the guy who's already held off a reverse sweep. So either way, I'm sure we're in for a show, and I'm just excited. Slamdancer once again asked for first pick, so he's cooking. He's got a strategy that he wants to play to. I wonder if it's still going to be that first pick Blood Moon Haste. Has Slamdancer solved that question? Does he have the answer? Can he come back versus this draft that's been smothering him for the first 2 matches of this set?
Yeah, and again, it might have to be another change up of the pre-bans. I'm not sure. It looks a little bit... Oh, and it's changed. I think it's changed a little bit. Yeah, Conqueror Lily is not actually the ban here. I think is what he had formerly. Blood Moon Haste still kind of the crutch. I think a lot of people would definitely agree that this character is a little bit overtuned, a little bit powerful.
I do like this a whole lot though. So instead of picking up the Sea Phantom Politis, we are going to pick up a Laya. And we've seen from Rikazo's draft, this is not your average Laya. If you pulled a Laya out of your box and you just put 6 pieces of gear on her, that is not it. Rikazo actually has an extremely aggressive Laya with a very fleshed out stat line. and Laya Janua is faced now with Green Celine. Once again, Slam defaulting to that Green Celine as one of his main DPSs, and A Tywin as well. I mean, I feel like people really have liked A Tywin. Almost feel like Crimson Armin, Albedo as tanks kind of fell off the face of the earth, at least for this tournament. We've seen so many people play A Tywin. We've seen so many people play that Arrowell. How much of this do you guys think is just the current meta right now? How much do you think, and for me, the way I see it is one specific matchup, Janua. Your tank needs to be able to stun that Janua so he can't play the game.
Precisely, and I think that's literally what it is, Valk. I don't think you can afford to just give your team invincibility. You know, I don't think you can just afford to get 20% more, like, you know, damage mitigation. Even the Albedo Succubus Nice that I think that is arguably one of the best mitigators in the game does nothing if it's just going to be element disadvantageous to the Janua. The Janua just one-shots, and as we're talking about this right now, we have the strongest pick of all. We have the Zio on 3 with the Rwana on 4, and I don't really know what you could do to stop this aggression from Rikazo. Maybe we'll see another Karina, but there's still the Laya and things to take care of. Maybe it's Arya. Who knows?
I'll tell you what I think he could do. I think he could force ban the Rwana. I mean, Laya's off the board for you. All of your characters are so reliant on your cooldowns. At some point, you gotta be asking, do I pick 2 characters to dedicate not only being able to fight a Rwana, but also being able to challenge a Janua, and also maybe, hopefully, they don't die to the Laya there. But no, instead, we are going for just choking out the Rwana. I think Slamdancer wants to challenge that Rwana. You got 2 units. You can only ban 1, and they are going to half the CR that this ML Rwana can operate on.
I see what's coming out from the right side with Slamdancer. I'm not the biggest fan, I gotta be honest with you, with the Abyssal Euphine pick from Rikazo. I feel like it necessarily was strong, but I feel like he could have saved it out here at last. And now we instead get the Strays coming in at 5th, absolutely threatening to blow up most of and definitely one of right side's units.
I think that Strays has got to go. You picked for the Rwana, you have to ban the Strays, and on the same token, taking out the Politis. So at least that way we get some semblance of combat readiness control for our Rwana. Because no matter what, if you're playing A Tywin, you're letting your opponent have all of these speed openers, the Strays will do too much damage to your team. You cannot recover that.
Yeah, and I'm like, now we really do just have this useless pick here. He actually is opting to put the Rwana's CR push, I guess, partner in this case, to be the Laya, which does make a little bit more sense. It is going to be a bit harder to kill the Laya here, but we'll have to see. I think this match is going to be determined purely off of Elbris's and counters. He is trying to kill the Blood Moon Haste quite quickly here, but actually, if you take a look at it, this is quite a fast Celine, outspeeding the Janua, and I think Janua is quite fast in most cases.
This is actually a really huge turn for that Celine because of the idle cheer. You know, you land the hit onto the Haste, and now because you don't want to push the Celine some more, you opt to hit into the A Tywin. Now A Tywin cleanses. Now he's big mad after the Celine pops. This A Tywin could really do a number on you.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going into the Laya. He's trying to, I believe, prevent as much, I guess, priority or give literally no value at all to this ML Rwana. It's not like she was really even going to take a turn here because she has literally no combat readiness. Oh, but at 50%!
Wait a minute, we missed 1 stun, 85%. Stun chance means our Janua gets a pop off, which activates into the Karina. We got playing the animation up in this bitch. Janua, though, I mean, if you're gonna let any unit pop off, it better be him. Blood Moon Haste gets hit again, but triggers the Elbrus Ritual Sword. Attack down from the Euphine, going to hit a lot.
You need to kill. It absolutely does. The Wind Rider picks up, gives him the stealth. Gab is on him. Attack down is on him, and he's got no protection as the Zio is also gone. He's standing up against the world, and he needs to live. He needs to find purpose in this life. He's got 30 souls to do so, but does he even have 30 seconds to live? He goes in for the attack. The follow-up comes clean through. Is it enough to cut through? It does!
It cuts through, it certainly does, but do you have enough now survivability? Because immortality is off the board for you. Taiwan did more than half
Pray
HP.
for a miss, pray for a miss, pray for a miss.
That's a miss,
The miss
though.
comes through! Absolutely standing stalwart is Rikazo. He's saying it was
Greater
too
attack
easy.
buff. Do I smell a lag? Damage comes through on the Taiwan. Holy sacrifice. We go back to, oh my god, Taiwan comes back. Is this enough to survive the Taiwan? We
gets
eat
the
the
provoke.
and extra hit comes through, and the Taiwan goes down.
Just too many procs of Windrider. Those souls definitely coming into advantage. You would think the mages had set themselves up with the book, but no, it was sprawling the way clean for Rikazo's Janua to just get that greater attack buff, to stack it with the Windrider, and to keep hitting harder, harder, and harder. 115%, one miss stunned, and this lucky son of a gun comes all the way back and puts Slamdancer in his place.
And that's exactly what makes Janua so strong. You might think you had him on the ropes. He's out of hair flips. He's out of immortality. He's out of attack buff. He's out of enrage. And even through all of that, he has barely enough damage to wear down this 8 Taiwan through the holy sacrifice as well. And all of that splash damage coming in, knocking out the green Salim from stealth. Just one miss on a crit. And that's all it takes. Congratulations to Rikazo from becoming the champion of the Sword of Four Seasons Spring 2024 edition. Well fought, sir. My hat's off to you if I was wearing a hat. And oh my god, what a set.
I'm speechless. I am speechless. It looked like really a masterclass from Rikazo. I don't know what to say. It feels like when you have, I guess, your draft locked up, when you've done enough experimenting, when you know your draft inside out, it feels like that's just how you win. Like that was kind of almost the theme of this tournament. People knowing or wanting to play to their specific win cons, their waifus, their husbandos, whatever they enjoy playing slow, playing fast, playing different. And so long as you're more familiar with it than your opponent, you're probably catching a dub. And no discredit, of course, to Slamdancer here, but it just felt like Rikazo was more in tune with what he was looking to do. The pre-bans, the picks, taking Zio, being able to respond against the ML Haste, Zio being strong. Okay, maybe not predicting the 15% on his Janua, because that was a little bit of luck on his side. But even in the matches prior, it feels like over and over and over, as long as you knew what you were doing, or as long as you had a game plan and you tried to execute on it, you were probably going to perform well. And that's exactly what happened for this tournament. Rikazo, GG's. Congratulations to everyone that performed or participated, everyone that won money, didn't win money, all that.
I want to once again congratulate Rikazo for winning the entire tournament, sort of 4 seasons. Me and Divine will be doing this monthly anytime there is not a community event or something that requires either one of us contractually obligated to not be here. We'll always try to be running one of these. Well, as often as we can, pull up with the what do you call that? The charity game shows, right? Yeah. We were doing something for charity. We're doing something for Sky Stones to give out to you guys. If you guys have won Sky Stones today, make sure you guys hit me up in the DMs. If you guys have any feedbacks about how we could improve the event, make it better for the community, and just improve overall watchability, my DMs are always open for this, or if you just want to yap about RTA. So once again, the winners will be splitting $300 as well as 5,000 Sky Stones amongst the top 4 finishers. So don't feel too bad for Higa. Congratulations to Higas for being second, and Candle and MNIM can be splitting 3rd and 4th. And once again, shout outs to everybody who joined. You can check out the bracket here. You can follow my channel for all incoming tournaments. Follow Divine's channel for when he does his streams, because he definitely does that sometimes.
Listen, end of the year Christmas stream.
And make sure you guys are followed to Kana as well. Yeah, we always try to do something end of the year for everybody as well. And make sure you guys are followed to Kana. I mean, Kana's just got so much energy for us today, and it was a good vibe.
Yes. Thanks for having me on, guys. It was... I've seen some sleeper tournaments before. This was just chock full of bangers. Banger after banger after banger after banger. It was a pleasure. Enjoyed doing the game show, seeing all the drawings, and also getting real close to winning, losing in Final Fantasy 14. Thanks again for, of course, doing this, guys. It's always nice to have some content, especially during the preseason, and of course, supporting a good cause as well, which is very nice. Thanks again.
This was technically supposed to be at the beginning of the month because this was our end of April tournament, but because season got pushed back a week, we also had to push back the tournament a week. So at the end of this month, at the beginning of next month, probably around May 31st, June 1st, we're going to try to do something with our boy Vic, who we had on the books. So yeah, look forward to that. We're going to try to be doing an event with Vic. And then after that, temporarily no tournament announcements after that. Like, I can't announce anything further than, like, you know, 3-4 weeks from now. We'll have to see. But I hope you guys had a good time today. I hope the matches were fun. I hope the game shows were fun. I hope you got to express your inner freak with those art you guys put out. And yeah, I think join me tomorrow for... Is it tomorrow? I think it's tomorrow for poodz account review for Season 13, as well as Verity's Recruiting 1 for Ancient Inheritance. If you're an RTA player and you're looking to do Ancient Inheritance, hit me or poodz in the DMs. That's it. That's going to be it from us. Everyone. Thank you guys once again for joining. And yeah, that's it. That's it from us for today. Have a great one. And see ya. Stay safe out there, guys.
Stay alive, everybody. I'll see you in the light.